Good morning, listeners and viewers, and welcome to the National Stadium for semi-final number one of the Grenada Cricket Association Super 50 Cup. We have a gigantic battle between us. The perennial favourite St. David's coming up against one of the powerhouses of cricket in Grenada, St. Patrick. I am your voice, Kerry Frank, and I'm going to be starting this morning's proceeding along with Rafael Crony. Rafael Crony, certainly a beautiful conditions here at the National Stadium for the start of semi-final number one.
Yes, Kerry, good morning. And again, morning to our viewers and listeners. Wherever you are following us from this morning, we're so happy to have you. A beautiful day at the National Stadium down here. And Kerry, I think we can all feel happy the fact that we have brilliant sunshine. Just looking back at what have happened in the last few days, we are very privileged to have very good weather. And we expect a keen battle down here today.
Yes, St. Patrick's and St. David's, they're no strangers doing battles at this level. They would have ideally loved to be in the semi-finals at the start of the tournament. We should be expecting a keen contest between these two teams.
Yeah, most certainly. Just to give you a rundown of the teams, St. Davis won the toss today, and they are going to take first strike. And the St. David's team for today, Roland Cato, we have Keon George, Ryan John, who is the captain of the St. David's team, Teddy Bishop, Imran Joseph, Shondell Regis, Jaron Noel, Neilon Pascal, Heston Jackson, Markham Edwards, Samuel Charles, Melvin Gordon, 12th man being Mahid Lambert.
Yeah, certainly a team of some very experienced players who would have played at the highest level, and some young, exciting talents. When we talk about players at the higher level, we have Neilon Pascal. He's a former West Indies fast bowler. The likes of also Roland Cato, Ryan John. He would have been a member of the victorious West Indies on the 19 team, I think, back in 16 or so. So it's certainly a well-rounded team from St. David's.
Yes, and we do have national players in Samuel Charles, who have also been doing well. Teddy Bishop, as we know, West Indies under 19 player who was in the squad. So St. David's do boast of some talent, and maybe this is the reason why they have been doing so well over the past few years.
Yes, and is a squad who would also have the Parish who would have Andrew Fletcher, but he's not available for the tournament because of duties with the West Indies team. But certainly a very strong competitive team. As we look at the St. Patrick's outfit, they have in their lineup today Darren Hippolyte, John Olive, Devonny Joseph, Dennis George, Devish Giles, Devon Smith, Damian LaPompe, Obed McCoy, Wavell Benjamin, and Dennis Smith.
Yes, and St. Patrick's do boast of some very good players. Yeah, people like Devon Smith, who has played at the highest level. We have Obed McCoy, who also have played at the very highest level, West Indies. And then we have our own Dennis Smith, who have certainly been doing well in the region. And so they boast of also some players who would have done well. Together with Darren Hippolyte, we know who would have represented Grenada at the under 19 level. So all in all, there are some players who have played at the highest level, and therefore we expect this competition to be very keen.
Oh, certainly. And I think we just need, for information purposes, with our viewers and listeners, you'd have heard the name Obed McCoy. Yes, that's Obed McCoy out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's here in Grenada with the Windward Islands Volcanoes franchise. And we must also say that the Volcano players, they are part of the various teams. So Obed McCoy, he's assigned to St. Patrick's. And later on in the next semi-final, we'll see other Volcano players. But the action is about to start here at the National Stadium. Obed McCoy, who we're speaking of, he will bowl the first ball for St. Patrick's from the northern end or the Dabo end. He'll be bowling to talented Keon George, who would have played at the national level, the under 19s, under 15 for Grenada, and with him is Samuel Charles. So first ball, McCoy about to deliver.
Well, we're about to see the first ball, and McCoy, left-handed bowler, he's going to bowl from this northern end, and Keon George, left-handed batsman, they're going to take strike, and he's bowling to two slips. Backward point, third man on the boundary cover, and mid-off on the offside. Long leg, wide mid-wicket, and a mid-on as he's about to bowl to Keon George. Umpires for today, Rupert Holas, and we also have
John Mack.
John Mack. and they are going to be doing duties today as McCoy is on his way. Left arm over the wicket to bowl to Keon George. Outside the off stump, and Keon getting a bit of lift there. No ball signal. First delivery bowled by McCoy, and umpire Holas with his right hand outstretched. And there's 1 run, 1 extra. It's 1 without loss. Remember that today it's a 45 over game, which each bowler would be allowed to bowl 9 overs. McCoy once again to Keon. This is full. This is played to us in a square leg position. The field at mid wicket had to run to his left, and there's enough time for just 1 run, 1 thought, 2 runs there. The batsman come back for 2.
Yes, McCoy there just a bit full. I think probably he was looking for the Yorker early up. Easy delivery there for Keon George to clip off his legs to get the blood pumping a bit and the feet moving. So he would be glad to. Any opening batsman would be happy to get the first one off the bat and get off that dreaded duck.
3 without loss. McCoy, good deliveries, better delivery, pitching outside the off stump, but George is equal to it, just pulling the bat inside and then allowing that delivery to go outside the off stump. And good bounce there by McCoy. Just seemed to be able to get the ball to bounce a bit and to move away from the left-handed batsman. And it went through to the keeper. It's 3 without loss. The first over of this 45 over game. As McCoy. Again, good delivery, leaving George, who just steered it just past the second slip, and the fielder coming off the boundary, coming in, and 1 more to George. That takes him on to 3. The score total 4 without loss.
Yes, sort of good pace so far from McCoy. Opening up is his first over. He would have also had a good spell yesterday. And he, as we said, he's one of the professional cricketers here in Grenada, based with the Wind and Volcanoes. They're doing their training and so forth here. So McCoy would really look to add a level of experience, a level of professional qualities to the outfit. And he would be looking to strike early. And Samuel Charles would certainly have his hands full against the class of Obed McCoy.
The right-handed Samuel Charles, as McCoy continue over the wicket, and a ball leaving the right-handed batsman. And again, being able to extract some lift outside the off stump. The batsman had nothing to do with it. But Kerry McCoy was also very instrumental in that victory for St. Patrick's yesterday, coming in with the bat. When it looks as though St. Patrick's would have lost that game, but you just came in and played a pretty brief inning, what was important in it.
Oh yeah, I think he was his big hitting at the end. I think he hit 2 big sixes. Was the difference between pushing St. Patrick's over the line.
McCoy, again outside the off stump and not really forcing the batsman to play, and Samuel Charles, just lifting the bat and allow it to go to outside the off stump. And the score remain in this first over, 4 without loss. McCoy, one of the professionals that is playing for the St. Patrick's team, had a good outing yesterday. Obviously made a difference in terms of the outcome of that game, and certainly he would be looking to do the same today, as he's up to the wicket to bowl to Samuel Charles, and this one lifting, and this one is turned just down to backward square. The fielder at mid wicket moved to his right, and allows the batsman enough chance to take a run. So he's off the mark. That's Samuel Charles on 1 at the end of the first over. It's 5 without loss. As ball lifting on the body of Samuel Charles here. Played it to backward square. Just a bit uncomfortable, but was able to get it down to that position. And he picked up an easy single. So Charles is 1, and he's going to come in to strike for the second over. And the score after the end of the first over, 5 without loss.
Oh yeah, a very average start there. By both teams, I think they'll be pleased after the first over. St. David's not losing a wicket. McCoy is still trying to find that right line. You would have seen that he would have delivered a few deliveries that really didn't threaten the stumps, and the batsman was able to leave it alone outside the off stump, just getting his eyes in a bit. And now we have a different proposition from the other end, where we'll see some off spin. I believe that is Charles. He normally, St. Patrick's is one who likes to open with a bit of spin. It was Iman Alexander in previous matches, but today we see it seems to be Charles who will be taking up the action from the bottom end.
Yes, we've seen spin from that southern end as he's up to the wicket first delivery, and he steered it straight to slip hand, and Charles just really a nothing shot as he came back and steered the first delivery straight into first slip hand, and Charles, Samuel Charles goes without scoring, and St. David's have lost their first wicket. It's 5 for 1.
Oh, certainly a naughty dismissal there from Samuel Charles. He came back, he saw the ball outside the off stump, turning into him, and he just steered it towards the third man region. But there was Devon Smith in first slip, using all his experience, calmly collecting the ball off the bat of Samuel Charles. Early dismissal there for St. David's, not the start they would look to have wanted, and a disappointing end there from Samuel Charles, as we see Teddy Bishop quite confidently strides to the middle, and he'll be certainly looking to have a top day for his parish here at the National Stadium.
Yes, and Davis Charles struck in his first delivery, off spin, and he really didn't seem to be somewhat much in that particular delivery. He came back and just virtually steered it to first slip.
Yeah, it's a new ball, the first ball from the off spinner. Pitch outside the off stump, turned back a bit, had new cherry edge towards first slip, where Devon Smith used all his experience and completed a comfortable catch. So an excellent start there for Davis Charles and his team, St. Patrick's.
Teddy Bishop, right-handed batsman. A lot have been spoken about him. He's going to face his first delivery from Charles, and this is coming forward, looking to drive again, not getting hold of it. It went out of point. Probably just coming off the bat, and maybe just hitting the pad as it went to that point position. No runs. It's 5 for 1. Charles once again to Bishop. Bishop is back and hit cut in square. Beautiful shot to backward point, and it goes down to the boundary for 4.
Oh, certainly a top shot there from Teddy Bishop. It was short. He went back, gave himself some room, and he just caressed that between backward point and the fielder there at gully. Top shot there from Bishop. He is off the mark with a boundary, and he gets the first boundary of the inning. And St. David, they're on the go. They're 9 for 1.
Yeah, good shot by Bishop as he settles to face Charles, and for this delivery he's covering up and pushing it back along the wicket. Short of laying delivery coming into the batsman, and he pushes it back on the onside. The score remains 9 for 1. We are in second over. St. David's winning the toss and electing to bat today as Charles. And Bishop is driving to a mid-wicket between that more of a square leg position. He picked up another single. The fielder had to move to his left. That fielder backward square. Another single. That seemed to be McCoy. One more to Bishop. He's on 5. Score is 10 for 1. Keon George have not scored. He left-handed Keon George. He's going to face his first delivery from Charles. As slight adjustment to the field. Devon Smith there. As Charles to George. And George is stroking his down to long on and ambles a single. The fielder comes off the boundary. That concludes the second over. St. David's winning the toss and electing to bat. 11 for 1.
Yes, very good over, successful over there for Davis Charles. He was able to nip the wicket off Samuel Charles. Teddy Bishop played a lovely cut towards the offside. So 11 for 1. 11 for 1 after 2 overs, and certainly St. David's at this stage, they'd be looking to see if they can create a partnership. As we know, both Keon George and Teddy Bishop, the batsmen that loves to bat for a long period of time, and they'll be hoping that they do not suffer any further loss in the early goings of this encounter.
Yes, and St. David's will depend heavily on both of these players who would have done well over the last 2 years. McCoy, and he's up to wicket ball to Keon. Keon plays this to mid wicket. Ball pitched up straight to the fielder at mid wicket. Better link by McCoy. His first over carry just being a bit wide, not forcing the batsman to play much. This one was straighter delivery on a good link, and George pushing it to mid wicket. What can't score.
Yes, Keon George. Normally, typically a slow starter, but once he gets going, he can occupy the crease for a very long time.
Covers up to another good delivery. This one staying down just a bit. George was equal to it, and he pushed it back on the onside. Certainly, his length in this over certainly is much fuller, much tighter, and George had to defend both deliveries as he played it slowly back on the onside. And the score remains at 11 for 1.
Mm-hmm.
Keon George as he faces another delivery from McCoy outside the off stump. This one is wide eye. He was not forced into playing there as he allowed it to go through outside the off stump. Just swinging away from the left-hander slightly, but poses no threat, and George just allowed this one to go through outside the off stump. It's 11.
Yes, McCoy seems to be he's finding the right line. First couple of deliveries attacking the stumps. This one about outside the off stump, and I'm sure he'd like to follow up to get Keon George playing a bit more often.
Another good delivery. Stayed down to the backward point. Who had to move to his right, and George pick up another single.
Yeah, Crony, I think when you look at the tournament, the number of top national players mixed with the players from the Windward Island Volcanoes is certainly, we've witnessed so far on the resumption of the tournament, some high-level cricket, and the likes of McCoy, Devon Smith, the Dennis Smith, Dennis George, who'd have all played at some level of first-class cricket, coming up against the likes of Roland Cato, Ryan John, Keon George, Teddy Bishop. It's certainly excellent quality cricketers in both squads, and it should make for an exciting encounter.
McCoy in his final delivery of his second over and lifting outside the off stump, and Bishop just allowing it to go through. Probably not final, but he's continuing over, probably just one more. Yes, I agree with you, Kerry. The fact that we had even this St. George's St. Davis game, I thought it was of high quality. We had some good players on show. I think the bowling of St. George's, I think was really, really good. And we had really some high quality cricket being played, and it was so refreshing, after such a long time to have cricket in the stadium after we'd have gone through the period that we went through. This delivery, you're looking to turn down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. Umpire holders there just signal wide as this one was down the leg side. Bishop looking to turn it down to long leg, made no contact. That take the score to 13. Yes, as I was saying, Kerry, that coming off that period, I think where the pandemic really hit, almost everyone, and we saw the cricketers came out, and there was a lot of enthusiasm, and I must say that the level of cricket was pretty high.
Yeah, certainly the cricket has certainly added Grenada and the local sportsmen getting back to normal.
Again, down the leg side, will be signaled another wide by umpire Holas. And McCoy just seemed losing his line. The last two deliveries down the leg side. It's 14 for 1. We're still in the second over.
Yeah, I think McCoy, they're struggling a bit with the both right-hand and left-hand combination. Those deliveries would be excellent deliveries for Keon George, who would probably have to either leave them alone or the off stump or open the face towards the third man region. But for Teddy Bishop, 2 deliveries on the leg side, 2 extra runs for St. David's.
McCoy. You have to do wicket ball to Teddy. Teddy's driving beautifully through covers, and that's going to rush into the cover boundary for 4. Over pitch, just outside the off stump, and he give it a full treatment and hit it through the covers for 4.
Oh, excellent shot there from Teddy Bishop. He's one that is talked of very highly, and that delivery certainly was an clear indication of the talent that the young man possessed. He came forward to a delivery pitched up offside the off stump. He opened the driven beautifully off the middle of the bat. The fielder there between extra cover and point, they didn't stand a chance. 4 more runs to the Teddy Bishop, his second boundary of the inning, and St. David's, they move on to 17 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, and I make it 18 for 1. We just looking to sort out just a bit to the scoring here, but 18 for 1, a beautiful shot. And this is the second shot he would have played, second boundary would have hit. And I think both boundaries were of high class.
Very high quality there from the youngster Teddy Bishop.
So Bishop is on 9. We're just going to, as Keon George prepares to face Charles. And again, good length delivery, just pitching slightly outside the off. Some George coming forward, just calmly coming forward, push it on the onside. The score remains 18 for 1.
Yeah, I think George, so far, the deliveries he has bowled, very much attacking the batsman, not giving them much outside the off stump. Most of the deliveries they have to play either, and so he's really into the batsman early in his innings.
George is back and pushing it to short cover. No chance of a run. Charles in his second over, picking up the wicket of Samuel Charles for no score. Key and George have been the backbone for St. David's batting for quite a while. He faces Charles, he's coming forward and stroking it back to Charles.
Yes, Keon, as you said, the talent for a while, and the whole George family there from Wester Hall, the West Point family, they've certainly been a mainstay of cricket in St. David's and Grenada for a lot of years.
This one is played to mid-wicket, and the fielder comes off the boundary. As the mid-wicket just went back. Another single to George. Take the score on to 6. Score is 19 for 1. St. David will certainly want this pair to set a sort of foundation, while St. Patrick's will be really looking to make further inroads into the St. David's batting. The right-handed Teddy Bishop. One slip in Devon Smith. Backward point McCoy. Cover. Mid-off. A sweep on the boundary, and Bishop is choking this one to mid-wicket. A wide mid-on. No chance of a run. We have a backward square, and mid-wicket on the boundary, long on. Short outside the off-stump again. Bishop looking again to hit that down to backward point. Not timing, bouncing just in front of him on the offside. And Charles completes his second over. Scored 19 for 1.
Yeah, certainly they have been stabilizing the innings a bit. The early loss, Bishop and George, they seem to be getting in tune with the pace of the wicket, and they haven't looked too much threatened a bit outside there. Yes, McCoy has been bowling some good deliveries, but they've been able to negotiate him quite well, and I'm certain they'll be looking to lay the foundation of what could be a challenging total later on that St. Patrick's will have to chase. We still have the likes of Roland Cato and Keon George, Melvin Gordon, still a lot of quality left for St. David's. But I think these two batsmen will be putting up their hands to bat for a long time and set a good foundation for those more expressive batsmen and explosive batsmen in the end to help push on the total.
McCoy is going to continue from this northern end. Keon George is on 6. A lifting delivery down the leg side. Looking to turn appeal. Went up there as George was looking to turn this lifting delivery. Taken by the keeper, and it's Dennis Smith going up with the appeal. Umpire is on move. Interesting, Kerry.
Yeah, I think that one probably came off the tie pad a bit as you see it left the batsman. It did bob up in the a bit in the air, and Dennis Smith is probably trying to keep the umpire under a bit of pressure, but umpire hold us up to the task, clearly indicating that there was nowhere close to the bat. So
McCoy in his third over. He's just missing his run there and having to. And we have seen that happen with him in the game yesterday, in that he consistently missing his run and having to go back to his mark.
Yeah, I think it's always advisable that you pull out instead of forcing it and bowling a delivery that you do not wish to deliver. So McCoy, he's trying to get the right his run up right and hope to get the breakthrough again for his team, St. Patrick's.
Outside the off stump again wide, not forcing the batsman to play there. And this one just standing a bit, then Smith stopping well behind the wicket. Again, just seem to be a bit all over the place.
Yeah,
Wide off the off stump and down the leg side.
yeah. I think Keon George showing a little bit of restraint. I think most other batsmen at this level would be looking to crash that towards the backward point region. But George saying it's probably a bit low. I'm going to leave it and look to live to see it fight another day.
George for this delivery. Again, short. This one is lifting. Again, outside the off stump. Does not have to play, and this is it's taken just about shoulder height by Smith. McCoy, imagine looking to extract whatever pace he can get there, but just his line direction, he just seemed to need to be adjusted.
Yeah, and I think the batsmen from St. David's they are saying that McCoy is certainly the fastest St. Patrick's bowler in the lineup, and they're looking to see if they can treat him with a bit of respect because I think after this it should be some high quality spin bowling from St. Patrick's.
Again, wide of the off stump will be signaled wide by the umpire. Again, he just looking down at his boots there. Just seemed to be struggling a bit, coming back there with I don't know a little hop, but he's remarking the crease where he's landing. Just seemed to have lost it a bit. He's bowling to two slips, a third man on the boundary, cover point, a mid off on the offside. He has a long leg on the boundary, a mid wicket and a mid on. He's up again to bowl to the left-handed key on George. Over the wicket, bowl to George. George again is leaving outside the off. Some not being forced to play. And that ball goes shoot to the keeper, Dennis Smith. Giving the batsman enough chance to really have a look, get used to the condition. And certainly this is not something that you would always want, but more or less to have the batsman guessing.
Yeah, and I think it's clear that McCoy is struggling a bit, but the batsmen they're not looking to really go gun ho, as we know it's 45 over match encounter, and they have a lot of deliveries to bats and overs to bat, and they're looking to play cautious at the beginning.
Short outside the off stump, no problem for the batsman, as George just allow this one to go to outside the off stump.
Cyprian replace me. Yeah, it's McCoy again. That one died a bit onto the keeper. He really put in the effort ball there, but just bounced before reaching Dennis Smith. So he obviously the pitch is saying that it's a bit on the slow side. So McCoy would be advised maybe to bowl a bit much on the fuller length, getting the batsman to come on the front foot.
19 for 1. And a better delivery, this one lifting. Just seemed to hit George somewhere on the finger, and as you see him walking away there. But this one lifted consistently and really had been a little difficulty. But it's the end of the over, end of McCoy's third over, 19 for 1. And St. David's certainly would want to continue to put some sort of foundation in place so that really would have that kind of score to make this game competitive.
Oh yeah, that was a nasty delivery there. Just on a good length delivery. It moved a bit after pitching, coming into the left-handed batsman Keon George, took it on, I think, maybe the thumb. Certainly, he's in a bit of discomfort. They're calling for some assistance from the dressing room, and he will be certainly looking to remain out there fighting for his team. 20 without for 1 after 5 overs, just about 4 runs and over. Even Stevens here at the National Stadium is going to be more from Rifle Crony, and he'll be joined by Cyprian Forsyth.
Charles is going to continue from that southern end as Dennis Teddy Bishop as Bishop prepares to take strike. We are seeing him playing to beautiful shot, one through the covers, both through the covers, one a drive and one a back foot shot, hit through the covers. He's on 9, and he's gonna face Charles. Right arm off spin to Bishop. Bishop is coming forward and stroking back to the bowler. No chance of a run. As I welcome Cyprian. Good morning.
Pleasant good morning to you, Rifle. Pleasant day now for cricket in the sunshine, and pretty good start from the St. David's team.
Bishop is looking to hit this one somewhere to mid on, coming off the inner edge and shot backward square, coming in quickly, no chance of run. He's looking to force a piece there, as Charles. And he's Bishop coming forward and pushing back on the offside. Just seemed to be no tight in his line as Charles. And Bishop probably need to be more watchful as he prepare to face. This time he's back and playing it to mid wicket. The score remains 20 for 1. We are in over number 6, I make it, yeah, over number 6. Shot outside the off, some hit down to backward point, and the fielder, there's a sweeper on the boundary. So one more to Bishop, that takes his score on to 10. It's 21 for 1. The left-handed Keon George comes into strike. Again, no adjustment in the field. There's a slip backward point cover and a mid-off, deep sweeper on the boundary, on the offside. Mid-wicket and a long on. George is coming forward again and playing on the offside. He's beaten outside the off, some taken by the keeper. At the end of a good over ball by Charles.
Yeah, Charles bowling really tight lines here to both Bishop and George. That last delivery, getting some grip of the surface and spinning away from the left-handed Keon George. It's been a quiet start from St. David's. Of course, they lost that early wicket of Samuel Charge, and it's been some really tidy bowling from the St. Patrick's bowlers, keeping tight line and lengths, and not really much boundary balls from the St. David's batsmen. But they too have been quite tight in their defense, and we're up for a really interesting battle throughout the day.
Yeah, we seen that last over there, that Charles just beginning to come into his own a bit much tighter. I think the batsmen really had to be more watchful. Just seemed to be giving the ball a little bit more air, and certainly create doubt in both batsmen, and they had to be really watchful. You know, as we see the beginning of another over. Bishop, ball pitched up and it's played to backward point, no chance of a run. Who's bowling? This one is, the score remains 21 for 1. And still remain a slip, third man on the boundary. That's right, a good delivery, and this one just seeming to take the pad, peel by the umpire, not out there, but as he came forward, the ball just seemed to somewhat come in a bit and seem to pass between bat and pad. Probably just clipping maybe the top of the pad.
Yeah, excellent delivery from Olive. This one nipping back into the right-handed Teddy Bishop, and he went up for the appeal. They slip caught in, keeper and slip. They weren't 2 and 2s, but Olive, the bowler, was really asking, hoping that the umpire raised the finger, but I think he was just indicating that he was struck outside the line of the off stump there.
Okay, and we see in Keon George just having a word with Teddy Bishop as he prepares to face another full to the bat. Again, he looking to plate maybe 2 square leg, and Solly would have missed out there. Full delivery. Again, swinging more down the leg side, and Bishop, I think, was looking to hit that somewhere. I think more mid wicket than square leg, and he missed.
Yeah, I think he was trying to hit it too hard as well. Full delivery on the pads, just looking to hit it a bit too much instead of timing that and missing out there.
Olive, right hand move again, getting the ball to really come in nicely from outside the off stump, and Bishop there had to be watchful. They push it back along the wicket. And John Olive is bowling on the leg side, just a mid-on deep mid-wicket, and a long leg on the boundary as he's over the wicket again, getting the ball to come in. Bishop playing to cover, looking for a run, no chance of a run there. At good line and being able to really to get that ball to move.
Very good areas here from Olive. Well, that's his strength. Getting the ball to move in late, especially against the right-handed batsman. Get a lot of his wickets, LBW on balls, and clearly he's looking to do the same here, keeping the ball at a full length.
Yeah, once more. And this is driving again. In the air, not getting hold of this delivery, and see the mid-wicket fielder making a good effort to try to take it there, and probably just get his hand to it, and he picked up 2 runs, 2 more to Bishop.
Again,
Who coming next?
that late movement from Olive. Bishop
Ashley.
looking to hit that one straight down the ground, but the late in swing, Bishop getting the inner edge and scooting out into the mid wicket region.
2 more to Bishop. The end of the over. It's 23 for the loss of 1 wicket. We had 7 overs bowled, and as you said, pretty good over by Olive there, being able to get that ball to move from off stump to come in, and really seemingly being able to hit his line as soon as he came on board.
Yeah, he's a experienced cricketer, has been around for quite a while, and he definitely knows his craft, he knows his game, and he would be one to that St. Patrick's will be looking to get a few wickets for, with his that skill to bring the ball back into the right hander. As Davis Charles continues from the River Road end to bowl to George. Back of a length delivery to not convincing run there. They were start and stop. Eventually, they make it through with no alarms. The fielder in short fine leg position there was coming in just a bit too slow, despite the miscommunication by the batsmen. So they were able to make it comfortably.
Yeah, 24. I make it 24 for 1. Bishop comes back into strike, and Charles, I think, is in his 4th over. This one is played past a vacant slip position. The fielder at backward point had to chase back, and that's 2 more to Bishop. 26. 26 for 1. Teddy Bishop. Yes, Charles. Right arm off spin to Bishop. Wide at the off stump. He's cutting down again. This again past that backward point to have another chase, and let's see. He stop it just inside the boundary, and the batsman pick up 2 more.
Good chase there by the fielder. Ball going close to the boundary and sliding and restricting the batsman to just 2 runs.
28. Again, this one is played to backward point. The fielder there making a good stop, had to move to his left and dive in there and stopping this delivery. The score remain 28 for 1. Bishop on 14. See. This again is pulling well through mid wicket. The fielder on the boundary having to move, but certainly this was hit well, and it go down to, and that's a wide long on. It goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good shot there from Bishop. It was a rank long hop from Charles. Seemed to have looking to bowl in a faster one there, but pulling it down, and really easy pickings there for Bishop, and he capitalized quite well.
32 for 1. Bishop is on 18. As in this 8th over, Bishop is coming forward and pushing in front of him, and there's no chance of a run. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 32 for 1. George is on 6, and Bishop is on 20, 5 extras. 32 for 1 after 8 overs.
Yeah, quiet start. The St. Patrick's bowlers are not really allowing the St. David's batsmen to get off, and that last over there from Charles seemed to be getting the ball to just drift a bit away from the right-handed batsman. Quite evident there were a few outside edges going down to the backward point region.
Yeah, just seemingly trying too many things there, and some of them just pull long shot, and Bishop making full use of it and playing a beautiful shot through a wide long on. And it races across the boundary for 4. The left-handed Keon George, as he faces, again, this one is steered to backward point, no chance of a run. John Olive again is keeping the ball up to the bat, and is plays a backward point, and he's bowling to 6-3 field. Slip backward point, third man on the boundary, cover mid-off, a sweeper. As he's up to wicket again, ball to George, pitch up, stroke firmly down to mid-off position. Good timing there by Keon George. The field at mid-off, we had tumbling stop, but a good shot, a good timing there by George. On the leg side, long leg, mid-wicket wide and a mid-on. John Olive, right arm over the wicket to George. He covers up and push it to that mid-wicket position. Again, can't score. 32 for 1. We are in the 9th over. This game, 45 over per side. As he covers up again to another good delivery, and it plays it more square leg position, and he had chance to come to for a single. But another good delivery by John Olive, just pitching somewhere just about the leg stump and into the batsman. George having to come down on this one and play it in a square leg position, and the score goes to 33 for 1. Keon George is on 7. The right-handed Bishop. Pitch up and he whip this one. Let's see. This one goes over the mid-wicket and goes down to the boundary for 4. Good shot. Chancy a bit, but certainly he got under this one and he hit it over mid-wicket. Just a couple bounces into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good positive shot here from Bishop. Of course, Olive getting a ball to come back in. Really, no risk. Of course, there's no fielders out in the deep end, and he was confident with the shot and executed well.
37 for 1. Bishop goes to 24, and they get a good delivery again, and he come through for a leg by, well run there by Keon George, as he was coming on his front foot, leg by, ball came into him, and they steal quick single that take the score to 38. 38 for 1. As we come to the end of over number 9, St. David's winning the toss and batting 38 for 1. And after a few more words from Cyprian, Justin Hector is going to take over the commentary.
Yeah, good tight over there again from John Oliver. Despite the boundary, he continues to maintain a quite consistent line and length, and he's want to keep the ball full. And St. Patrick's would be a bit happy with the start that they've had. Of course, they had the early wicket of Samuel Charles and really keeping things in touch. As we say, good morning, Justin.
Thank you. Good morning, Cyprian. As delivery pitch right up by to Bishop, and Bishop coming forward, probably just done a bit there in the flight, maybe a little bit of turn, and they're having an appeal which is not really appeal for stumping. In fact, he is probably well grounded. So no damage done. Bishop has looked rather positive this morning, unlike Keon, who has seemed to have set himself to bat long, to really bat deep into the innings, and he certainly looked pretty good. It was a good bit of bowling there by Charles. Tossed it up and beating Bishop in the flight as he comes in now to bowl to Bishop again, who this time is driving up on the onside, and Charles coming across and knocking it down. So lovely morning, and it's really great to see a day like that after some of the days we've had in recent times. Yeah. Bright sunshine, although they are raining in other parts of the country, even as I speak. Yes, Charles from the southern or the Dabo end or the River Road end, whichever way you chooses to call it. Some may say the River end. As he comes in on bowls to Bishop just giving himself some room and cutting it again down behind square. There's a chase again for the fielder at backward point. and he picks up 2. So he's played this shot pretty well this morning.
Davis there again. Charles looking to bowl a quicker delivery again, and one will wonder why when he looks to flight it, he seems to have the batsman in a bit of a bother, beating the outside edge, sometimes getting edge, and of course the wicket of Samuel Charles was an outside edge caught in slip.
So Bishop moves on by 2. He's on 26. As here now is Charles on his way to bowl to Bishop. Bishop again is looking to, like that, probably looking to hit that down on the onside, down towards long on. And again, Charles feeling well to his own bowling.
Interesting move by St. Patrick's team to take out the first slip, given the fact that Davis Charles has been going past the outside edge.
Delivery which is played up into the offside by Bishop again, just opening the face of the bat. And not being able to score as the fielder at backward point comes in pretty quickly and does the fielding. So there's the run 40-for-1. St. David batting first here in this Super 50 final game. As here now is Charles again on his way off spin to bowl to Bishop. Bishop tucks it away on the onside through mid wicket. The fielder comes off the mid wicket boundary to pick up, and the batsman just goes through for a single to bring the end of another over by Charles. Davis Charles at the end of it. He has bowled 5 overs. And, 41-for-1, the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Quiet over there again by Charles, just the 3 runs coming off of it. As the St. David's batsmen, they look to continue to build this partnership here, given the loss of the early wicket. Some really good sunshine here now, Justin.
Very, very nice. They say coming down the western side this morning, it was very rainy and probably still is. But it's really great to see the type of weather we're having here. Remember in a couple of weeks ago when we had the St. John's and Andrew match, it was a real disaster as it related with the, as far as the rain was concerned. It fell forward towards quite flooding in St. George's and hot sun in other parts of the country. That's what nature
really
works. Here now is Olive from the northern end to bowl to Bishop. Bishop just tucks it away on the onside, just behind, in front of square. On the onside, the fielder comes off the mid-wicket region to do the fielding, and another easy single again to Teddy Bishop. He moves on to 28, and it brings Keon George on strike. He's on 7. As I said, he's been pretty quiet throughout the case of the morning. Really contrasting style. Teddy, wiry, very slim young man. Keon, on the other hand, is a lot heavier set. Probably think that he'll be a bit more robust in his approach. This have not been the case as Olive moves in now again to bowl to Keon. Keon this time just takes it off the legs and it goes down towards long leg. The fielder comes off the boundary to do the fielding. And there's another single to take George onto 8. It brings Teddy Bishop back on strike. 43-for-1 here in the 11th over. Reminding you all the time that a game reduced to 45 overs. And but really lovely conditions. As Olive turns and begins to move in again and passes the umpire to bowl to Bishop. Bishop comes easily forward and just plays it up on the offside, field it there, short extra cover, and there is no run. 43-for-1. So pretty decent start, comforted by the St. David team.
Yes, definitely. And here we see our wicketkeeper Dennis Smith putting some pressure on the batsman by keeping up to the stump.
Yes, and Olive is not very quick. He comes in on bowls again to Bishop. Bishop this time is locked in defense and plays it up on the offside. The fielder comes up from mid-off and does the fielding. Again, there is no run. But Olive primarily just brings the ball back into the right hand. We haven't seen any really hold its line or probably leave the batsman so far. I think you can add that in. Yes, Amri would be probably a lot more effective. As he moves in now again, passes the umpire to bowl to Bishop. Dropped on the pad is a load appeal for leg before it's gone. Of course, yes, that was plumb leg before. A delivery just on or about off stump and coming slightly back into the batsman. So Bishop finally goes. He goes for 28. LBW bowl Olive.
Yeah, disappointing shot there from Bishop. Looking to whip it through the mid wicket region. Pretty straight. Should have been looking to play that back down the track, but chose to go across the line and pay the price dearly.
Well, it's a problem faced with some of the young batsmen. See, they look so good for a short period of time. Maybe just a lapse in concentration on the part of young Bishop there and losing his wicket at a crucial time. They were just beginning to really cement and really consolidate the St. David position. And of course the wicket falling.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
partnership was certainly developing quite nicely. So St. David's would be disappointed with that dismissal with the shot.
Yes, and it's left to be seen what type of approach now that will be taken. Whether Keon, who's been there from the start, now would probably want to uh, probably take most of the bowling while the new batsman settling.
Well, I think his Keon's role in this in St. David's batsman lineup at the top of the order is really to bat through. He is one that has quite a lot of patience, and he looks to bat through, and he likes batting for long periods. I think the incoming batsman is Melvin Gordon, and he is a really attacking player. So I think he would play his natural game, play his shots, while Keon will look to continue cementing things and be the one to hold up one end.
Yes, well, another Melvin Gordon, another left-handed batsman, very similar in stature to Keon George. They both are short, stocky players, and they're both left-handed. I think St. David probably would have preferred probably to have a left and right hand combination, but of course, it doesn't really matter sometimes. As here is Olive, fresh from success, comes up now and bowls to Gordon. Gordon beaten outside the off stump. Delivery just on about the off stump and the natural movement by Olive going away from him. And that's the end of a successful over by Olive at the end of it. Keon George is on 8. Melvin Gordon has not yet scored. 43 for 1 is the latest score here.
Yeah, very good over there again from Olive. I said before that he is one that looks to move the ball back in. He bowls a pretty full length, always attacking the stumps, and most of his wickets are LBW and bowl. And we see this here again, and he would be quite pleased with that. Against the left-handers, though, somewhat doesn't seem to get that sort of a movement. I think he prefers bowling to the right-handed batsman.
So Charles continue from the southern end, bowling his off breaks. This time he has the left-hander to bowl to. He comes in on bowls to George. George clips it off the toes and it's straight up to the fielder at in the mid-wicket region. And there is no runs. So the score remains on 43 for 1. And St. Patrick scoring rate so far. Not a really a tough rate, just about 4.4 runs per over, basically. So they haven't really gotten away in any way. The delivery which is pushed up on the onside again by George. Back to the bowler. He goes as George flips the ball from hand to hand, comes in on bowls to George. George plays it up on the offside and a little mix up here. There could be a run out and there is a run out. Really a bad mix up. And you have to ask yourself if in fact there was a run up, whose call it was. The Gordon who has just come in was that a man that there was a single there. Charged along the wicket. Keon did not respond. And he has to go back to the pavilion for naught. And really sad way to end.
I have no idea where Gordon was going on that occasion. Bally was struck pretty firmly and went to the fielder. The fielder moved in quite sharply. Dennis George is quite sharp in the field and picking up cleanly and executing a run out. Gordon slipping mid wicket, and that made the situation worse for him.
So another wicket has fallen, the third. So it's 43 for 3. St. David is really almost self-destructing, Cyprian. You know?
Yeah.
No way there was a single there. The delivery was just pushed up on the offside. And Gordon took off, really. And Keon was going nowhere. For 3. We're in the 12th over. That's 11.3 over so far, gone in this 45 over encounter. So send now Regis have coming to the new batsman in. Don't know what type of player Regis is in terms of you wouldn't know him far better. So Devon Smith will be quite happy with the way things have gone this morning. As there is Charles again on his way to bowl to George. George just turned it away on the onside, straight to the man at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So St. Patrick, sorry, they have managed to keep it not only tight, but they have taken wickets. As here is Charles again, a delivery on the body, and again plays up towards the fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 43 for 3. George is on 8. And Shondell, who has just come in, is on not yet scored. In fact, he will be next on strike as the over comes to an end. At the end of it, a wicket not to any of the bowlers, but to the self-destruction, so to speak, of the batsman. But St. Patrick will take that. So at the end of it, 43 for 3, and that's the latest score here.
Another tight score again. It's tight over, sorry, from Davis Charles. Just keeping the ball within wicket to wicket, and Keon George not really getting any loose deliveries to free their arms on score. And they have been quite disciplined in their bowling approach, this in Patrick's team.
Indeed, and I think that's the reason why you can say is in some degree of control at this time. 43 for 3 in 12 overs. I don't think they can ask for more after being out in the field. So another lefty Shondell, Shondell Regis. So quite a number of left-handers it seems in the top part of the St. David batting. Series Olive on his way to Regis. Regis plays it up comfortably on the offside. The fielder at extra cover. But extra cover just comes in to do the fielding. Rubs the ball on his trouser. And of course, the game is being played in white. So red ball. As here is Olive again on his way to bowl to Regis. Regis gets a delivery. That's probably in line with the leg stump. And just jumping backward. And putting it up on the onside towards mid-on. There is no run, 43 for 3. Regis not yet trouble on the scorers. Keon George is on 8. 8 from 31 deliveries, which is probably will indicate that he's going quite slowly. But here is Olive again from the northern, or the commentary booth end. We are at the northern end of the ground. Plays a delivery which again comes forward and coming out the outer portion of the bat. Probably just beating the outside edge, coming out the keeper's glove and going away towards backward point on the offside. And there is no run.
You see that movement again there from John Olive, just nipping away from the bat of Shondell Regis. Good stuff from Olive. He continues to bowl well, continues to keep the batsmen thinking, guessing all the time.
Of course, not very quick, just there. But very much just there or thereabout as he comes in again, a delivery on around middle and off. And the batsman can do no more Regis than play it up on the offside. The fielder at extra cover comes in to do the fielding. There's no run. 43 for 3. St. David batting first. 8 to George. Regis, who have had 4 deliveries so far, is on naught. Series Olive passes the umpire right hand bowls to Regis. Regis this time just looking to push it up wide of the man at extra cover. Can't do so. The fielder comes across to his right and does the fielding, and there is no run.
Regis gonna quite watchful here. Certainly has no choice against the challenge he has facing up against with John Olive.
John Olive has been rather consistent, but stiff breeze blowing across. You can see the flutter in the shot of Olive as he comes into bowl to Regis. Regis this time is in defense and plays up on the offside again. Almost action replay, goes out towards extra cover to do the fielding at the end of another Olive over. At the end of it, John Olive has bowled 4 overs, 9 runs, 1 wicket. And Keon George, who would be on strike, he's on 8. Regis have not yet scored. 43 for 3 is the latest score here at the National Stadium. And say goodbye to Cypri. And see, as Ashley comes into the comment channel. Say good morning to you, Ashley.
Very pleasant. Good morning to you, and good morning to all our listeners and our lookers.
I trust you had a good night. The weather was good on your side.
Well,
Get down pretty early this morning.
I guess the weather is always good, whether it's rain or sun. We had some rain up the countryside, as we normally say, St. Andrews area. We had some rain up there, Paraclete area up there. We had some rain, and agriculture area, so we expect that the farmers up there going to be all happy.
I have to say thank you to them for feeding me. Yeah. Yeah, so it's been a pretty well. Well, you can't probably St. Patrick, sorry. We feel that they have had the best of the morning so far, having picked up 3 wickets for 43 runs in 13 overs in that reduced encounter.
Well, if you're going to lose win a toss and batting first and you have lost, you end up in a situation like that. The opponent would always feel very much comfortable in such a position, and in this glorious bathing sunshine outside there, they would be all happy that they would continue to get wickets and don't have to stay outside there long.
Yeah, well, I think Smith will be pretty happy, as Charles will had a long spell so far. He's in his 7th over from the southern end, or if you can call it the River Road end, whichever he chooses, and Keon George, who have not really played too many shots in anger so far this morning. Just drives it down on the onside. It goes down towards long on. The fielder came off the boundary to do the fielding. There was a single for George to take him on to 9. He brings Shondell Regis into strike. He has had 6 deliveries bowled to him. He has not yet scored. As he waits for Charles left-handed. He is Charles right arm over the wicket. Bowls to Regis. Regis again comes forward carefully. Plays it up on the offside. Feel it that extra cover. It has been his place of choice so far in his batting. Most of the delivery we've seen him play has been played towards that area, towards the extra cover area of the field. He taps away, left arm. Waits for Charles again, who comes in and bowls to Regis. Regis this time allowed this one to just spin away outside the off stump. It was a pretty good judgment in the end for delivery, which was pitched almost in line with the off stump.
Very good delivery indeed, very close to the off stump.
As Charles moves in again, right and passes the umpire and bowls to Regis. Regis opens the face of the bat and can't get his first run as the delivery is played towards a backward point on the offside, and the fielder comes around to his right to do the fielding, and there is no runs. So Regis remains on not. 43 for 3. We're in over number 14 or 45. As here is Charles comes in again to bowl to Regis. This time he will get a single and probably more, as the delivery is turned down towards the fielder has to run away from backward point towards the short third man area, and the batsman took a single. So this gets Regis off the mark. He's on 1, and probably will be feeling a lot happier getting off the mark. 44 for 1, St. David, and it took him all of 10 deliveries to get off the mark. As here now again is Charles on his way to bowl, this time to George. George gets a delivery on target and just plays it up on the offside towards short extra, and can score to bring out the end of another tidy over by Charles at the end of it. 44 for 1 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Well, I think it's a very good ploy by Devon Smith and St. Patrick's to have Charles continue bowling, and he's bowling quite well. Hitting just pitching in line. He got a good rhythm. And Keon George on the opponent's side, what I noticed that he seemed to be batting with a plan. The intention there is to bat as long as possible, but at the same time, batting long, you have to keep scoring runs. It's a limited overs game, and runs have to be accumulated while batting long.
Tucked away on the onside. Delivery from Olive, continuing from the northern end, and he has bowled rather steadily. He doesn't really know that he has picked up Olive so far has picked up 1 wicket for 9 runs, and he's bowled pretty steadily.
Just there on the off stump, and not actually giving anything away. Nice little rhythm.
Comes in again, passes the umpire to bowl to delivery, chuck clock on the offside by Regis. There will be a long chase side. He may just put it back inside, does so with his boot. They're gone for one. They're back for the second, and just thinking about the third, and just dismissing the thought rather quickly in the end, as they feel that chased away from mid-off towards the wide extra cover boundary. So two more to Regis. It goes to three. 3 in 12, 47 for 3. We're in over number 15.
It's good to see Regis outside the batting. The captain of the Grenada under-19 team we did not have any under-19 cricket this year. It's good to see him in the senior tournament.
Yes, as here is Olive on his way to him and to this delivery. Gets one around the leg stump and tuck it away towards square wicket on the onside. It long behind square on the onside. They're gone for one, and that's all they will be. So he goes to 4. 9 is Keon George. He's back into the attack, into strike. St. David, who has a number of left-handed batsmen, I think, and Olive will enjoy that, as he normally takes the ball away from the left-handed batsman. As he comes in now again to bowl to, this time, Keon George, who to the delivery. Driving, obviously, on the onside, and beautiful shot in the end. In fact, just pick that up against the natural movement that we were just talking about, and hit it over mid-wicket, and it goes away for 4. Probably the first shot we've seen George playing anger for the morning.
Well, you need to keep the scoreboard ticking. Can't just be there and runs not scoring. Remember, it's a limited over game, and you need to have a total in the end. So I guess that he has done the right thing.
So 50 up for St. David, 52 for 3. Win over number 15. And they're scoring at a rate of almost 4, 3.55. So the 50 has come up, and I think very soon we'll be able to give you the details on the 50. Here is Olive on his way to bowl to George. George this time gets another single as he tucks it around the corner on the onside. He gone for one, and there wouldn't be a second. And he 53. The score. George now goes to 14. It brings Regis back on strike. He's on 4. So there will be some relief by St. David seeing the 50 up. It's always one of the landmarks, the first major landmark, so to speak. As Olive turns in, really bright sunshine. It's pretty hot out there.
Very much so.
Comes in now to bowl to Regis. Regis gets a delivery outside the off stump and showing good judgment, just allowing it to go through to be taken by Smith. And there is no run to bring up the end of another over, the 15th, of which George is on 14th. Regis is on 4. 53 for 3 is the latest score here.
Well, what we have seen, when Olive is taking the ball away from the left-handed batsman, there is no run to be scored at all. But once he's going to go between middle and leg, the batsmen are always given the opportunity to tuck the ball off there, and I don't think that this is what the captain really wants. But bowlers, as usual, they will go offline sometime, but it's good to see him coming back in the final delivery back to his original length and line, and we live to see Charles continue bowling from the River Road end in hot sunshine here.
So he has bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, and delivery which is on about the leg stump and played up on the onside by George. There is no run. So Smith sticking to so far 3 bowlers. Comes in on bowl a delivery which is played up on the offside, and the batsman goes for a very quick single, and in the end easy, as the fielder had to come around to his left from backward point, just maybe towards a squarish cover area, and can't prevent the single.
A very good call and very good response by the batsman. You got to keep the singles, keep ticking the scoreboard over all the time.
Yes. So Regis has gone to 15 as a delivery which is this time just played up on the onside, and the fielder, the wicket-keeper, just going across to pick it up. So Regis is on 4. George is on 15. But there's so much emphasis actually being paid to strike rates. Very high strike rates by these two batsmen. Now swing by Regis down towards mid-wicket, and almost totally losing his shape, actually, to a full delivery. Which
yes, you got to keep your calm when you get those kind of deliveries and make sure you execute properly. But he just, as just rightly said, he just lost his shape. He got to open his eyes big and decide he's going to go for strength rather than placement.
He brought him a single. He goes to 5, and the total moves to 55 in over number 16. St. David. Of course, this encounter St. David versus St. Patrick in the GCA Super 50, and a chance by Devon Smith, the one which really he has no right to put down, and the outside edge found, and a bad miss there by Smith.
Ricky and George just given a live there, so he should know how he should be carrying on now. I don't think that Devon Smith is going to be quite happy with this, because they have played very well so far for the morning. 56 for 3, should have been making it 56 for 4. And George looking to settle in himself now, and let's see what happens from there on.
The single, which was hard by George, takes him on to 16. It brings Regis back on strike as he comes in on balls to Regis. Regis this time playing it a bit airy-fairy down behind point on the onside. It's going away towards the boundary, and it crosses the boundary now, and it goes for 4, but not in total control. Delivery, but we just short and wide outside the off stump, and it goes for 4 to take him on to 13. Regis on 9, in fact. So 9 from 17, 60 for 3. And Smith really had, I mean, and that's the example, the captain and the pro on the team. One really expects me to take a catch.
Yes,
like
yeah, it seemed a very simple catch indeed, but it went begging, and Kian George has to continue batting on. St. Patrick's seem to be all morning working into a ploy, and they are going to make another change with the bowling. So it seems that
So now, Chef, a few more thoughts from you. The next commentator will be Rafael Crony.
Bowling change from St. Patrick's. They will get the name of that bowler from the broadcast end. He's taking over from Olive. Olive who had relatively a good spell, taking the ball away from the left-handers and trying to keep the scoring down as much as possible. Cooney, good morning to you.
Yeah, morning, Ashley. Competitive fixture this morning. I think the game have been very competitive. St. Patrick's struck 3 important blue. Aski and George turned this one down to long leg, and ambles for one, looking for a second day, and the batsman, Regis, had to hustle back. No damage done. It's 61 for 3. As George, Keon George, he's on 17. Chanel Regis is on 9. It's 61 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Charles is the bowler.
As Charles it is. Right arm medium pace, and this time Regis covers up and push it on the offside very stylishly as it rolls down to mid-off, and there's no chance of a run.
It's good to, as I said before, it's good to see Regis out in the middle. On the 19 captain.
For this delivery, Regis allows it to go outside the off stump. Dennis Smith collecting behind the stumps. Look, very, very neat is Dennis Smith, actually.
And very compact too.
Charles, just about medium pace, just probably bowling off maybe 10 steps as he's up to the wicket now. Bowl to Regis. Regis turns on the onside. The fielder from mid-wicket deep, and then allows Regis to pick up another single. 62 for 3. We end the 17th over. St. Patrick's has kept in pretty tightly.
It's a very good bit of cricket from St. Patrick's, looking to continue to make inroads all the time.
As Charles bowling to fairly pack offside field. He's up to the wicket now to bowl to Regis, who plays it. George, who plays it back along the wicket. St. David's would have defeated St. Patrick's last year to win the championship, and certainly St. Patrick's in the semi-final game would really want to turn it around.
Very much so.
Charles to George, and George covers up again. Good length, good line, and that's, he can do no more than cover up and push it back along the wicket. And the end of good over by Charles at the end of the 17th over. St. David's winning the toss and electing to bat. They are 62 for 3.
But Charles always known to be a very economical bowler. If you remember him in under 15 cricket, he was a off spinner, and over the years had matured to growing into that stiff, what we call medium pace, and he has done this for St. Patrick's very regularly. And here again today in the semi-final game, though trying to gain all the exploits that he can. But Devon Smith is going to continue to marshal his troop out there. They have been keeping things tight for the longest while. St. David looking to get things going, but it's Charles. It seems that Charles is going to continue. It's a team that have a number of Charles with them, and he's going to continue. I think that is 9th over, I guess it is.
He's going to bowl to Regis. Regis is choking this one. They feel that cover have to move to his right. Regis pick up one more, 63 for 3. Shondell Regis is on 11 from 21 deliveries. And actually, as you say, it's so good to see your young players both representing the senior teams in our parishes. Just to let you know, there have been 6 parishes involved in this tournament. Come back to that as Keon is sitting down to long on. This is going to clear the boundary. Let's see. It goes over long on for 6. Good shot as he get under this one and lifted it over long on, and that goes over the rope for 6.
Well, Keon had been inside there from the very start, and he seems should be able to take care of Charles, as we have seen. So let's see what will happen.
69 it is as George prepared to face another delivery from Charles. Faster delivery, just turned the backward square. No chance of a run. That fielder ball traveling too quickly, and the fielder feeling at the left of the square leg umpire coming in and field. Scoring means 69. This one is choked down to long on by George, Keon George. Takes the score to 70 for 3. And George, who opened the batting, is on 23. The left-handed Shondell Regis, 2 left-handers at the wicket. He faces another delivery. This one turned to a square leg. And that fielder backwards scare had to move to his right. And that's one more to Shondell Regis. It's 71 for 3. And Keon comes back into strike. Backward square, mid-wicket. Mid-wicket on the boundary and a long on the leg side. As Charles Wright move over the wicket, ball to Keon. Keon turning again. That field at backward square having a lot of work to do. He moved to his right and stopped cleanly. So that completes over number 18. It's St. David's 71 for 3.
Charles continued to just bowl just around middle and leg stump there, and trying to induce the batsman maybe to play slightly across, looking for a leg before. But I always believe that bowling to the left-handers is always the ploy to get the ball going across them, especially in this encounters. And what we have seen is Charles have just made his way off the field. His spell has been finished, so he had bowled a very good spell for the morning, and I think that the captain will be very much happy with what he has done.
Yeah, he had bowled 9 overs, one made in 37 runs, and 9 overs, 37, and I think he would have picked up 1 wicket, 1 for 37 at economy of 4.1. So he did a pretty good job. I think that St. Patrick's bowlers, with the exception of probably McCoy, would have done very well in terms of keeping things very tight.
Charles also a former under 15 national player. He has continued to show that he has the experience and what he can do, and I must say kudos to him.
As this ball comes off the edge as Regis coming forward. They're not in control, but it went down to third man, so he picked up one more. It's 72 for 3, and Regis, his score move on to 13. Charles, medium pace is over the wicket to bowl to George. George is glancing fine, very, very good shot, and it goes very close to the boundary. The long leg having to move to his left, and that's 2 more to George. 74 for 3.
Just wondering why the bowlers keep bowling middle and leg to those left-handers, just sort of more or less easing up the pressure a little bit. Although they're not scoring with that vigor that they should, but let's see what happens.
Good delivery, and George covers up and pitching just around middle and leg and straightening. Uh, Keon George equal to this one, push it back along the wicket. George is on 26 here so far, faced 47 deliveries, 1-4 and 1-6. As he faces another ball from Charles and he covers up, plays it to mid wicket, Devon Smith. And again, there's no chance of run. As I would just say, in this tournament, we just started early in the year. I think it was coming down to the end of February, March. Among the 7 parishes, St. John's, St. Mark's, St. Patrick's, St. Andrews, St. David's, St. George's. We also had Carriacou being part of this tournament. Again, Keon George covers up and played to mid-wicket, no chance of a run. And had to be curtailed because of the pandemic. They resumed, just about 2 weeks ago. And these 4 teams into the semi-finals. St. David's plays St. Patrick's today, on Saturday. We have St. Mark's coming up against St. George's. As down the leg side once again, and George is looking to turn it around. Wide signal by the umpire. There have been quite a number of extras. The score moved to 75 for 3.
Well, I'm very much happy to see cricket is back out in the middle here in Grenada.
As Charles once again bowled to Keon. Keon turning it down to the backward square. And they pick up another single. And takes score to 76. And George moved to 27 at the end of the over. We had some 19 overs being bowled. 76 for 3. There's just a break for some drinks, but I have been a good tight morning. Some 19 overs being bowled already. 76 for 3.
76 for 3. St. Patrick's doing quite well. St. David's, on the other hand, I'd just be looking to be somewhere about 100 plus. I guess they were been thinking of having 100 plus for about 2 after 17 overs, but it didn't happen that way. Keon George is still outside today. Look to have a very good composure outside there. He seems to be thinking quite a lot of what he is capable of doing and what is happening outside there, trying to read the game well. Just one foul shot coming from Keon George, and that was put down in his sleep by Devon Smith. But since then, he had settled himself and played quite well. We had seen one last hit from him for 6. In the meantime, the young batsman in Regis had continued to play his kind of game, looking for the singles and supporting Keon, the more experienced player. And St. David's will be looking for quite a lot coming from these 2 batsmen.
Yes, I would think that, George is beginning to look a lot freer. I think he was very tight, and he's critical for St. David's in terms of being able to build, that a challenge in total. I would think they would be looking to get anywhere in the region of 225, and in 45 overs, 225 to really make it a competitive game. Taking into consideration, we have the likes of Devon Smith, Dennis Smith, and they would want to put a good score on the board. But I have to give the bowlers credit. They are bowled well, despite, we have seen some pretty poor shots by some of the St. David's batsmen. We look at Samuel Charles, a very poor shot out caught in the slip. Then we look at Teddy Bishop.
Yes.
I thought, in my view, played a terrible shot, hitting across the line, and then we saw the run out. So all in all, I think that, and it all goes to probably how tight the bowlers are bowling. They wasn't given nothing much, to be fair with the bowlers. I thought that McCoy was, a bit all over the place. But outside of that, Charles 9 overs bowled pretty tightly. And then I think John Olive, I think he came on and really, really bowled well. So I think, in all fairness, yes, the bowlers bowled well, but I thought that some of the shots that were played, uh, probably was not really, really the kind of shot that you expect at a semi-final game. But certainly it makes for the game to be very interesting.
And also, you have to give credit to the captain, his experience, the sort of field placing that he have had to support the bowlers. I think that had gone quite a lot for St. Patrick's. And let's see in that second part of the game what is going to happen.
Well, McCoy has so far bowled 3 overs for 13 runs. Charles 9 overs, and he had one for 37. John Olive 5 overs, and he had one for 17. And then Charles 2 overs for 7 runs, and just probably going to get just to identify it in terms of the Charles. We probably just get the names of these Charles in a while, but we are about to resume.
We haven't seen the likes of Dennis George as yet.
Yes, just to resume after the water can, as we see Devon Smith there, very particular in terms of of setting the field, as the off spin of Hippolyte. He going to take it up from that southern end. Darren Hippolyte. Right arm off spin and seem to be coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Keon George. One slipping Devon Smith cover, backward point mid-off. As he's about to bowl his first delivery from around the wicket to George. George covers up and push it back along the wicket. Backward square, mid-wicket on the boundary, mid-wicket and a long on. Also have a sweeper on the offside. As Hippolyte in the second delivery. As he's up to the wicket to again missing his run. Keon George so far 51 deliveries for his 27. This one is pitch up and he push it back to the bowler on the offside. St. Patrick's boasts of quite a bit of spin, as Hippolyte to George, and this one is tossed up and he's swinging this one. Where is this one? Miss it, and the fielder at mid-off just missed that catch there, as Keon, they looking to hit somewhere over a long on position, and just probably taking maybe the bottom of the bat, and it went high up to mid-off, and the fielder moving to his right, just wasn't able to get hand to it, pick up 1 run.
Yeah, just after the break, I don't think it was really necessary for a shot to be played like that. Let's see what's going to happen as he bowl to.
Regis covers up and pushes on the offside. No chance of a run. 77 for 3. George moved to 28. Fall shot being played there by George.
After every break in cricket, always have a wicket falling and almost happen.
Regis again covering up, and that ball just turned away from him. Good, seemed to have everything in place, and yet he was beaten. Dennis Smith is picking the bail. 28 over, 77 for 3. St. Patrick's continue to keep things very tight. Again, he steered this one to the backward point, a short third, and no chance of a run. That completes a 28 over, 77 for 3. With, George is on 28, Regis on 13. And St. David's, after winning the toss and batting, they are 77 for 3.
A very good start from Hippolyte, and the right hand of spinner, just bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, and just trying to get his rhythm, get his line, and really falling in that kind of rhythm that he wants very early, forcing George into a foul shot and just eluding the fieldsman. But he's a bowler who is very noted for getting wickets, and he had started off well.
White Charles it is are going to continue. That's Kieran Charles. right arm over the wicket, and this one is hit very firmly by Keon George. A good stop by the fielder at mid-on. John Olive. The ball was travelling very quickly, and he moved his left, made a good stop. Yeah, some aggression shown there by George. As Charles. This one, you're looking to turn down the leg side. The keeper goes up. Not out by the said by the umpire. That's you for told us. But Keon looking to turn fine. Probably just clipped his pad or maybe his pants. But good take by Dennis Smith.
Yeah, very good wicket keeping there from Dennis Smith.
Charles once again to George. Down the leg side, and this one is played down the long leg, and the fielder moving around quickly to his right. One more to George, 29. It's 78 for 3. Left-handed Regis.
Seems that Charles is gonna now try to come around the wicket, looking to change the line of attack for the left-handers.
Yeah, just slanting down the leg side a bit. Let's see what happens here as he comes around the wicket. And this one is choked by Regis to cover. The fielder comes off the boundary. And that's one more to Regis. He's on 14, 79 for 3. Actually, very good condition. Sun shining brightly.
Oh, lovely sun shining. As I said, it's bathing down here in the National Stadium, and the cricketers would really be enjoying that outside there.
Keon again covers up and plays a backward point, no chance of a run. It was one of the concern in terms of the weather, but we are blessed with really good condition.
Yeah, it's all around this time of the year we are in the rainy season, but once the sun is going to shine sometimes, and when it shines, really glorious. Oh.
And this one goes up the edge, and let's see, going to go close to the boundary, but good stop there. As George was looking to hit this one somewhere over long off, and it just took the outside edge and went very fine. And there goes the batsman pick up 1 run as he was cut off by the third man fielder on the boundary. So he gets 1 more, and that completes the 21st over. It's 80 for 3, and St. David's after winning the toss and batting, and really certainly we want to push on from here on.
Yeah, definitely. So St. David's looking to amass, as you rightly say, somewhere in the 250 plus, knowing that the people like Devon Smith, Dennis Smith are there in the lineup for St. Patrick's. A total over 200 runs would always be a competitive score here.
Hippolyte it is, as he's up to bowl to George, and he plays this one to backward point. And no chance of a run. 80 for 3, and we are in over number 22. As he pulled it back, and again George looking for room to hit to backward point. Again, not timing, just bunks into the backward point. And again, there's no run. And the spinners continue to really keep things tight as they run Hippolyte right arm around the wicket. Ball to Keon George. He's swinging and swinging hard. Where's this one go to? Way over long on. And let's see, 6 runs. He really picked this one, maybe just around the off stump, and swung over long on and went for a huge 6.
Yeah, good shot there from Keon George. In the last 3 overs or so, he has been looking to be a bit more positive, looking to play a few more strokes. I think he was unfortunate in the last over. Feel that long on missing an opportunity there. But good shot here from him.
86 for 3. Hippolyte. And George covers up and plays it on the onside. There's no chance of a run, very defensive. Keon is on 36. He's so far faced 62 deliveries. That's his second 6. This one is steered down to just to the right of the backward point, and he pick up another single. Takes his score to 37, 87 for 3. As Shondell Regis, who is on 14, he has so far had 27 deliveries, hit 1-4. And this one is stroked down to mid-off position, wide of the mid-off, who had to move to his right and give the batsman enough chance to score one more. Let's take the score to 88 for 3. We had so far 22 overs being bowled, Regis on 15 and George on 37.
Yeah, George and Regis looking quite comfortable. Regis putting up a really good partnership here with Keon George, and he's providing some really good support. Of George, of course, he started a bit slowly, but looking to pick up the scoring rate a bit, and he is the one to bat through the innings for the St. David's team. And Shonell Regis at the moment with this partnership providing some really good support.
Yeah, it's important that Keon George continue batting. Regis is the sort of player that's gonna bat long, and as Charles into Regis, he's coming forward, playing it back along the wicket, no chance of a run. One can remember that final, I think it was 2018, St. David's playing against Karakou in Karakou, as Charles once again to Regis. Regis turned this one down to in a square leg position. Enough chance they should pick up 2 runs there. Yes, he went down slowly to that position. 2 more to Regis. It's 90 for 3. Regis moved to 30. Yeah, that game St. David's playing the final against Karakou and going up a spot of border. They lost some important wickets. 3 wickets I think they lost. As Regis is back and looking to put a loose shot. Probably looking to stay down between the third man. He made no contact. In a spot of border, and Regis and I think it was Kimo Peters that came together, both of them century. It was really a turnaround, and they scored 300 and I think it was 20 yard, and was able to come back and bowl Karakou for just about 115 down the leg side. Will be signal wide. So he has the ability to bat long, and we have seen him done it in the past.
Yes, of course, he's a quite capable national under 19 cricketer, the captain, in fact. So he certainly is a good player.
Kieran Charles, right arm around the wicket to Regis. Regis covers up and push it back on the offside. And again, there's no chance of a run. The score remains 91 for 3. Keon George and Keon, a player that possesses a lot of talent. One expected that he probably would have made it to the top. I know that is a name that have been called by in the region, talking about the winners, but he really didn't live up to expectation. Regis says clipping this one mid wicket, aerially, but dropped very short of the fielder. He picked up another single.
Yes, Keon George quite St. David scoring at a rate of just over 4 runs an over. And like I've said before, he is the one to bat through the innings and be that mainstay and have all the other batsmen bat around him and look to build partnerships right through to the end.
All right, Hippolyte. That's quite a bit of movement in the fields. Devon Smith is obviously trying to make sure that all the players in the right position. He's moving the mid-wicket a little bit straighter. Keon George prepares to face Hippolyte. He's back and plays this one to a backward point. Again, not timing. Having to make is really his own pace there. And it went bonks into the fielder at backward point. And there's no chance of a run. Keon George, 38 so far, 65 deliveries. And for this one, he's coming forward and played. As he rolls it out of cover, there's no chance of a run. condition, really good condition for cricket. As they're on Hippolyte, right arm around the wicket to George. George is on pushing this one down to on his back foot, playing down to long on, and he ambles another single as fielder coming off the boundary. Fields. Regis. As we see, gain a little more movements in the field as Regis comes into Regis coming forward to another good delivery from Hippolyte. That turns away from him outside the off stump. He made no contact. Hippolyte full to the bat and Regis drive down to long off. Again, they keep on looking for two, but really it's only a single. 95, we are in the 24th over. Hippolyte in his third over. So far, none for 11. He's up to wicket, ball to George, and George again is choking down to long off. And the fielder comes off the boundary. One more to George, and that takes the score on the 39 at the end of 23 overs. St. David's winning the toss and batting. They are 95 for 3.
Yeah, that over there from Hippolyte, you can see he was looking to vary his pace a lot. A couple deliveries, he gave it some flight and took all the pace off, and a couple others he pushed him through faster. So certainly he is thinking, he's looking for ways to outfox and to pick up a wicket here for his team. As we say, welcome back to Justin Hector.
Yeah, thank you. And certainly, St. David has consolidated a bit. 24 overs gone, past the halfway point, but 96 for 3 is a good base really. As George Charles bowls to George, and George just plays it up towards long on. All it seems comes off the boundary to do the fielding. And there's another single to Keon George. He goes to 41. 41 in 69 deliveries. They total 97 for 3. We're in the 25th over. And of what has been so far, pretty keen contest.
Yeah, just to remind as well that it's 45 over contest here. Match reduced due to a late start.
Sierra George right around the wicket and hit high, hard and long. And I don't think he'll get to it, no he can, but manages to pick it up just inside the boundary, a delivery which went probably higher than had more height than distance. But the batsman Regis not really getting hold of it as he would have liked, but manages to pick up a couple.
Yeah,
A single in fact. Yeah,
a single. Regis they're looking to go over. The fielder was up in a mid-on position, now being pushed back for Keon George. Let's see if it would be the same when Regis gets back on strike.
Regis is on 20, 98 for 3, so another landmark coming up for St. David. We will welcome the sight of 100. So Keon Charles, he moves in now to bowl to a delivery which is a loud appeal, and he's got he's send him. In fact, a delivery which probably looked rather innocuous, probably height, if anything, maybe just looking to be sliding. But of course, the umpire is in the best position, and he says, "You have to go, sir," and he's out. And so he's gone for 41. And really didn't look happy. A delivery which really, looking at the replay, just seemed to be sliding down the leg side. I don't know what is your thought on it, but anyhow, St. David has lost another wicket. He has lost the fourth, 98 for 4.
Yeah, I think Keon George would be a bit disappointing there. Ball seemed to be sliding down the leg side, but at the end of the day, the umpire is in charge and it's his call. So St. Patrick's would be happy to see the back of Keon George. Of course, he has been quite positive in the last 4 overs or so, freeing his arms a bit. As we see the new batsman coming in here now, Ryan John, another Windward Island player, positive batsman as well. Certainly has the power and has some shots up his sleeve.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see what type of approach. However, there is no action out there at the moment. The players are refreshing themselves. It's a pretty, very, very hot day. I mean, I was just out on the other side a while ago, and just having a feel of what outside there is like. And I can tell you, there is no breeze. You look over on the top of the hill, probably looking over towards the cemetery, over the cemetery road area. Um, well, better known as cemetery road, Hospital Hill. I think most people prefer to call it the cemetery road. Of course, there is a massive big cemetery over on that side. And look over there, you can see the trees. There's no real movement, no rustling of the leaves because the branches, because there's no breeze really. So it's pretty hot out in the middle there.
Yeah, so the players would be quite happy with this drinks break. They were also happy with the fall of the wicket, of the fourth wicket for St. David's. Keon George, LBW, for 41 of some 69 deliveries. Earlier on, we had Samuel Charles cut of the bowling of Davis Charles for 1. Teddy Bishop was LBW to John Olive for 28. Melvin Gordon run out without scoring. And Sean Regis continues to battle along for his team, on not out on 20 of 36 deliveries, and just joined here now by Ryan John.
So John will take strike immediately from Charles, and obviously we would probably see a far more defensive field for Ryan John. Seri Charles on his way to bowl to John, and John gets a delivery again and just been wrapped on the pad. Delivery just sliding down the leg side this time. No real alarms, and the score remains on 94. We're into over number 25, and it's 98 for 4. St. David, probably, I don't know what in your view would be a comfortable total for them. They would take whatever I think they were given there. As John gets up the mark, turning it away towards the leg side, just rather slowly out towards the umpire. The fielder at mid-wicket comes across to do the fielding. And there's a single there for John to take him off the mark. The score goes on to 99. So, again, just a single away from the 100 for St. David. I think it's how you compile totals, whether it's by 10s, 20s, 25s, 100s. There is Charles again on his way to bowl to this time to Regis, who plays up on the onside, and the ball goes up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Regis remains on 20 from 47, so just about 54 strike rate. I think in modern cricket it's not really up there, but it's 50 overs, and it's far longer a game sometimes than we think. These 50 over matches.
Yeah, St. David's, in terms of a total, they certainly would be looking to, and they would be hoping for something in excess of 200 to 225. Given the battle lineup of the St. Patrick's team, with Devon Smith and Dennis Smith, of course, regional players in the lineup, and they have the support of guys like Wavell Benjamin. So they would be looking to get in excess of 225.
Well, with another 20 overs to go, I think one would expect them probably to double that for sure. Double the 99 for sure. Probably add a few more to it later in the innings, as the 26th over is about to start, as Darren Hippolyte. He has bowled so far 3 overs, 12 runs, no wicket, and a delivery which John just plays quietly up on the onside. There is no run. So 99 for 4. Sean Regis is on 20. John to this delivery is in defense again. A delivery just bonks a bit. We've seen probably a bit more bonks. The spinners have been able to get a bit more bonks from the southern end, from the end closest to us. I've seen the batsman having to deal with a bit more bonks from that end. As he comes in now to bowl, he pulled it to bowl to John off the back foot and tucks it up towards long on. The fielder comes off the boundary to do the fielding. And there is another single for John. He goes to 2. And the total, the 100 is up. The 100 for St. David, of course, they would welcome that. And it's been a rather steady going for them so far.
Yeah, new challenge here for Hippolyte now with the right-left combination. previously he had two left-handers bowling to, but now with the right-handed Ryan John in.
As he comes in the ball to the lefty, and he's caught. This time a good catch by Devon Smith. A delivery outside the off stump, and Regis having a drive at it. The delivery going away from him, and Smith diving full length to his left. In fact, he's going to his strong side, and takes a good catch in the end. And another setback again for St. David's. They were 100 for 5 in the 26th over, as Shondell Regis, who had battled along for 38 deliveries. He's gone. Caught Smith, bowl Hippolyte for 20.
Excellent catch there from Devon Smith, diving low to his left and took it just a few inches off the ground. Excellent catch, using all his experience there and really pulling off a really sharp chance. Good stuff there from Devon Smith.
Of course, one expect that from Devon. He's taken quite a few of those very good catches for Grenada, of course, and the Windward, and to a lesser extent the West Indies. But of course, we know him to have taken some very good catches, and unfortunately, we've also some which we yet to be able to understand. We didn't hold on to some of them, but of course, St. Andrew probably will feel now that they're in St. Patrick, I should say, should feel now that they're at least in the ascendancy at the moment, having St. David 100 for 5, just about with in the 26th over. We just another 30 for about 19 overs ago.
Yeah, they would certainly be comfortable. They would be happy with this position, having the 5 wickets down. They would be looking to keep picking away at this batting lineup, looking to wrap up the limit them to a score as limited as less as they can.
As Hippolyte, who has just taken. We got another one. Is it? Yes, he's gone. Well, again, a delivery outside the off stump, and the new batsman who has just come in. We'll have that for you in a minute. Well, well, he's gone anyway. Caught again by Devon Smith, taking the catch again, or the keeper who did it. Anyway, he's gone for a duck, a golden duck, and more trouble for St. David. 100 for 6, and Hippolyte is on a hat trick now.
He was caught there by Devon Smith. Another sharp chance
yes.
There again. Good bowling from Hippolyte there. So now on a hat trick. Like I said, they certainly would be looking to continue picking up wickets and limit this St. David's team to as low a score as possible.
Well, we're just saying how nicely poised the game were with St. David, having 3 wickets down, but they have lost two very quick wickets, and this has really should set them back. So it will be very interesting to see the type of approach taken by Ryan John. He likes to hit the ball and just wait to confirm for you who the batsman who was dismissed. And what we can tell you though, Hippolyte, whose figures now have really been transformed. He's now bowled 3.4 overs, 3.5 overs, two wickets. Hippolyte have taken. So Edwards is the batsman who are gone. Yeah, so he has gone for a duck, and he was caught. Smith bowl Hippolyte for a duck. As a new batsman now, Jackson. So Jackson drives up towards to spoil the efforts of taking a hat-trick by Hippolyte. But however, it was a good over by him, a successful over it was by Hippolyte. One in which he had made the double blow of getting Regis. And
successful over there from Hippolyte, getting the wickets of Regis and Shakim Edwards, caught in slip by Devon Smith. 2 pretty good sharp chances there. So St. Patrick's would be very, very comfortable with this position now. 26 overs gone, 106 wickets, and we see the experience of Dennis George now coming into the attack a bit late. Dennis George, national player.
It's George is into the attack. The left arm bowler, we're bowling probably over the wicket to Ryan John. It would be a very interesting battle, I think, between these two. Teston Jackson, however, on the He's not taking strike. It's John gets a delivery from George, Dennis George, who bowled between the umpire and the stump. Delivery which is just pitched on or wrong the off stump and going away from the batsman. Just played up on the onside. As here is George again to bowl to Ryan John, who looked to tug it up on the onside. Could only get it towards mid wicket. No run. John remains on 2. Heston Jackson is on not. As Crooney has taken his place. So much has happened since you left. As there's the game of cricket. As here is George to bowl to Ryan John. John getting himself in a little tangle there. Probably the quicker ball there by Dennis George, and just managing to play it away on the onside towards mid wicket. The fielder came off the boundary to do the fielding, and there was another single to George, who's been doing it in singles. Ryan John, he's on 3. And the total 101 for 6. We're in the 27th over. And you get the feeling that a lot of good work done by some of the early batsmen. They've just thrown it away a bit, St. David.
Yes, some important blows struck by St. Patrick's, and the spin certainly has been keeping things very tight.
Here is Dennis George on his way to bowl to Heston, to Heston Jackson. And Jackson plays it up on the offside, and there is no run. So score remain on 101 for 6. As here is George quickly getting in between the umpire and the stumps. Ball to a delivery, loud appeal for leg before, and probably just doing a bit too much. As a delivery pitch in line for sure, with somewhere probably around middle and off and turning away. And the batsman being wrapped on the pad, playing back probably when he should have been forward.
Yeah, good decision by the umpire. I think he did the bongs too, and it probably would have just missed off stump.
As George comes in again, left arm to bowl to Heston Jackson, who turns it away on the onside. The batsman goes through for a very quick single. And I think one of the things we thought was lacking this morning was the fact that has the over come to an end. But what we were saying is that probably the batsman could have been a bit more, show more urgency in the running between the wicket. It was sort of lackluster running during the course of the morning.
Yeah, there were periods of time when I think that there was very lethargic in terms of running. We have seen ball hit to the boundary, and where they could have forced to get 2, they would have taken run for 1. But I think that St. Patrick's would have done very well, in particular the spinner scheme on. I think since the bowling of George, when he not George but Charles when he came on, despite just a few bad deliveries. But if we look back at the morning session, there's really any bad delivery we have seen gone a begging. So they have kept things very tight. I think Devon Smith would have done a very good job in terms of how he marshal his troops, and then how he marshal his bowlers. They have to be given credit. I think they bowl well. They probably bowl to the plan, and as such, they're in this position now.
Delivery which is played up on the onside towards the leg side by Jackson, and he goes down towards long on, mid on. The fielder comes across to do the fielding, and there's another single to Jackson. Take him on to 2. It brings Ryan John back on strike. He's on 3, 103 for 6 in number 28. One of the things to didn't mention, Crooney, is the fact that Smith has also led by his fielding. It's 2 magnificent catches that he took.
Yeah, it was 2 beautiful catches. He really had to move to his left that last catch, and he took it well one-handed.
Here is the man who did the damage, and is launched to high and mightily out over long on for 6. Ryan John, we know it will not have been too long before he got the long handle out.
Yeah, this one was pitched up, and Ryan John got on it and really hit it really high and long on for 6. And it will be critical. His in here would be vital if St. Davis is going to make, that sort of score that we think would be very competitive. It's important. We are in the 28th over. So we still have quite a bit to go in terms of next 17 overs after this. So it's not all lost. He just had to continue batting and just be wise in terms of his stroke play. But he's this sort of player.
So John is on 9 taps away and waits for Hippolyte. It comes into bowl to John, and this time he just turns it up on the onside towards the fielder at short mid wicket and cannot score. And Hippolyte too has had a reasonably good spell. He's in his 5th over. He's bowled so far 4.3 overs, 20 runs, 2 wickets, and it's a good return. The delivery again pitched up and played up on the onside. He pull it, comes across to his right and does the fielding. And there's no run. I don't know if you came from outside there, Crony. It's panning hot out there.
Yeah, the condition is beautiful, very, very hot. As I said before, one of the worries was the weather, but really, we have very good weather.
Delivery again, the John coming right across. Dangerously. Looking to play the ball on probably a little bit squarer than he should have. Probably type of delivery that prefer to see play back down on the offside or the onside.
Yeah, he's looking to take the single because he certainly will not take most of the strike to push on. And just looking to push on the onside for the single.
So nearing the end of the over by Hippolyta and John looking to sweep the ball coming off of the body team of the pad. And no real damage, no real appeal by the fielder to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, John is on 9. Jackson is on 2. Hippolyte, who has just completed his 5th over, 2 for 20. And that's the latest position here at the National Stadium.
Yes, St. Patrick's should be well pleased with their performance this morning. We had 28 overs being bowled, 109 for 6. And really, I think would have ripped the heart out of St. David's batting. I think Ryan John, it would be important that someone stays with Ryan John. They still have 17 overs to bowl. He would need support from the other end. Jackson's still looking shot us shakily.
The delivery is pitched up on the just about middle leg and played up towards mid-wicket by Jackson. And there is no run. So 2 key moments in the game, I think, at this stage with Dennis George and of course Ryan John at the wicket. That delivery which again is pulled away on the onside. The fielder coming around from mid-wicket, and again not in full control, but getting it away from the fielder at mid-wicket and picking up 2 runs. There is Jackson. So that takes him on to 4, and it takes the total up to what, 109 or 111, whatever it is for the loss of 6. As here now is George again, this time a delivery. Probably looking to hit it, Jackson looking to hit it a bit too hard. Looking to blast it through the offside. And manages to get it towards the fielder just in the cover point region, and there is no run. So Jackson, right-hander, does show the bowler a lot of his stumps. Stands pretty wide aside the leg stump, I thought there is him, but then gets into inside and beaten us. Well, how would that haven't bowled him? I don't know, Crony. Missed it all together, and probably the spin just taking it away from the stumps.
Yes, he just seemed to be playing around the delivery. Dennis George is bowling left arm orthodox, and that ball is going to leave the right hander. And just looking to play it around, still looking to turn to. Instead of playing straight, still looking to turn square on the leg side, and so this is a dangerous shot.
George to Jackson, this time again he goes well and goes long and goes for 4 over the man coming around from long on, going wide of him, more towards a wide mid-wicket area, straightish mid-wicket, and he goes away for 4, so to take the total now onto 115 for 6, and Jackson is on 8 with that blow. John is on 9, and 115 for 6. We're in over number 29.
Yeah, good shot. And he's this kind of player. He hits the ball very hard. May not be as orthodox or correct, but I think his strength is being able to hit the ball. And this one is tossed up, and you could see that he's really looking to hit the ball. Sometimes one get the impression that he's trying to hit it too hard, but was able to get this one between the long off, the mid wicket and the straightest mid-wicket on the boundary, and it went just about 1-2 bounces into the boundary for 4.
Well, valuable runs there for St. David as Dennis George comes in again and bowls. This time we wrapped on the pad, we just sliding down the leg side, not out, says umpire Holas, as he says over, and at the end of 29, 115 for 6. Ryan John is on 9, Heston Jackson is on 8, and that is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
115 for 6, 29 overs, and it will be important for some form of a partnership to really build here at 115 for 6. Ryan John really is the last stay in terms of batsman, and he's the sort of player that could turn the game around in very quick time, and one hope that he will get some support from the other end.
I mean, just looking at it, yeah. So that After a few more
Uh,
thoughts from you, Raphael, the next commentator will be that of Ashley.
yes,
So,
as Hippolyte, continues, picks it up to bowl to John, who pushes on the offside, and there's no change. And Hippolyte is now in his sixth over. So far, he has 2 for 21, and really he has struck two important blows for St. David. Welcome, Ashley.
Thank you very much. And this one, you look into the plate of the pad, and there is no run. 115 for 6, 29.2 overs gone. St. David's batting, and Ryan John is on 9 of 15 balls, and Heston Jackson, and that's another young player, is on 8 on 11 deliveries. Here is that of Hippolyte bowls. Swing hard and high, that gone over the boundary. Let's see what the umpire is going to signal. Oh, it's 6 runs. A signal by the umpire. That's umpire John Mack. And that takes the score to 121 for 6. And St. David's looking to recover here. And the man who seemed to have that in his hand is Ryan John. Let's see how far he's going to continue going into this inning.
Yeah, good shot by John. Pitch up, and he really got on it and lifted it beautifully over long off a 6. One get the impression that he didn't get hold of it as he wanted, but certainly he had enough power, and it went over long off a 6.
Well, let's see what Hippolyte going to do in glorious sunshine here at the National Cricket Stadium here in Grenada. This time he's really much behind the Swan and beaten. Good delivery, good response from Hippolyte.
And there, John playing for the turn, and this one just went straight on. And it passed outside the off. Some good delivery, good comeback after being hit struck for 6.
Let's see what Hippolyte is going to do. Comes in now and bowls. John is looking to work this one out on the leg stump. It's a wide signal by umpire John Mack. So one more to the total. Take it to 122 for 6, and we are in the 38th over. St. Patrick's have done quite well. St. David's looking to build back here as he pull it bowls. John is down the wicket, not getting to the contact that he wants, trying to lift it out of the ground again, and there is no run.
Yes, using his feet there and looking to play with the turn to lift that somewhere over the vacant mid-wicket position, and he made no contact.
Here is he pull it to Ryan John, comes in, and Ryan John is equally behind this one, playing it back on the onside to the bowler who fields. It's the end of the 30th over. It's 122 for 6. Ryan John is on 15. Hexon Jackson is on 8.
Good and interesting battle here as John looking to take it to St. Patrick's. So he's probably in for a few overs, now get his eye in and really looking to attack. And Deron Hippolyte, who have been bowling pretty well. You've seen him going after him in this particular over, hitting him over long on for 6, and then trying to hit him over long on, the wide long on, not making contact. But certainly he's looking to step up, and really would be important for him to stay there if St. David's is going to get his sort of score that they would like.
Dennis George in his 3rd over, so far 2 overs for 8 runs. And Dennis George, one of the bowlers we know in Grenada who can destroy the tail end part of any club cricket here. He is pulling from the commentary end. 122 for 6, comes in on bowl to. Oh, this one just beating the batsman. All ends up there. Hexon Jackson not knowing the sound of this one.
Yeah, Jackson. Yeah. Again, as I say, just looking to play around, but certainly not reading, don't seem to understand what's being bowled there.
There's a lot of appeal for leg before, and he is given out. Jackson not making any contact there. The ball plumb in front, and there he goes. St. David losing another wicket. And I don't think that this is the way that the captain or the coach would have liked to see Jackson going.
Yeah, but full delivery, and really could have hit it straight, but he hit right across it, missed it, and the umpire Rupert Hulas had no hesitation in giving him out. But he looked very uncomfortable against the slow bowling. He never seemed to understand the bowling of Dennis George, and as you know, Dennis George is one who have all made it to the high level West Indies B team. He's a player that have been spoken about, in the region also, and should have gone a lot further. But I think, as you would know, Ashley, the discipline wasn't there, the commitment wasn't there, but he possesses tremendous ability.
Oh, and what a 3 year stint he had for Isla's club for in the national T20. I guess that he had. I remember him in one season being man of the match 5 times in 5 games.
Yeah, he's a fighter. He's someone that plays the cricket very hard, and you have this easy way of going, but when he gets onto the field, and he tend to play the cricket plays with a sort of love, and really is a player that really should have gone a very long way, but has again struck. St. David's losing the 7th wicket.
So a new batsman making his way in. We'll get that in. The new batsman in. Same with Well, another of the former under 19 player. Very a player who fights quite a lot in the game. Known well, he played as an all-rounder during that time when he played and got a number of runs, and that took him to the Windward team. So let's see how he's going to battle out Saturday against that Dennis George, who comes in now and bowl. It's what the bats. Oh, there's a little bit of query outside it from the bowler, from the batsman. Was he ready? Was he not ready? The umpire signal it's a dead ball as we wait to see. So the umpire now signals it's a dead ball.
Yes, at the end of the day, actually, the umpires are in control of the game, and sometimes even though we don't like the decision, but they are in control.
He comes in and bowl this time. He walks it off the pad through short mid-wicket, and there is no run. The score remains 122 for 7. We are in the 31st over. Devon Smith, captain, is in the first slip as Dennis George bowls. And the young batsman in Noel plays equally to the task. St. David's looking to get 200 to make a competitive game. Here comes in, and this time beaten outside of the stump, well taken by the wicketkeeper. That brings the over to an end. The 31st over gone, 122 for 7. Ryan John on 15, and John will yet to get up the mark.
Yeah, and St. Patrick's continue to keep the pressure on St. David's. 131 for 7. And Jaron Noel, as you rightly said, Ashley, is a Windward's under 19 player. He would have done very well for St. David's over the year. And really, really good batsman. You probably could put him in the all-rounder all area because he really bats well. It's important that Ryan John have someone to just stick around with him for a while. We still have 14 overs to go, and it will be important in this partnership.
He pulled it bowls, and John looking to play this one somewhere through mid-wicket. The ball just eluding the bat and taking the pad, and the wicketkeeper collects, and there is no run. As he tosses the ball from left to right, comes in now and bowl to Ryan John. John is on the back foot and hitting this one airborne. He's going to run back of the square, and that is going to cross the boundary now, and that's 4 runs. 4 more important runs for Ryan John and also for St. David's, taking this score to 126 for the loss of 7 wickets. As St. David's continue to look to pile some runs on here to make this a game.
John giving himself room. The shortish delivery. Bunks a bit and he pull away outside leg some just to give himself room and hit it safely over backward point, and it went down to the boundary for 4.
As he pulled it bowls. This time John is on coming down the wicket. He pulled it, saw him coming, taking it back a little bit. Good thinking, good cricket outside there, good battle outside there between bat and ball, and lovely sunshine here, and maybe just missing a good crowd outside there, Cooney. Comes in and bowl. This time he's very much behind this one, and St. Patrick's really plugging away at St. David's, looking to get a wicket all the time. Is Hippolyte. The ball is back into the hands of Darren Hippolyte. Comes in now to bowl to former West Indies under 19 player, comes in and bowl to Ryan John. Ryan John playing it off the pad beautifully, and they could take a quick single. Olive John ball just eluding him there, and a single to Ryan John. He moves now to 20, and they score to 128. I make it 127. Yeah, 127 for 7. Final ball of this over coming up as Noel prepares to face Hippolyte. Comes in now and bowled to Noel, and Noel again is getting one that is coming back into him, and playing with the turn. As the end of the over, Noel is yet to get off the mark. Ryan John is on 20. It's 127 for 7. 32 overs gone.
And it seems as though actually the slow bowling is giving the batsman quite a great deal of trouble. We have seen Jackson struggle. We have seen Jerron Noel also seem to be in some difficulty. Shakim Edwards came in and really also given some trouble. He didn't last long, but the spin bowling certainly would have taken a toll on the St. David's batsmen. And probably despite Keon George and probably Regis to a lesser extent, really that has really created some doubt, some difficulty for the St. David's batsmen.
Definitely so. Once the spinners come on, batsman seems to have whatever little phobia, but it's the left-hand spinner in Dennis George comes in between the umpire and the stump and bowls to Ryan. Ryan is slightly opening up his stance a little bit. He's going to get one down to a long off, and long on that is, and there is one more to the total, taking 128 for 7. Ryan John moves to 21, and let's see how Noel is going to play to George. George, this is one that is just outside the off stump, bouncing a little bit, and the batsman is equally behind it, and there is no run. St. Patrick's looking to finish up things here. St. David's going to look to hold on, and this is a good delivery coming across the batsman. He's playing it in front of him, the ball taking the face of the bat and running down to wideish gully, and there is no run. Let's see, as a field on the leg side, just awaiting that fall shot. He comes in and bowl, and one that I just believe that Dennis Smith just mistumped him.
Well, it was a quicker delivery, and I think it really rushed onto Jerron Noel. I don't think it probably came off, seemingly hit the pad of Noel, but it was a really quick delivery.
Comes in again, smart bowling, and this one is behind it, and there is no run. And Dennis George is getting through his overs very quickly, and is showing that he's looking for wicket. He already gotten one. No, he haven't got no wicket as yet. As he comes in and bowl again, this time Noel playing it out in front of him and just can't score. It's the end of the 33rd over, and it's 128 for 7.
A good over by Dennis George. What he did in this particular over, he really slowed it up. Outside of that quicker delivery bowl, which really rushed through the batter of Noel, he was late on it. Probably just seemed to hit the top of the pad, and the keeper, Dennis Smith, because of the pace, you could see him moving. But he would have slowed up those deliveries. Therefore, it would make it more difficult. The batsman now have to think, and really it was a good over. And he continued to keep the pressure on.
Ryan John, 21 of 26 deliveries, playing in front of him. 1.426 and a strike rate of 80.77. And this is the man for St. David's that will have to get a score that is going to show some competition here for St. Patrick's to chase. Here is Hippolyte again to him. Comes in on bowl. This time he is backing away and playing this one square off the wicket. They're going to get one. They're going to turn for the second one. The throw come in on the halfway from down there to Dennis George, who is now going to relay it back to the wicketkeeper. And 2 runs more to Ryan John. He moves to 23, and the score moved to 130 for 7. We're in the 32nd, the 34th over as he comes in now to bowl to Ryan John. Ryan John is playing this one through mid-wicket. They're going to get one, and that's all there will be. He moves to 24, and the score moves to 131 for 7. St. Davis looking to get past 150 and see how much more they can get. But this bowling attack from St. Patrick's is really keeping them at bay at this time. This one he has to play defensively in front of him, and there is no run. Ryan John has to be the man to stay there for St. David's if they have to get that respectable total they're looking for. Hippolyte comes in and bowled to Noel. Noel is hitting this one through mid-wicket. The ball not cleanly fielded down there, but it's 2 runs and 2 more to the score. And this take Noel off the mark. And Noel just getting off the mark. And 2 more runs in total, 133 for 7.
Actually, he was dropped on the boundary, Ashley, there. He looking to hit somewhere over the boundary. His role is just to stay with Ryan John, just to give him support. But there you're looking to hit over mid-wicket. And the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, he got both hands to it and dropped it.
What a miss it was. As we come to the end of the 34th over, 134 for 7. Ryan John moves to 24, and Noel is on 3 of some 12 balls.
134 for 7, and actually you would realize that we haven't seen Roland Cato. Actually, he's injured, have a damaged finger, and as such, he's not on the final 11 today, and Noel is in. The fact that Cato not able to play today. So again, St. David lost out in terms of one of the main batsmen not being able to play.
Let's see what Ryan Noel plays this one off the hip, and there is no run. We are now into the 35th over, and the spinners are already taking it down quickly for St. Patrick's as Dennis George bowls. This one just a little shorter of length. The batsman on the back foot hitting through the on offside there, and the batsman going to cross and take 2 more runs to the total. It's moved to 136 for 7, and Noel moves to 5. He's still on strike. Dennis George looking around at his field, making sure that the man in catching position is all in place, and Ryan John in the meantime is just doing some repairs to his pads and ensuring that all is safe. But Cody, what kind of total do you think St. David is looking for now?
I think they would be happy to get 175. If they get 175, I think they can be happy. But it means that someone will have to stay with Ryan John if it will get such a score as we see a weak shot being played there by
that's
by
Noel. Ball in the air. Spend some time in the air, feeling what is up there. The fieldsmen run around, but back with a square there, and they just couldn't get it. It's 137 for 7, and John moves to 6. Noel moves to 6. John is on 24, facing up to the experience of George, who is coming between the umpire and the stump. Comes in on ball to Ryan John. Ryan John get a ball that hustled onto him there. He's quickly onto it. Ball going down into the square leg region, and there is no run. St. David's looking to get past 150, look to 175 and probably 200. But St. Patrick's will have different thoughts as Dennis George gets ready now to bowl to Ryan with a much more open up stand, and he's very much close with bat and pad behind this one. A stifled appeal coming from Dennis George, thinking that he may have gotten it onto the pad, but the bat is really in front of the pad, and this is what is important in that batting technique as he comes in now. Dennis George, faster and flatter, and this one is just outside the line of the leg stump. We have come to the end of another economical over from Dennis George, and St. David's will just have to continue along that path looking for runs. 137 for 7 at the end of the 35th over.
Another good over by Dennis George, and he's varying his flight very well. We have seen again in this over a few quick deliveries, and that uh, the fifth delivery, they hustling Ryan John. Actually, he was beaten, taking on the pad, but he's flighting. He's using a lot of variation, and I think that will have the batsman guessing. But certainly, he's continuing to keep the pressure on the St. David's batsman.
Well, a word to the wise went out to the batsmen out there from the 12th man. And what we have seen, Hippolyta had some 8 overs for 38 runs. There are 31 dot balls, and 360s had hitting off him. He got 2 wickets, striker, an economic rate of 4.8 as he continues now to bowl to Noel. Noel is getting one outside the line of the off stump, pulling his bat away. The keeper collects, and there is no run. St. David's getting the batsmen getting some instructions out there. What do you think?
Yeah, it is very necessary, right? That information had to go to the batsman. Noel have to understand his role is to stay with Ryan John as long as possible, and not to look to play big shots.
Hippolyte comes in and bowl this one into the air. He's gonna be caught. Yes, he's gone. Just as we are saying, what a shot! Very, very simple, soft out there, and St. David's lose the 8th wicket. John. That's Noel going caught of the bowling of Hippolyte. Hippolyte getting his 3rd wicket.
And actually, one you could understand what happened in terms of the information there, because all he had to do was stick with him for a while, and he looking to play the big shots. And just as we spoke about it, we saw that, and you could see how disappointed Ryan John was as he came down there, and he hit his pad with a bat. He's very, very disappointed, and I think St. David's have a lot to blame to take in terms of how some of the players out, because really, in a situation like this, his role is to steady, and it was really a poor judgment in terms of the shot that he would have played.
Well, 137 for 8 in the 36th over. It means that they have a lot to rebuild. How far can they get? We just have to wait and see, as the experienced and veteran and Nilan Pascal is now making his way out there. And Pascal he can bat. He knows where his thumbs are. And with the bat in his hand, we expect him to get runs, stay there with Ryan John, and see St. David's go past 170. Welcome back, Cyprian.
Thank you, Ashley. St. David's 8 wickets down. Nilan Pascal in here. They would be disappointed with this position that they're in now. Of course, the St. Patrick's bowlers, they stuck to the task, and they have been keeping the pressure on throughout this innings.
St. Patrick's, as you rightly said, the bowlers, mainly the spinners, they really bowl well. All the spinners, Charles, economic rate of 4.1. Kieran, medium pace at 3.6. Hippolyte is 4.6 as he gets ready to bowl to Ryan John. As he comes in and bowl to Ryan John, and Ryan John is playing this one nicely off his pads. And there is no run. Good bit of work done by Olive. Is it Olive? Benjamin. Yes, and there is no run. 138 for 7 in the 36th over. Ryan John will have to bear the brunt for his team now, carry his team on his shoulder as he comes in now to bowl to John. John is getting one that he going for the big hit and not really getting it where the ball coming from the inside part of the bat, and they get one down through a mid-wicket, takes it to 138 for 8. Ryan John moves to 25. Hippolyte getting ready to bowl to Pascal, who now takes his guard and marking it. A man who is capable of hitting the ball out of the ground. There are some overs left. Let's see how he will apply himself to this situation as Hippolyte gets ready now to bowl to Nilan Pascal. Comes in and bowl. Pascal get ones again. That the ball seems to turning into the batsman, playing ball coming from the inside part of the bat to the mid-wicket region. And one run to Pascal, he gets up the mark, and it's 139 for 8 in the 36th over. And we can see now Captain Devon Smith is sending the long on, long off back as he comes in on the ball to Ryan John. Ryan John is getting a faster, flatter ball, and there he is playing behind it, and there is no run. It's the end of the 36 over. It's 139 for 8. Ryan John is on 25, and Nilan Pascal is on 1.
Yeah, the St. David's team would be hoping that Nilan Pascal can stick around a bit here with Ryan John for the majority, if not all, of the remaining 9 overs left in this innings. They would be looking to get as close to 200 as possible. This position, given where they were earlier, they would have been a bit disappointed, but still, Ryan John, he would play his shots, and he would be hoping for the support at the other end.
Most definitely so. In the meantime, he completed his spell, 9 overs, made no 40 runs, and he had taken some 3 wickets, 35 dot balls going with him, with 1, 4, and 2, 6, 3 sixes, 4.4. Dennis George is bowling to that's Pascal, and Pascal is in behind this one. And there is some experience outside it. Dennis George and Pascal, both batsmen. Both are players, are very experienced players for this tournament as he comes in and bowl. This one is taking off the pads down to fine leg, short fine leg, and there is that's one more to the extras, one more to the total. It's 140, and we are in the 37th over. Both players have played. That's Pascal and Dennis George. They have played the secondary school tournament together, so they know quite a lot about each other. As he comes between the umpire and pad and bowl to that's Ryan John. Ryan on the back foot, playing it in front of him, where the man on the long off boundary comes in and field. One more to the total. It moved to 141. Dennis George just showing a little bit of pain there in his leg, but it seems that all is well and good with him. As Pascal is now back and strike. 141 for 8 comes in now is Dennis George and both to Pascal, and Pascal, this one is spinning across him, and no damage done there. St. David's continue to battle on, looking to get a big score here. 141 for 8. Dennis George comes in now and bowl to Pascal's wrapped on the pad and is given out leg before. So St. David's for the demise had gone. Pascal going for 1 leg before to Dennis George. Dennis picking up his second wicket. It's 141 for 9 in the 37th over.
Pascal, they are quite disappointed looking around, but no question in the decision there. It's just a case where he played down the wrong line, as we have the benefit of the replay, and that is really simple decision for the umpire. Plumb in front there. Pascal judged the line of that one, and ball cannoning into the pads, missing it quite by a long way, actually, and so further disappointment there for St. David's as the new batsman comes in to join Ryan John.
Imran Joseph?
Imran Joseph, yeah.
Well, Ryan will, I guess he had a short discussion with Joseph. Joseph is no rabbit to the bat, as they normally say. He can hit. He's a very strong and powerful player, and you can see already. Dennis George is asking the man in the mid wicket to step back on all the catching position on the boundary. Yes, all sent back by the captain as he gets ready to bowl to Imran Joseph. 141 for 9. Can they get to 150? Get to 175? He comes in and bowl. Oh, and this one went right across him. The wicketkeeper collects. There is an appeal, and the umpire is on move. It's the end of the over, the end of the 36 over. It's 141 for 9. Ryan John is on 26, and Imran Joseph is yet to get up the mark. The next voice you will hear is Hector.
Yes, clever bowling there from Dennis George. Ball spinning across the bat of Imran Joseph. He took the pace off it. Even the previous delivery with the wicket of Nilan Pascal was really slow through the air, and batsman had to wait. So some good, excellent bowling there from Dennis George, and he had the success. Bowled some 6 overs, 2 wickets for 13 runs. So good going there by the experienced Dennis George. As we say, welcome back to Justin.
Yeah, super. Certainly a mini collapse, you could call it, by St. David. And the question now is whether they have the ability to bat the rest of the overs. I think that should be what they should be aiming to do. The number 9, number 10 batsman in, 9 wickets down, yes. The number 11 batsman in. So
Well, it would be interesting to see how it goes, because Joseph is a really attacking player. He will play his shots despite the fact that it's the last wicket. Ryan John as well, I think, would look to play his shots to get as much as he can.
well, you see the 37th over, there's still what? There's still 8 overs to go, and St. David will really ruin the fact that they haven't been able to play the 45 overs. But here is Charles now, on his way from the southern end, wide down the leg side, and that will run pretty close to the boundary. As the fielder come across Oliver, and a good save down on the boundary. And once again, well, I think John not willing to run not willing to go to expose Joseph to the bowling at this moment. So I think he would want to take most of the strike. So I think from here on we'll certainly begin to see what is the cat and mouse game. Yeah. So, but anyhow, the score goes on to 141. Compliments are wide. So he'll have to bowl that over. Charles, as he comes in now to bowl again to John. John clips it off the pad, throwing away toward the boundary. They will get at least 2. They're gone for 1, and well, it's really strange. And he refused the single, the previous delivery, and the thinking was that he wasn't going to expose Joseph. And now there was an easy 2, and he just refused to take the second. Well,
Rather strange there.
very, very strange occurrence. But we'll see the consequence of that normally. All these consequences when things like that happen. 142 for 9. However, John is on 26, probably wanting to be the one not out. He doesn't want to take the responsibility. Here is Joseph facing now to Charles. Charles comes in and bowls and delivery, which is punched up on the offside. So if you have such confidence in Joseph, maybe you should have taken the single initially.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he turned it down initially. Joseph, if you ask him, he would tell you that he's quite capable with the bat.
Well, we've seen stranger things than that happening in cricket anyway. So here is again Charles outside the off stump and cut away down towards backward point, but cannot score. The fielder just comes across to his left at backward point and does the fielding. Keep the total down to 143 for 9. We're in the 38 over. George is on Ryan John is on 27. Joseph is not yet. Imran Joseph has not yet scored, and certainly maybe at the midway point today we will not have been 1-9, whether St. David can bat all 45 overs. Really, they haven't played it as well as probably as smart as we thought they would have. As probably a little breeze has just picked up, seeing the flags over on the far side, flicked away on the onside, or attempting to flick it away on the onside. The ball coming off the bottom of the bat, almost yocking himself, and just rolling up on the offside. There is no run. Joseph remain on not. He has faced 3 deliveries so far. Negotiated 3, I should say.
Defended 3, and he's not one to defend much.
Here is again Charles on his way to bowl to Joseph. Joseph gets one outside the off stump and gets all of that and going one bounce out to the man at deep cover. And of course there is no run. Of course there may be some. I wonder if the players are some disagreements or.
I'm a bit confused here as to why the single was turned down again.
Well, it doesn't seem too friendly out there at all. Here is Charles on his way again to bowl to Joseph. And Joseph to this delivery is going for the big hit down the ground. He's probably wondering to himself what is really going on. And again, the single refused to bring the end of the over. So we'll see what approach Ryan John will take on this occasion. Having turned down what three runs in this over.
3 runs.
Yeah.
Rather interesting, to say the least.
So with 143 for 9, John would be on strike. He's on 27, but he haven't gone probably as quickly as he would normal. He just scoring at about 72 strike rate, 27 from 37, which is a little bit slow by his standard.
Yeah, well, he's batting in a situation where he has to balance his stroke play and ensuring that he preserves his wicket and try to bat out the full allotment of the overs. Some 7 overs remaining, and he would certainly want to be there and not get bowled out and rob themselves the opportunity of scoring some more runs.
Well, Dennis Sawyer George will continue, and he comes in to bowl to John, and John this time just stares it out on the onside and says wit to Joseph, and there is no run. 143 for 9. John is on 27, and I did see a sparrow flying around, reminding us that Christmas is near. Here is maybe Christmas, maybe for St. Patrick today or St. David, I don't know. A delivery again which is tugged down towards long on, and once again single number 4, and we can probably start beginning to count the run. If the game come down to a very tight game where probably St. David may lose by 2 or 3 runs, I think they would ruin not taking those singles.
John seems to be in a bit of a discomfort with the left hand, favoring the left shoulder a bit.
Well, he lost his shape badly in playing that last delivery, tugging it away down towards long on, and as a result may have done some damage to his shoulders. Should have been at the non-strikers end at that time. Yeah, he's George again on his way to bowl, and this time he takes the single as he plays it down towards the man coming off the deep cover boundary, and there is a single for him to take him on to 28, and it brings Imran Joseph into strike. 144 for 9. Should have been closer to 150, which is so much difference than 148 or 149 when you make a total of 150. But yeah, I think the players, I know, maybe feeling a little better out there. We can see a little bit more breeze now. Just the sheen in front of us here just fluttering a bit. And of course, looking at the trees out there, we can see the leaves just, the branches really in a beautiful rhythm, you know. Because you can see almost intertwining in between one another. There's just that there is some breeze out there.
Sun still bellowing down, though.
Wow, man, a lot of sun. Well, I think we're happy for it. As here now is George again on his way to bowl to Joseph. Joseph gets a delivery coming off the leading edge and going out towards. There's lots of confusion out there, as probably none of them seem to understand what the other is doing. And Joseph set off for a run initially and had to go back because John was going nowhere. As we winding down over number 39, 144 for 9. St. David just dragging on, trying to probably survive up to the 45th over delivery now, which is played up on the offside to be fielded by the bowler himself, just chopping away to his left, and there is no run. So John remains, Imran Joseph remains on not. As he goes for a big hit down the offside, the ball comes down towards a no ball signal by the umpire, and really quite lethargic is Ryan John. So no ball, so it will be a free hit right now, or would it not? No, I don't think that's in the playing conditions. We gotten so accustomed to free hits. Whenever there is a no ball, we don't expect the umpire to be. I don't really know what I said there, but yeah. So
White ball syndrome?
Yeah. But it's a single, would be added to the total. Takes it on to 145 for 9. We coming to the end of the 39th over, and just John really not keeping in shape at all. You know, looking to tug it away on the onside, but not making contact. So another dot ball goes into the scores book, as we normally say. And at the end of it, 145 for 9 is the latest score here, St. David at the National Stadium.
Yeah, Dennis George still keeping it bowling very clever here, taking the pace off the ball. Both batsmen would be looking to play some shots to muscle the ball, and he's really forcing them, making it difficult to generate that pace and keeping the ball outside of someone, turning it away from the right hander. Much more difficult to play.
Yes. It will be Joseph who will be waiting to face up to Charles again. And Charles now would be in his 7th over. Both 6 overs, 20 runs so far. And delivery which is missed, and missed also by Dennis George, and it will be probably signal wide by umpire Mark. Ball delivery down the leg side, no leg by. In fact, he got a bit on it. That took it away from the keeper. And another extra goes on to the score. So the score will move on to 146, inching ever so closer to the 150 mark. And I think St. David will welcome that, as a delivery which is to Ryan John, and is tucked in defence and plays it back up on the offside to be fielded by Charles. Charles goes back to his mark. Just looking at him, has his black by which holds his what might be a dreadlock or I don't know what. Sometimes they're not always dreadlock, but delivery which is pulled away on the onside by Ryan John. Ball goes down towards long on, and there is no is a single, yes, this time to Ryan John, which brings Joseph back into strike, and the total goes to 148.
Better communication from them there.
Yeah, so probably becoming maybe they're getting on terms with each other. Wide delivery outside the off stump, signal wide by umpire Mark, of course. Joseph having to stretch for it, but wasn't able to get to it that wide outside the off stump. Taken by wicketkeeper Dennis Smith, and another single, another extra goes onto the total. I think it should go on now to about 148. Delivery is wrapped on the pad. Delivery just coming back into Imran and wrapping him high up on the pad. No real appeal, and there is no run. The ball just bubbles away on the offside. So it's been so great to have cricket again. As you see, the Swallows just flying around the field. This morning I saw a beautiful formation of the pigeons. Almost like the British Air Force. The great formations when they're doing the formation flight. I don't know if you're going to see that again before the end of the game. As a delivery which is played up uppishly through the offside and goes down towards the fieldsman at sweeping on the offside. And here's another single, which takes now Imran off the mark. He's finally off the mark. Yes. And St. David inching, as I say, towards 150. Should be about 149 for 9. He'll confirm that for sure. As Charles waits again from the southern end and begins to move in, this time to bowl to John. John comes forward and steers it away down towards wide of backward point. And one thought that the fielder at backward point really should have cut that off to allow it to go down to the fielder third man, who comes around to his right to do the fielding. Another single to John. And at the end of it, should be about 150. Just
I think 150 should be up now.
Well, yeah. So
We'll just confirm shortly.
and 150 for 9. I think St. David will feel that they lost it somewhere along the line.
Confirmation from the scores that is actually 154 for 9.
154 for 9. Okay, right. So, yeah. So they've gotten past the 150 mark. I think it'll be a little bit more comforting. Down is George again. We'll take it up from the north, and the Dabo, the commentators booth end. So we all have our preferences in terms of delivery. Punch into the offside and knock down there at short there, extra cover, and there is no run. What is your preference?
Dabo end.
Dabo end.
The Dabo end.
There is a delivery again which is played forward and up on the offside, and George, who's been pretty tidy, just comes across to his left to do the fielding.
Sweeper pushing back. Captain Devon Smith pushing back the sweeper on the offside.
Yes, expecting a big shot from John. Comes in on, and there it is, and again just hitting hard into the ground. Haven't been able to time the ball sweetly, John. So far during his stay at the crease, and really not looking happy with himself at all. Here is George after a single from John. So here is delivery which is pulled down towards powerfully down, and the man making a hash of it. And to be fair to him, he got a water on accommodating bounce, and the ball going past him and going for 4. All these really important runs.
Yes,
by St. David.
struck really powerfully there by Joseph, he went straight to the fielder, but he got an awkward bounce and just palmed it over his head and going into the boundary for 4.
We think it would be close to 160 now for 9. Here is George on his way to bowl, and this the outside the off stump, and Joseph going for a huge hike and missing, and George doing some pretty quick walk behind there, but not. But Joseph was well grounded.
Again, good bowling there from George, taking all the pace off. Joseph looking to make a mighty heave over the mid-wicket region, but missing.
Yes, yeah. There is George again. There's a ringer fieldsman on the onside. There is a delivery which is short, and this time defended back up the offside by Joseph. So he knows how to block 1 or 2. He does look a little bit ungainly. Has been the case with Ryan John also, looking to play the big shots.
That last delivery was a little bit flatter and faster as well. So George really mixing up the pace and making it difficult for the batsman to score.
Yeah, I think that's what they need to do. It's 100 and make it about 160. What do we see? 159 for 9. It's a little bit difficult to. He was better vision than I do. So be able to pick that up. 159 for 9, and probably maybe 30 runs short of what probably St. David would have been hoping to be probably at that stage.
Yeah, definitely. Given where they were, they are the halfway mark thereabout.
Yeah,
they'll be disappointed at this stage.
Imran Joseph is on 1. Ryan John back on strike. He's on 30. Serious Charles, and John goes for it and gets it away from the fieldsman at long on, and it goes for 4. 1, 2, 3 bounces into the boundary for 4. So 163 for 9, and of course all these runs, I think, and it must be frustrating the St. Patrick team, who probably would have expected to wrap things up by now. The way the last hour would have gone. These two have shown that and of course Imran Joseph, as you said, does have a little bit of ability when it comes to batting. John off the back foot cracks it up towards extra cover again. Sloppy walk by the fielder there at extra cover. Ball going through his hands. The Devon Smith it is, and the batsman getting a single in the process. John goes to what I make is 31, 5 to Joseph, and once again 164 for 9. Here is Joseph on his way to bowl to Joseph this time, and Charles to Joseph. Joseph off the back foot and plays it back up to Charles. Maybe just hustled a bit. Seem having to play it back up to on the offside to Charles. So really intriguing battle between this final pair and the bowlers from St. Patrick, as here is Charles on his way to bowl to Joseph. Joseph again is in defence and opens the face of the bat and runs it up towards Devon Smith, who is just playing a bit of cat and mouse game with the batsman, and there is no run, so he remains on 5. He has faced 18 deliveries, so he has provided some support for Ryan John, who is on 36. Here is Joseph, the total 164 we said, and a delivery which is looking to go big, and is wrapped on the pad, and delivery which is full, basically almost being struck probably as close to the boot somewhere, looking to hike it over on the onside, and there is no run. And the umpire John Mack, short in stature. Here is Charles. Charles will, the fielder is just making a fielding change. Smith now is going more towards a conventional cover, as the deep cover now goes around to his right, more towards a wideish cover, deep extra cover on the boundary, and off the back foot and cuts towards the Devon Smith, who was just coming to that position, and there is no run, and that also will bring up the end of another over. So see the end of 42. And at the end of it, I have to use your eyes again.
164 for 9.
164 for 9.
Scoreboard is on the opposite side of the ground, so
yeah.
Have to help out Justin.
So at the end of it, 164 for 9. A mini recovery being at the moment being staged by St. David. We have to say, based on they've lost a few wickets rather quickly.
And more importantly, they batting out the overs. It's important always to bat out your full allotment of the overs than getting bowled out before.
That's very correct. As here is a delivery which is on the stumps, and John is in defense and plays it up on the offside. And you never know in games like these, because 2, 3 runs probably that you may have not chosen to take may well come back to haunt you. Pulling away there is Ryan George. Bowled him, in fact. He's bowled. Yeah, so looking to pull away on the onside. Again, losing his shape very, very badly and not making contact. So the end has come 164 for all out St. David. St. Patrick, I think, will be quite contented with their work, and probably feeling that at the end of the first half of the game that they're in a far better, a more advantageous position than St. David. But who knows what can happen in cricket. We've seen some very strange occurrences in cricket. But you get a feeling that it's a kind of on the par score that is posted there by St. David.
Yeah, I think so. St. Patrick's would be the happier of the two teams at this stage. Throughout the innings, the bowlers they bowled really tight, kept the ball between wicket to wicket. Scoring opportunities were quite limited, and the St. David's batsmen, they had to work for the runs. We had that collapse in the middle with Darren Hippolyte being on a hat trick, picking up 2 quick wickets, and there was never really a recovery from then on. So St. David's 164 all out. St. Patrick will be backing themselves, given their batting lineup as well, to chase down these runs quite comfortably.
So at the end of it, Ryan John, he was out for 35. Okay. So as the players leave the field, we too will be taking a break, and we hope you will join us again for the second half of the semi-final between St. Patrick and St. David. So until such time, we say goodbye from the National Stadium, and join us again in the next half an hour or so, when we'll be back to continue this live broadcast of the semi-final here from the National Stadium in St. George's.
Which means the land surrounded by reefs. And today it is known as the cradle of culture for its rich heritage passed on by the African and European descendants. Carriacou features the Maroon and String Band Festival, the Big Drum Nation Dance, and the Shakespeare Mass at Carnival. But what's really unique about Carriacou is the boat building culture. Carriacou, which means the land surrounded by reefs. And today it is known as the cradle of culture for its rich heritage passed on by the African and European descendants. Carriacou features the Maroon and String Band Festival, the Big Drum Nation Dance, and the Shakespeare Mass at Carnival. But what's really unique about Carriacou is boat building culture. Let's learn some more.
When you put the sails on them and you put them on the seawater and they start sailing. So I believe that is one of the difference between our sloops here and other sloops around. Well, our designs here is more like the Nova Scotia design and not the Scottish design. And you know what really happens is a lot of people, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that to say the Scottish people came here to build vessels for us. But for me, I don't believe that because of the designs, the different designs in it. You know, our designs is more like the Nova Scotia designs. They are the same thing, but not the Scottish design.
You can go to Barbados, Jamaica. You can go to all these different islands, and in a lot of islands, you can do a lot of the same things. You can do canopy tours. You can do things that every single island has. Okay, no other island has this. Carriacou and Petit Martinique are the only islands in the Caribbean that has boat building on this scale.
At Windward is part of the culture of the people of Windward. So I have poems on boat building. So we do poems, and of course we bring them to the beach and explain the parts of the boat and talk to the shipwrights and so on. So we do that to keep the culture alive.
So being an alumni from the university, I've immersed myself in the culture in Grenada and love it since first came here. And loving sailboats and I lived in my sailboat when I was here. Going to school, I started hearing about the sloops and the tradition of the building of the sloops.
Is a hand-on tradition from grandparents to uncle, father to children. So, and going around them and walking on holidays, yeah.
Well, Windward is where we have is a boat building village in Carriacou. And if this thing had gone from here, everything gone, you know.
What drove us to make this film, for me personally, it's very personal because my grandfather is, and my parents, my mother is from Carriacou, so from Windward. So Jassy Compton that you saw in the film is my great uncle. And that personal level of remembering spending childhoods here in Windward and in Carriacou was what drove me to find that passion, find that emotion, and bring that through in the film about how important this, not only the boat building is, but how important Carriacou is to me.
It took a really long time. It took 3 years of filming, and during that time we had many setbacks, many challenges, and it's not an easy thing building a vessel, and it's not an easy thing making a film.
Join us next time on Pure Talk.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique's diverse marine life and the excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share. and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours. That's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater, to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences, interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region, and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean, and I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
The benefits of coral reefs are well documented, from fisheries production to coastal protection. It has long been known that many countries and populations rely on healthy coral reefs for employment, food, and protection from coastal erosion. It is estimated globally that coral reefs provide a combined income of over $30 billion in goods and services. Not only do they support some of the greatest biodiversity on the planet, but they are invaluable for humankind. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique have a wide-ranging natural diversity of coral species, indicating that our reef ecosystems are healthy. Coral reefs, however, can be threatened by climate change, overfishing, poor water quality, and coastal development. Coral reefs need our support and protection, and we have the right healthy conditions to be able to do just that. Through the establishment of marine protected areas, our conservation-minded dive operators, and coral restoration projects, we are active in the protection of our reefs and are here to help. Elkhorn and staghorn corals, named for their uncanny resemblance to the antlers of their namesakes, are two of the acroprid species targeted in the Caribbean for restoration. These critically endangered species historically occupied a large percentage of the Caribbean reef landscape and are now slowly on the recovery. Acropora corals have the potential to grow relatively fast for a hard coral at tens of centimeters per year, faster than the annual growth rate of many other Caribbean species of hard coral. Elkhorn coral also provides lovely vertical habitat structure for reef creatures under its branching arms, altogether making it an ideal focus species for restoration efforts. Both Grenada and Carriacou have wonderful success stories of newly outplanted elkhorn and staghorn corals from ongoing nursery programs. These additional corals, most recently in Carriacou, are growing into ecologically successful members of the coral reef community and are leading the way for our up-and-coming 2021 outplants. Coral conservation is an ongoing act of love for our reefs in pure Grenada and Carriacou. Learn, explore, be inspired.
The small tri-island state of Grenada is internationally renowned for its sensational portfolio of 15 out-of-this-world shipwrecks. Our islands are often referred to as the shipwreck capital of the Caribbean due to its extensive selection of remarkable wreck dives. What many visiting divers don't realize is that the islands are home to a number of other artificial reef structures. There are many smaller wrecks that embellish other dive sites, yachts, fiberglass-hulled boats, vehicles, and archaic anchors pique the interest of divers. These accidental additions now act as an artificial reef structures for fish aggravating devices, providing protection and shelter to many marine species. Around the coastline of the islands, a number of piers and jetties entice avid critter hunters and photographers on their search for unusual or rare marine creatures. Purpose-sunk structures such as Grenada's famous underwater sculpture park support the growth of algae, sponges, and fire corals. In 2013, Dive Grenada designed and built the Grandlands Reef Regeneration Project, which is a unique artificial reef ecosystem. It is made up of individual pyramid structures that are built from concrete construction blocks. The artificial reef can be snorkeled or scuba dived by certified divers. The project has been successful not only for creating an artificial reef with outstanding biodiversity, but also as an educational tool for Grenadian school children to understand the need for marine conservation. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite-Martinique offer accessible experiences to all levels of certified divers and marine enthusiasts. Learn, explore, be inspired.
My name is Giviat Joseph. Give a little, give a lot, Giviat. I'm an actor from Brooklyn, New York, and this is my story of being quarantined in paradise.
So I came to Carriacou expecting a 30-day getaway, but it turned into a 5-month adventure that changed my life and will live with me forever. When I first arrived, I didn't know how to swim, and I was terrified to be alone in the water. I learned to sail and took part in the 50-year tradition of the Carriacou Regatta sailboat race. I even learned how to captain a ship. I'm the captain now. I'm just joking. With my family and friends, we experienced the island in an extraordinary way. I mean, we hiked to the highest points of the island and shared some beautiful memories with friends that have become more like family. It really felt like I was the king of the world. We relaxed and enjoyed day trips to the amazing neighboring islands and took dives in the ridiculously clear waters of Carriacou. I mean, you really got to see it to believe it. I swam amongst some of the most majestic and rarest creatures of the world. When I reflect on my experiences in Carriacou, I'm grateful for the tranquility and connection to nature. It was a perfect space to create, reflect, and grow with a stronger sense of self. Connecting with the locals gave an intimate experience to the culture and life in Carriacou. And I can't lie, I was surprised and a bit amazed to see that there was such a fun nightlife and to meet so many talented artists that are sprinkled all throughout the island. I am forever grateful to Carriacou for this magnificent experience and a chance to share it with the people I love.
With the reopening of operations at the Maurice Bishop International Airport and Lauriston Airport in Carriacou, the Grenada Airports Authority has made changes to its operations that will help stop the spread of COVID-19 and keep passengers and airport employees safe. When you come to the airport, wearing of face coverings are required upon entry. Only ticketed passengers, crew members, and airport employees will be allowed to enter the airport terminal. Accompanying persons may be allowed access to assist passengers with special needs or unaccompanied minors. Temperature checks using contact-free thermometers will be conducted on all passengers. Only asymptomatic passengers will be allowed to proceed to the check-in process, while passengers with elevated temperatures will be referred to the public health desk for secondary assessment. After checking in, passengers are to proceed directly to immigration and security checkpoints with completed ED forms. While in the departure hall, passengers must sit according to physical distancing decals and await boarding call by seat numbers before joining the queue. All arriving passengers and crew must wear a mask before entering the terminal building, observe physical distancing, and sanitize upon entry. In addition to completing an ED form, arriving passengers must present a completed Grenada Health Declaration form and a negative COVID-19 PCR test result conducted within 7 days of travel. All arriving passengers will be screened and tested as necessary upon entry by health officials and may be subject to mandatory quarantine for a minimum of 2 to 4 days or maximum of 14 days. Visit www.covid19.gov.gd for regular updates. Passengers will be required to pay for all tests, monitoring, and accommodation as necessary. Once cleared to proceed to Immigration and Customs, passengers will be directed to the GAA-approved taxi dispatcher's desk. Passengers traveling from a green zone will be directed to a separate pickup location. Passengers who are not cleared will be directed by the public health officials. The GAA has strengthened its operational practices to help reduce the transmission of COVID-19 while bringing peace of mind to passengers and staff, providing a safe travel experience for all.
The Ministry Ministries of Health and Tourism are continuing to implement the new way of doing business in the tourism industry by introducing the element of monitoring. Training for health wardens started on Friday, 9th October, and their task is to visit tourism stakeholders to ensure that they have implemented and maintain health and safety protocols within their establishments. This monitoring process will begin with the Pure Safe Travel accommodations, which are approved to receive international visitors once those visitors have met the strict requirements for entry to the country. Minister for Tourism and Civil Aviation, Honorable Dr. Clarice Modest-Kerwin, impressed on the young men and women how crucial the new task is to the economy of the country.
But our priority is just that, keeping Grenada and Grenadians safe. But there's also another priority. People may come to Grenada. We have a responsibility to keep them safe too. We can't say, well, it's only Grenadians we're keeping safe and we don't care about anybody else. Now, in this industry, we are concerned about both. And I'll just tell you why we are concerned about our visitors. First of all, they're human beings and we have a beautiful country that we want to share with others. But also, because a number of Grenadians depend on this industry for their living, for their livelihood, for their bread and butter, anyhow you want to take it. And the numbers I have, it could be more than that, is about 4,000 Grenadians, you know. And when you talk about the 4,000 Grenadians, think about their families. So whether it's a gentleman, whether it's a lady who's employed in the industry, you go into their homes, it might have 4 or 5 other people there dependent on them. But the fishermen, the farmers, what you're doing is saving lives, keeping your country safe, and allowing persons to carry on with the jobs that they used to do before. This is an extremely important job that we're asking you to do.
Chief Executive Officer of the Grenada Tourism Authority, Patricia Ma, spoke of the work that has been done in creating the 6 tourism subsector reopening protocols and checklists.
We need to make sure that all of those tourism stakeholders are following the protocols. Yes? You've got to follow the protocols. Are you adhering to the checklist? Okay? And as you know, it's so important now that we're reopening to visitors and for our local residents as well to keep everybody safe. That's the key. Safe and healthy. That's our #1 priority. So we're going to need your support to go out to visit our partner hotels and cottages and guest houses and villas, yes, and make sure that they are doing what they said they would do. And we're going to have to see how you can do these 2 important jobs, right? One is to check that the protocols are in place, right? And 2, to do it in a friendly manner. Yeah? With your beautiful smiles and your lovely personalities. That is going to be very important for us.
Chairman of the COVID-19 Committee, Dr. Bert Brathwaite, shared important information about the COVID-19 virus and tips on how visitors and citizens can keep themselves safe.
Looking specifically at the front desk, if you saw a lot of people clustering around in front at the front desk, you know that is not right. Another area you look at specifically is the bars. Is the barman allowing a lot of people to congregate around the bar? That should not be the case. In most instances, people are going to be served drinks and they'll be sitting properly spaced spatially. The gyms are areas that where they have to be really very meticulous. It is important that you keep on your mask, that you try to encourage people around to put on the mask because it could be putting you at risk, your family at risk, right? And I have been on that theme from the beginning of the outbreak, and I continue to be on it, pressing people to put on your mask and keep it on. It is so critical. I know it's troubling for many people. It's not the kind of way that we normally live, but this is the new norm which we have to adapt to.
My name is Anthony McClarence, but everybody know me like Nero. 40 years ago, I started building boat. First boat I built, her name was Unity. My grandfather was one of the best boat builder in Carriacou. His name was Mac McClarence. He owned 11 of them, 11 boats. In his life story, I was 23 years when I built my first boat. I built about 8 boats during the years I was a shipwright. It took me 2.5 years, 2.5 years to build this one. The length of it is 65 foot by 18 foot 6 wide. The process for starting out was like, we had was 1/4 lot of wood to start it. We sent for the main part of it is the keel that come from Guyana, and the rest of lumber came, well, it's lumber from Honduras, but the company in Grenada order it and we buy it from them. It will be a great day for everybody. We expect string band music and lots of people and food, a lot of liquor drinking and old tradition thing we're doing tomorrow.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
The Nutmeg Princess is very special to me because I think it's the first
Grenadian fairy tale, so to speak. Growing up as a young boy and stuff, we never really had positive images of fairy tales where we can see a black princess or a black prince and stuff. So I really wanted the world to know that there is a black princess and she comes from Grenada. There are other stories of black princesses, but this one is a special one because it's a spicy princess called the Nutmeg Princess. So she's a really beautiful black girl, and she lives in one of the most exquisite places in Grenada called the Grenada Lake. And it's a lake that has no bottom, right? And the only way you can see the princess, even if you're outside on the sailing on the sun and beautiful blue Caribbean Sea, the only way you can see the princess is if you have a good heart. You must have a good heart. And sometimes you think you have a good heart, but you might not have a good heart. So you might have to do little things to have a good heart. So to have a good heart, and then you will see her. And she will appear, and she's the most beautiful. She has diamonds in her hair, lots of braids, and sometimes she appears and she'll be singing a song. Sometimes it'll be a sad song, sometimes it'll be a happy song, depending on how you feel that day. If you're happy, you'll always get a happy song. So that's Nutmeg Princess.
Which means the land surrounded by reefs, and today it is known as the cradle of culture for its rich heritage passed on by the African and European descendants. Carriacou features the Maroon and String Band Festival, the Big Drum Nation Dance, and the Shakespeare Mass at Carnival. But what's really unique about Carriacou is the boat building culture. Let's learn some more.
Carriacou sloops, I think, is one of the most prettiest sloops that we have around. All right, and especially when you put the sails on them and you put them on the seawater and they start sailing. So I believe that is one of the difference between our sloops here and other sloops around. Well, our designs here is more like the Nova Scotia design and not the Scottish design. And what really happened is a lot of people, I wouldn't doubt that to say the Scottish people came here to build vessels for us. But I don't. For me, I don't believe that because of the designs, the different designs in it. You know, our designs is more like the Nova Scotia designs. They are the same thing, but not the Scottish design.
You can go to Barbados, Jamaica. You can go to all these different islands, and in a lot of islands, you can do a lot of the same things. You can do canopy tours. You can do things that every single island has. Okay, no other island has this. Carriacou and Petit Martinique are the only islands in the Caribbean that has boat building on this scale.
At Windward is part of the culture of the people of Windward. So I have poems on boat building. So we do poems, and of course we bring them to the beach and explain the parts of the boat and talk to the shipwrights and so on. So we do that to keep the culture alive.
So being an alumni from the university, I've immersed myself in the culture in Grenada and love it since first came here. And loving sailboats and I lived in my sailboat when I was here. Going to school, I started hearing about the sloops and the tradition.
Good afternoon. We welcome you back to the National Stadium here as we see the second inning of the first inning of St. Patrick's. Outside the off stump around John Bourne. Just a little bit widey. Devon Smith have nothing to do with it, and it's collected by the keeper, Samuel Charles. Certainly have been a very exciting start to this innings. St. Patrick's chasing 165 for victory. They are now 4 for 2. The wicket that has fallen so far, Davis Charles, LBW, bowled Pascal. He went for 4. And Weaver Benjamin, he also LBW to Ryan John for no score. It's 4 for 2, and John in his first over, right arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Devon Smith, and he covers up and pushes it on the offside. And there's no chance of a run. The score 4 for 2. And let me welcome in the booth with us here the coach of the Volcanoes, Andrew Richardson. Welcome.
Thanks, Mr. Courtney. Thanks for having me.
Certainly, you have seen. You were here yesterday, seeing that preliminary game, and obviously you are here today. And your thoughts of the first morning session? What you have seen?
The bit that I saw was towards the back end. When Ryan John was in, I thought that he could have pushed on a little bit more, but he didn't get the sort of support that he would have required from the lower half.
John is bowling to 2 slips, a gully backward point cover mid-off on the offside. As he's up to the wicket to bowl to Devon Smith. A good delivery, and Devon and Smith just covers up, push it on the onside. And that completes John's first over. 2 overs being bowled, 4 for 2. 164, 165 for victory. I know you would have known most of the players that would have played for Volcanoes would have been training. What do you feeling in terms of what will happen in this particular game? Or maybe you could mention some of the important persons that would need to perform.
Well, this is a very important passage of play for both teams. Once Devon is at the wicket, he's definitely a match decider.
Yeah.
The longer he's there, the more confidence the St. Patrick's team will have.
Pascal, and he hit on the pad, loud appeal. He's out leg before, good delivery. Again, Hippolyte playing around the pad. They're looking to probably play this one somewhere down to a mid-wicket or square leg position. And umpire John Mark didn't have a hesitation. St. Patrick has now lost the third wicket.
Yeah, both of the St. Patrick's batters not seem to be dealing with both of these right-arm seamers who naturally bring the ball back into those left-handers. They seem to be struggling with picking up the angle of which the ball is coming back. They seem to be a little bit late on both Pascal and Ryan John. But, as I said, Devon being there with all the experience he has at the first class and international level, he has done this sort of thing for the Windward Islands for many, many, many years. And as long as he's there, the St. Patrick's team is still in the game.
I certainly agree with you. He's so critical in terms of what happened. Just to make an adjustment here, that's supposed to be Devani Joseph and not Hippolyte, who just went leg before. Looking to play that ball somewhere to square leg. But I certainly agree with you, Devon being the player who has played at the highest level. One would expect that he's really key in terms of getting to that score of 165.
Not just playing at the highest level in this situation. You know, he has done this many a times for the Windward Islands from his early days of playing in the late 90s. He has been doing this. So, but not to leave out that the St. David's team have some formidable bowlers. You know, Pascal has played at the highest level, and Ryan John has done fairly well at starting out his first-class career thus far. So they do have a very potent bowling attack, and you know it is game on right now.
Pascal just picked up the second wicket. It's 4 for 3. He's up to the wicket, and this one is he's looking to drive there as it just comes off the inner part of the bat and goes down to mid-on position, and there's no chance of a run. It's Lapompe, left-handed Damien Lapompe, pretty stocky in build, pretty short.
Yeah, I think the St. Patrick's batters have to be careful. You know, the wicket seems to be keeping a little bit low, and they have to be very mindful that both of these right-arm seamers tend to bring the ball back into the left-handers, and they seem to be attacking the stumps a lot. So I would advise them to look to get on the front foot and watch the ball closer.
Yeah, certainly. Pascal Lapompe is hit on the pad once again, looking to turn the down, looking to play through square leg, and this one, as you rightly said, and you keeping a bit low, and it looks pretty close from here. Not out.
Yeah, if you look at the way the St. David's bowlers have been attacking, the plan seems to be to bowl straight. And the St. Patrick's batters will just have to find a way to combat that. The best way is to watch the ball close and get on your front foot, get out early. But they do have to look to score. Even though this passage of play, they're looking to consolidate with the loss of early wickets, but they still have to look to be positive.
Pascal to Lapompe. And he's hit on the pad once again. Loud appeal. Not out, said the umpire. Certainly it looks pretty close, but the umpires are in the best place to judge, and the whole team went up, and umpire Mark is on move, but another good delivery that cut back in to Lapompe, and really is struck on the pad.
Yeah, Lapompe has to be very careful. He's had two very close calls, which probably could have gone either way. You know, luckily the umpire decided not to give him out. But you know, as I said, the plan has to be look to get forward, probably back outside of your crease, because I mean the pace of this wicket is hard to see the bowlers consistently getting the ball bouncing over your waist height. So, you know, I mean the wicket is keeping low, so you have to look to get forward, look to hit the ball in front of you, and if you get a bad delivery, look to put it away and keep remaining positive.
Yeah, it's a really good start by St. David's. It's 4 for 3, and Pascal certainly has been the best I've seen him for the season. Not for the season, for the last 2 years. He just wanted to be outside the off stump, and that was well judged by Lapompe. Again, it was pretty close, and he just shouldered his arm and it went through to the keeper.
Yeah, from what I can remember of Neil and Pascal playing against him probably some 10 years ago, you know, he's not bowling the sort of pace that he used to. But, you know, with all his experience, he's probably unable to practice as often as he would like to as well.
Yeah.
You know, but he seems to be bowling the ball in the right areas and getting some movement.
And this batsman just pull away the dead ball signal by the umpire. Lapompe seemingly not quite ready. And dead ball signal. Well, I've seen him for the last 2 years. He would have played for St. David's last year, and last year that would have been 2019. Obviously, as you rightly said, that he was pretty low on pace, and he did play. Would have been 2018 because he really didn't play much. We didn't play in 2020 until just one match I think we played. But in terms of the pace, he just seemed to step up a bit here. And seemed to be bowling much quicker than I've seen him bowl probably in the last 2 seasons. He's over the wicket right arm coming from northern end to bowl to pump, and this one he's hitting it over short delivery, a hit over third man or gully position, goes down to the boundary for 4. So that takes the score on to 8. And at the end of over number 3, it's 8 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, it's good to see Pascal showing a bit of aggression, even though the wicket isn't supporting that sort of bowling. You know, you have to keep the batters in check. Unfortunately, he didn't get it in the line that he wanted to, so the batsman was able to freeze and get the ball over gully. Still an interesting contest. And as I said, still a tough passage of play here. We know the key here for the St. Patrick's team is how long that Devon Smith is going to be at the wicket.
Yeah,
and the longer he's there, the more confidence the players in the dressing room will get.
Yeah.
They believe that they can get closer to the target that St. Davis set them earlier.
Yeah.
So, if I know Devon will look to certainly not have Ryan get him out because we have to come back to practice this week again.
So certainly the competition is there.
It is there.
Between
it
both
is
players
there. And, he will hear a lot about it Tuesday when he comes back to work.
John, right arm, he's bowling from this northern end to bowl to Smith. Smith covers up, pushes it back along the wicket. There's no chance of a run. Richardson, you would have been all over the region in terms of cricket, and you see some of our players here, and we talk people like Ryan John, people like Devon Smith, maybe Keto, and your view in terms of where we at in regards to what is out there. Is there you see any major difference in terms of the quality of players?
Well, certainly not talent. I think my time here in the Windward Islands, I've certainly seen a lot of guys who certainly have the goods to go further and play international cricket.
John to Smith. Smith is sit on the pad. This ball seems to be going down the leg side. Just a stifled appeal as it comes off Devon Smith's pad and just drop out on the onside.
Yeah, going back, as I said, a lot of talent here in the Windward Islands. It's just a matter of the mindset of our players, how hungry we are to get to the next level, how bad they want it. The facility here is great, and it does give them the opportunity to work on their skills and hone their skills in order to move on to bigger and higher levels of cricket.
John to Devon Smith outside the off stump, and Devon Smith allowed it to go through outside the off stump, and there's no run. And that's one of the other things that I wanted to raise with you in terms of the facility here, in terms of what we have been able to achieve here in terms of cricket. I think the fact that we have been able to, after such a long time, to come back and play this game here, and obviously one thing that would benefit our players a great deal. But as you were rightly saying, in terms of the facility, the quality of work that we are seeing, as John is up to Smith. Smith covers up. This one coming into him, but the Smith equal to it. Push it on the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that is probably lacking here is an indoor facility. Because of the challenges here with the weather. Sometimes, if it rains, there's not much you can do outdoors. So, barring that, I think, as I said, there's a lot of talent here. And once the guys are able to channel their energy in the right direction, also a little bit more self-belief, guys could get to the next level.
John, again a good delivery, and Smith is also equal to this one, pushing it on the offside. And Smith is making a concerted effort really to be as cautious as possible. We have been very careful covering up each of those delivery and pushing it out on the offside. And I would think, as you rightly said, that he would understand he's certainly the mainstay, the backbone of St. Patrick's batting.
And he knows this St. Patrick bowling attack, that if he's able to see off these two new ball bowlers, he knows what's next to come.
John, in his second over, to Smith. Smith's beaten outside the off, some good delivery, pitch and the bunks, and really left the left-handed batsman there. Never another good over St. Patrick's 8 for 3.
Yeah, that last delivery from Ryan John was a beauty. He seems to be moving the ball both ways, you know, showing good skills. I mean, he's probably one of our more accurate bowlers in the Volcano setup at the moment, and he does work hard, and his work seems to be getting better and better with the results that he's getting today.
Yeah, very interesting contest. St. Patrick need 165 for victory. That's 8 for 3. Certainly, I know that you are pretty happy to know that we have been able to start cricket competitively here, and I would think would do probably a lot of good in terms of development of our players. As Pascal outside the off stump, La Pompe just allows it to go through, and there's no chance of a run.
Look, it's nice to practice, but it's always better to get it done in the game.
Yeah.
And you know, cricket is cricket. The more cricket you play, you know, over time you should get better in thinking about your game and executing the skills that you practice in the nets. One disappointing thing I have to point out that when the St. Davis team batted, and the lower order could have supported the batters a little bit more.
He wants more hit on the pad. Actually, he's bold. As La Pompe, they looking to play on the onside again, looking to play around that delivery. Pascal continued to bowl straight, and this one seemed to kept low and really probably hit his leg some.
Yeah, another beautiful delivery that hit the top of off. You know, this is sort of dismissals that fast bowlers relish. I thought Mr. La Pompe, they played around the delivery. He was a little bit late coming forward, and the inward movement caught him trapped on the crease and just was able to clip the top of our stump.
Yeah, I want to go back to a point that you made there. You spoke about the St. Davis batting, and certainly I would think that maybe that's one of the areas that probably give you a lot of problem in regards to how our players think, because you know I am one believe that if you understand the game and you know the game, you'll be able to play better. And you look at what happened in the St. Davis in terms of how some of the batsmen out. The fact that you have a senior player with you, one of the main person, and you are there, really should be given support. Yeah. And I would think that you would have gone through that in the region, where sometimes it frustrates you.
It does. As a coach, sometimes a lot, you know, it hurts your heart to see, you know, easy singles being or so many gaps in the outfield, and then somebody who's supposed to be supporting a batter, you know, plays an ill-advised stroke, gives his wicket away and comes inside, you know, and it's just things that we're trying to mitigate going forward in our cricket. You know, the more we think about it, the easier it is for us to execute the simpler things to keep the game simple.
Yeah, and probably you'd answer that later down the road in terms of one of the major challenges you face probably on the road in terms of the Volcanoes team going out there, and certainly there would be some areas that very concerned in terms of our players. So maybe you could answer that down the road in terms of your view on that. Now, it's 8 for 4. We are in the 5th over. St. Patrick's trying to get 165 for victory. Pascal so far 2.2 overs. 2 for 8. And Ryan John 2 overs. He also has Pascal actually 3 for 8. And John 1 for 2. Really has been a dream start, a start that St. Davis would have been looking for to make an impact on this game. This one down the leg side, going to be signal wide there as ball was short, and again looking to swing down the leg side, make no contact.
Yeah, both of the St. Davis opening bowlers certainly have used this new ball very well. They have, as I said, they've got some lateral movement, and they've certainly used the wicket to what it has, and they've certainly bowled and attacked the stumps a lot, you know, consistently keeping the batters from St. Patrick under pressure.
Pascal outside the off stump again, wide signal by the umpire. You could see him coming there looking for extra pace, but that one went outside the off stump, and no shot off at John Olive. John Olive, and it's taken by the keeper.
Yeah, probably the first bad delivery to the right hand that Pascal has bowled. He has been very well thus far.
Yeah, just training length as he's up to the wicket, bowl to Olive. Olive again looking to swing down the leg side. Not a bad delivery. And, you know, as we go back to the point that you were making in regards to, you know, one has to be, you know, have a cricket intelligent in making decisions. And yes, he would have bowled very well his first over. I thought he was really on spot, hitting straighter, hitting the deck, getting little movements. Just seemed to be carried away a little bit in trying to do maybe more than he should be doing now to keep the pressure.
I'm not sure about the fitness work that he has done over the last few weeks. He looks a little bit winded after 2.2 overs.
Another good delivery. Just push on the offside. Certainly you will pick that up. Obviously, you're going to pick that up in terms of the fitness level.
Yeah, you could tell by the pace that he's walking back to his mark. He's not moving very briskly. You know, I mean, guys coming out of a 7-8 month lockdown, you know, you're going to see these kind of things. And we, as I say, at this level, you're not sure of how many days of the week they're able to put work in on their game.
Pascal. Up to the wicket, ball to Olive, again outside the off stump. Again, moving away, this one closer, but well judged by Olive as he allowed this one to go through outside the off stump. And the score remains at 11 for 4. We are in the 5th over. St. Patrick's trying to get to 165 for victory. These two teams met in the finals in 2019 at this same ground. St. David's won by 5 wickets. This one was played down to long leg. Not confidently by the batsman, but picked up a single.
Yeah,
He's off the mark.
Every delivery that the St. David's bowlers have pitched wicket on wicket, the St. Patrick's batters seem to be not sure if they really want to come forward, even when the ball is on a good length. You know, and I think, you know, on this wicket, that's what you have to look to do, to bring the batters forward. You know, the wicket is not bouncing, the ball is getting a little bit older, so the plan has got to continue to be to attack the stumps and let the batters make that mistake.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. 2 slips on a gully, just seemed to be some strength in that slip region. Pascal to Smith. Smith is playing this one to backward point, and good stop there by Teddy Bishop. And that completes another over by Pascal, his 3rd over. So far has 3 wickets for 12 runs. Ryan John in his 2 overs have 1 for 2. St. Patrick's 12 for 4. And certainly it will be essential for St. Patrick's now to really dig in and have some form of partnership. Yeah, not a very big score, 45 overs. They have quite a bit of time.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left in the game. Still a lot could happen. Lots of deliveries. As I said, you know, these 2 batters at the wicket will have to look to batter off these 2 opening bowlers and then to try to take the game a little bit deeper. And, you know, a lot depends on, you know, as I said earlier, the Devon Smith at the wicket. You know, they still have Dennis Smith to come, who is also one of the Volcanoes players, who has had some success at the regional level. So it's not all done and out for the St. Patrick's team at the moment, but they're here in a scrappy fight.
Yeah, one would have thought we probably would have seen Devon in already. Dennis Smith as John. And he's looking to drive, and that sort of eerie shot here, as that one was again on a good length. And you could see that that foot coming forward, and you know, just trying to hit some way over mid-off. John Olive, attacking player, and it seemed very, very clearly his intention is not to push around.
Yeah, he seems to want to get on with it, you know. He wants to hit that ball somewhere down by Fontenoy.
It's 12 for 4. It's Ryan John. Bowling from this northern end, and this one is pitched up. It's steered past a backward point. This is going to run into the boundary for 4 man. Pitched up, and he just steered it past the gully, and this one went down to the boundary for 4. 16 for 4, and John Olive is on 5.
Yeah, another delivery that's off the stumps. As we can see, it is easier to score when the ball is pitched off the line of wicket and wicket.
Yeah, and you back to you in terms of maybe one of the biggest challenge you would face in terms of you're going through regional games, and obviously sometimes you find yourself in good position and then you fall short. Some of the areas you think that is so challenging that you think could be much better. John. Olive is beaten outside the off stump there as he squared up, ball leaving outside the off stump. Good link, good bowling by John.
I think generally, I mean, any cricket that you play, you put 2 or 3 wickets onto the score, the game is changed. So, it's not just regional cricket, it's just cricket in general. It's not the sort of thing that you want as a coach to be cruising at 120 for 1 and then you go to the bathroom and come and you're 120 for 5, 22 for 5. So, I mean, it is cricket. It's not the sort of things that you want to see. It's the things that, you hope batters get in and get starts and give you big scores.
John. Over the wicket, ball to Olive. Again, Olive is looking to swing this one. It comes off the inside edge, goes on to long leg, and he pick up another single. Takes his score on to 11.
Yeah, started picking up his first single, but I didn't think...
7, sorry.
I don't think with that stroke he wanted a single. He seemed to have wanted more.
Yeah, he certainly really wanted to put back the ball. And it came off and went down to long leg. He's on 7, 17 for 4. We are in the 6th over. As you see some adjustment there. Bishop now going to square leg. Pretty pack off side field into 2 slips gully. Cover point, cover mid off. Long leg, mid wicket and mid on. John. He's up to the wicket. Ball to Smith. Smith playing this one into the cover, looking for the single there, but having been sent back by Olive.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication between both batters there. Smith playing a defensive stroke into the cover point area, and Olive did not back up whatsoever. Wasn't interested in the run until the ball got back to the wicket keeper, Samuel Charles.
Quiet period, and certainly St. Patrick's will want to now dig in some sort of partnership. John in his 3rd over. So far, 1 for 5. He's up to the ball to Smith. Smith allowed this one to go to outside the off stump.
Fairly good consistency and skills here being shown by Ryan John. Seems to be getting the ball to move both ways off a very good length. He's only conceded 5 runs in 3 overs, and he's only bowled 1 delivered outside off stump that the batter was able to get through gully for a boundary. So, it's good to see. He has been putting in a lot of work in the last month to 5 weeks, and it's showing, it is consistency and the skill that he's showing today.
Yes, and he's one of the players, in my view, would have improved immensely in terms of his all-round cricket. One is his whole temperament, his attitude, and it's pleasing to see that, and that will all go well for him to move on.
I think you touched up a key point here. His attitude. Since I've been started working with him as a coach, I've seen a lot of much better attitude in terms of his positivity.
This one played on the onside. A quick run. That's Smith there. Olive there. The ball came into Olive and just came off the bat and probably pad. And Smith was quick to just hustle for a single again to maintain having a strike. And one more, it's 18 for 4, and Olive moves to 8. I didn't see a signal from the umpire, but it's 18 for 4.
Yeah, just a little bit to touch on Ryan John. It's good to see him be more of a leader. He has been certainly displaying that sort of attitude in the last few months.
Smith plays this one down to long leg position as it came into him from outside the off stump, and the amble an easy single. Smith takes the score to 19 for 4, and Devon Smith, who has done tremendously well for the Windwards, for the Volcanoes over the years, continue to do well, and really the batting rests on his shoulder as Olive comes into strike. Again, he steered this one down to third man, and he picks up another single. Ball well up by Pascal. He just opened the face and plays it down to third man. And for another single, he's take the score to 21 for 4. John Olive on 8.
Yeah, Pascal seems to be tiring a bit now. You look at as I said, the pace that he's going back to his mark. He's very pedestrian-like.
He's up to the ball to Smith. Smith covers up. Good delivery, good line.
Good delivery there. Pascal showing a bit of discomfort towards his right knee there. So, as you see, he has bowled very well though. Must commend him for a few beauties that he bowled earlier to got 3 wickets that he got.
Yeah, so far got pick up 3 wickets for some 16 runs in his 4th over. As he's off to the wicket and bowled to Smith, and Smith covers up a ball coming into him, and he's equal to it as he push it on the onside. But I must say, it's really the best I've seen him for quite a while. As you say, he looked aggressive, pretty nippy.
It is pleasing for me to see a fast bowler that I've played with and against for many years still going.
He's up to the wicket, the ball to Smith. Smith covers up and plays it on the offside. There's no run, and that completes his 4th over. So far had 3 for 15. St. Patrick's trying to get to 165 for victory, 20 for 4. And certainly it's a sort of start that would please St. David's team, and they would certainly want to go on from here.
Yeah. The bowlers that are coming after these 2 bowlers now, that's where the game is going to be an interesting part. Because I know that Devon would love to see the back of both Ryan and Nilan at this time, to see what roll of the dice St. David's is going to come with after these 2 bowlers spell finish.
Important point. You certainly make an important point there after these 2 bowlers. John, and he's going to bowl to Olive. As he's off to the wicket, bowl. This is down the leg side. Again, wide signal by the umpire. There is Imran Joseph, is one of the fast bowlers that came on the scene. I think it was in 2018, and certainly created an impact. Yeah. 2018, 2019, I think it was, in the Windwards tournament, and he actually blew away some of the batsmen in his first game. But he made an important point when he speak about fitness, because after the first game he actually struggled for the rest of the season. But he do have pace. Again, his consistency and his fitness is very key. So he's one of the players that, obviously one has to look at how he gonna go on the surface. John, and this one is played defensively to cover. Joseph. Jaron Noel is another of the bowlers, off spinner that we probably need to look at. So just to mention a couple of the bowlers that are going to come next in regards to the players that Cindy will be looking for to make an impact.
Yeah, it's going to be how consistent Jaron Noel and Imran Joseph are going to be able to keep the St. David's batters under pressure. St. Patrick's batters, under pressure.
John. He's out caught in third slip, gully position, short lifting delivery, and John Olive just sort of low that bat outside. He took the bat and went straight to Bishop, who is feeling in that goalie position.
We have been talking about the lack of bounce in the wicket, but Ryan John certainly got that one to bounce and hit the neck on the splice of the bat. Just lobbing to gully. Beautiful delivery. Batter wasn't able to cover the ball. He was more beside it, looking to play the ball down to third man, and Ryan John got the better of him.
Yeah, and it certainly speaks to his consistency. He have been, despite maybe a few deliveries, but he have been pretty consistent on that line. And this one lifted nicely, and Olive was not equal to it. Just went straight to the fielder, and yet another important blow. 21 for 5, and it's becoming harder and harder for St. Patrick's. Smith would definitely need someone to stand with him, but he's being joined by another Smith. Certainly, I think this is a pair that will have to turn things around if St. Patrick's are going to do well.
Well, this is the pair that has the most experience in the team. These are the guys they're going to look to get them as close to the St. David's total as possible. But I said that as long as Nilan Pascal and Ryan John are still operating, St. David's is ahead of the game.
Yeah, certainly. Finally, Andrew, your stint here, in Grenada, being the coach of the Volcanoes, and we do have some of our top players in Grenada also come to the session. How have it been in terms of, having what is necessary to do the training, the support from the Cricket Association, just your view in terms of, how you would have felt, maybe how you are being treated in Grenada, and what is happening for, in terms of development of cricket in Grenada. Probably you would, and after this ball, maybe you could give us, how you see things happening here. John, and he's up to the wicket, the ball to Dennis Smith. Smith played this one to mid-wicket. He's going to pick up a single. He's off the mark. This ball, and you see Smith there just hopping back. Hope is nothing serious there. But this seemed to be in a bit of pain as he played this ball to mid-wicket and pick up a single. He's off the mark. It's 22 for 5.
Well, I must say, if I must say, I certainly have enjoyed my time working with the Volcanoes thus far, and I've certainly enjoyed my time here in Grenada. In terms of, as I said earlier, there is talent here. There is talent here. It just needs a lot of fine-tuning. We try our best to take whatever the weather gives us, because when it rains, there's not much we can do in terms of on the field, or there's no indoor facility. We could put extra hours in. For Grenada's cricket, I'd love to see more cricket being played. Everyone has their
beautiful delivery bowled by John, and passed very close to the off stump, as Smith just allowed this one to go through, and he really probably almost shaved the off stump. A very good delivery.
Certainly, if you ask Devon Smith, he'll say that's excellent judgment. But I said, looking at Grenada's cricket today, it has been good to watch. But the volume of cricket that is being played here, certainly would love to see more cricket being played. The more you play, as I said, the more you do something, the chances of you becoming better at it increases. So, that's what I would love to see.
Yeah, I agree with you, and certainly maybe not Grenada only in terms of the amount of cricket that's been played, but the region as a whole.
Yeah.
One could remember in one particular parish you have 40-something teams playing. St. David's at one time with 20 teams playing, and now you're struggling to get maybe 8 teams. John, he's up to the wicket, ball to Smith. Smith is cutting well, beautiful shot. That's a Devon Smith that we know. Short, he was on top of it and hit it down to backward point for 4.
9.5 with 10 times he'll put away that delivery. That's what his whole setup is waiting on that one short and wide to pounce on it, and he certainly made the most of that one.
Yeah, good shot, and it's one of the bad deliveries by Ryan John, one of the the loose deliveries, and Smith took full advantage. 26 for 5. Devon Smith and Dennis Smith. Now looking to revive the situation for St. Patrick's. We are in the 8th over, and John in is 4th over. So far 2 for 11 as he comes up once again to bowl to Smith outside the off stump. We allow this one to go through outside the off stump, and there's no run, and that's the end of the over. Your parting words, Richardson, in terms, any parting words?
No, I plan to be here a very long time, so there'll be no parting words.
Oh.
But
at the commentary booth.
At the commentary booth, yeah. It has been good. You know, the cricket has looked good, very good for the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
You know, credit to the St. David's bowlers. I thought they kept the St. Patrick's batters in check. It certainly put them under pressure. They certainly, you know, got a lot from the new ball. And this is sort of start that, you know, any captain would really be happy to see. And, you know, as I say, Mr. Pascal is still going. So, you know, they're certainly maximizing both of these new ball bowlers and getting every ounce of skill and flesh they can get from all this spell. So, you know, they know that, you know, this partnership is very crucial. And another wicket here would certainly almost put a nail in the coffin of the St. Patrick's team.
Certainly, and certainly we will really want to thank you for giving us a few minutes. I think, you know, it certainly is a pleasure to have you, have your thoughts in terms of what you are seeing here today. Pascal de Smith, he covers up and plays it on the offside. There's no chance of a run. Certainly to hear from you in terms of your experience, you know, what is happening in Grenada. We are so happy to have you with us. And I know that we'll continue to be close in terms of what happens in Grenada cricket. So we do want to thank you for the time that you have spent with us.
Thanks again, Mr. Kearney. Certainly been a pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you.
As Pascal, this one is played back to the bowler, and by Dennis Smith, and there's no runs. The score remains 26 for 5. We are in over number 9. Pascal still bowling to 2 slips. Third man on the boundary, cover point, cover mid off, and on the leg side, mid on, mid wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. And Smith is pulling and pulling well. It is going to go close to that boundary. The fielder from mid on loses the chase as it goes over the boundary for 4. Short delivery, and this was hit by Smith. It's a wide mid on, goes down to the boundary for 4.
Well, definitely it was asking for it, and he did deliver what it was asking for. St. Patrick's 30 for 5, state of border for them.
Did you expect that, Ashley?
Well, I think it's just a repeat of what had happened the last time around, because I always said if you have your best batsman, you got to always open bat, and that didn't happen, and I expected something like this.
Smith is pulling again, but straight to the mid-on fielder. There's no chance of a run. St. David would have struggled against the spin, and I think the spin would have really created some havoc in St. David's batting. We didn't see that the faster bowlers were able to get anything out of the wicket. We are seeing the opposite now in terms of the fast bowlers getting the wickets. We haven't seen the spin yet, but really a turnaround in terms of what happened in the first inning. Pascal, Smith is looking to pull. He's hit on the pad, maybe a little bit high up on the pad there, and appeal, but not out by the umpire. But
every now and then the ball seems to keep a little low. At this time of the day, the sun really blasting down there with the fast bowlers. I don't think they're really getting much of the wicket. They're just bowling wicket to wicket, and I think that is just what had created the problem for us. And St. Patrick's lacking the experience that Devon Smith. I really thought that Devon should be opening the batting for giving the team a start rather than referred to as those young guys, young rookies up there at the top there. I don't think that was what was needed.
31 for 5, and a leg bye was taken in the process. Smith covers up and pushes on the offside. There are no run. The end of the over, St. Patrick's, after 9 over 31 for 5. endeavoring to get 165 for victory.
Well,
After a few votes, Ashley, Justin Hector is going to take over the country.
Well, Pascal, I don't know how long Pascal will continue, but he has really bowled a very good spell for St. David's, both he and Ryan John. And, you know, it's good to see the veteran using his experience outside a day and, you know, putting St. Patrick's on the back foot, creating that pressure for them. And with Devon Smith at the wicket and Dennis Smith at the wicket, the two most experienced players. Pascal now heading to get a little cover in the shade. 96 degrees.
Well, the veteran, as you call him, he deserved that rest. I think he did what he was asked to do by his team. Really broke the back of the batting, the top order batting of the St. David team. And I want to agree with you, Ashley. Maybe Devon should have, at that level. You know, you want to be batting most of the overs, yeah? So probably should have come out and open, but I guess it's part of the team tactics.
Well, they have used that tactics last year and it didn't work for them. So then why do it a second time?
That's correct. So it's 41 for 5.
Well, maybe we can say it's already for St. Patrick's still.
Yeah, cricket is such a game. If these two can take it into probably a bat up to the 25th, 30th over, you never know what can happen.
Never know what could happen. Glorious uncertainties.
Yes, so still a beautiful evening. Lovely sunshine. I think as now we have a change in Joseph comes in on balls that will be wide outside the awesome. In fact, no ball also. So I think the umpire had to determine what was force, and I think what was force was the no ball.
Yes, this yes, it's a no ball.
It's a no ball, yeah. So,
you know, one of the things though that really had impressed me is the sort of graphics that we are getting here. It's excellent.
Oh, beautiful. And I think, other countries in the region, I think, who are following these graphics and these pictures that we're sending from here. I think they must be very, very, well, I don't want to say proud, but probably, jealous of what we're producing.
I guess they're proud of what we are producing in the region in general.
Yes, yeah. Another wide again by Joseph, Imran Joseph seemed quite stiff. That's two deliveries that really just looking to, I don't know how much warming up he did before he came onto the field. But has delivered 2 wide, which could only help the cause of the St. Patrick team. 33 for 5. Any help they can get now, I think, would be welcome.
Well, you're down in a hole, you got to get some help to come out.
Delivery which is right up, and Dennis Smith looking to drive and just coming off the very bottom of the bat.
No ball?
And another no ball. Well, we might be here all evening, maybe tomorrow and next week. So here is.
In the meantime, just want to say good afternoon to my good friends up there inside of Dominica, Trevor Shillingford and the whole rest of the guys. What's his name again? Just can't remember his name now. But all your friends up there inside of Dominica, those of you in St. Lucia, wherever you are, following this broadcast and taking it, I do hope that you are enjoying a pleasant good afternoon to you wonderful folks.
Of course, and some fellow commentators, Silvanos in St. Lucia, and of course Claudius Emmanuel, all those guys. I don't know if they're following the feed. If they are, I want to add my good evening to them. As here is Joseph now on the pads of Devon Smith, who turned it down towards backward of square. There's a fielder strategically placed there. Ball goes straight out to him and there is no run.
I'm just trying to figure out now the plan of Imran to Devon Smith. He got only one sleep and a man down on the deep fine leg boundary, man behind square. Just trying to work out that ploy. There is no sweeper.
Well, as far as Devon Smith is concerned, now it's consolidation time. He's not looking to do anything extravagant. Here is Joseph by the way to bowl to Smith. Smith gets a delivery again right up. And just maybe if anything, just swinging in, tilling in to the left hander. And Smith in control just digs it out back to the bowler. And there is no runs.
There is something about the delivery that I really like to see on the replay. He seems to be getting a little bit of reverse swing at this time of the day. He seems to be having a little bit of that there. But he seems to be trying to settle down now. Although, yes, in the first over, fast bowlers always need to get the rhythm right. And it's always important.
Here he is again coming into bowl to Smith, and Smith gets one down the leg side, poor delivery, and swings it down towards long leg, goes into the boundary for 4. The fielder at fine leg, couldn't get her wrong in time, and bad delivery. 39 for 5, and Devon Smith is on 9. Dennis Smith is on 5. 39 for 5 in over number 10.
Well, when you bowl those kind of deliveries and you're asked to be hit and you're not hitting it well, it's just a matter of. I would say this one was early Christmas for Devon Smith in October.
Well, we've seen these sparrows on the ground. The sparrows are making their formations, making their flight along the ground.
Oh, yes.
You see, one sparrow doesn't make a Christmas. That's all about 3. Here is Joseph on his way to Devon, and Smith is on the back foot and plays it up on the offside, and there is no run. Bright evening, one can virtually see the shadows.
Yes.
Very, very, very bright.
Not as yet lengthening, but they're there.
Yeah, they're there. And really beautiful day. We couldn't ask for a better day. And maybe we won't have to probably keep our fingers crossed and pray that next week also on for the finals we will have similar conditions, as we look forward to that. Here is Joseph on his way to Smith. A lot of people leg before, not all said the umpire. Maybe a little bit heighter, probably just, if anything, maybe just going down the leg side.
I think this one just going down the leg side. Ball pitching just and leg stump and continue to move off. Just looking at the area that Devon was just doing a little bit of, what do you call it, gardening?
Yeah.
I thought a little bit of plastering.
Yes, it's just hopping a little bit. Devon maybe just beating a little bit for pace.
Yes, this ball pitched just on the leg stump and continue to move away. Yeah. Had a little bit of height too.
Good decision by the umpire Holas. It's been one of the better, most consistent, very consistent umpires that we've had. Again, the ball probably just coming off the pad and going away down behind square on the onside. And the batsman crossed for a single. That will be signal leg by. And as it also now, one by umpire Holas. Another extra.
Well, it's in that Dennis Smith again taking the floor, taking the carpet. He's just a little bit of work done by Ryan John there.
See, you haven't been there too long, Dennis. Dennis has had 8 deliveries in there. He's on 5. Smith is on 9, still on 9. And they score 40 in over number 10. It's about almost level pegging at no time had some point up. About this stage in the St. David inning, they were just about that. After 10 overs, they were just about 40, just around 40, 43, somewhere around there.
Well, we're going to see the first advent of spin for St. David's and Gerard Noel. Dennis Smith, earlier on when he was keeping, I saw that little bit of hobbling by him. And it seemed to continue to prolong.
Right. So, well, just it's not a cold day. It's a pretty hot day. It's a warm day. So one wonder if it's a case of just a simple muscle, or it doesn't. He's not holding onto his hamstring in any way. So it could just be a little bit of cramp, maybe.
It seemed to be a little bit painful there, Hector.
Yes, yeah. So. But he doesn't have a choice. He has to stay there for the good of St. Patrick.
You got to shoulder responsibilities.
He's got to stay there, make sure he stays in. So 40 for 5. We've had a slight break in commentary as a result of that injury to Smith. And we'll now have the change of bowling as Noel, who will take up the attack. Noel right over the wicket off spin to Smith. Smith turns it away down behind square on the onside. They're going for one, they will back for the second. The fielder they did well in just pulling it back just inside the boundary. And the batsman just, Dennis Smith just almost limping his way back for the second. Reminding me a little bit of one of the races with Lewis Hamilton where he lost the tyres and probably almost, by the way, congratulations to Lewis Hamilton, of course.
Oh, yes.
We were proud. He won his 92nd race today. Of course, passing Michael Schumacher's record of 91. So he's now the most successful Formula One driver in history of the game.
As a Grenadian, I got to be proud of that.
And Smith again tucks away on the onside. And another single, and Dennis really hobbling badly. But another single to Devon, 43 for 5. We're in the 11th over. And of course, Mumbai Indian being beaten by Rajasthan Royals today after scoring 195 in 20 overs. in the end, rather comfortable by, I think, over and about 4 deliveries.
That's a good run chase.
Yeah. So a bit of news as went on over while some of us slept. So, yeah.
Always good to be in the mix, Hector.
Noel again will start again from the southern end, and he will pass umpire John Mark. Bowling off spin this time to Dennis Smith. He comes in and bowls to Smith, and Smith gets a wide delivery outside the off stump. And that, if he has a muscle problem, actually, will certainly do it no good having to play at those deliveries, which is pretty wide. Good thinking by Noel. Have him reaching for the delivery. If he has any kind of injury, any kind of problems, I think that will certainly not help. But he's a tough little man. As he taps away again wide outside the offside. This time struck magnificently through the offside. The fielder come around from the deep extra cover region, and they has to hurry in the end. But Smith makes it back Devon, that is rather easily. So a rather pleasant shot through the extra cover region by Dennis Smith. To take him on to 7 from 10. It's 45 for 5, and of course the 50 for the St. Patrick team should be just around the corner. And I think they would be rather happy to see 50 on the board.
Very important partnership it is now for them.
Yeah, really made hard work of this as delivery. Going wide outside, also hits it in the air this time, and it will bounce away towards the fielder this time. They cannot get 2 because it is struck much straighter towards the fielder, much closer to the fieldsman. And he gets another single to take him on to 8. It brings Devon Smith back into strike. Devon is on 12. 46 for 5. And of course, yes, Ashley, you would welcome the fact that I have an extra day to rest tomorrow, being a public holiday. Although you're not a man that rests too much. I don't a guy that rests. Does need a lot of rest. Smith on the track and drives it up towards long on. And the fielder comes off the boundary and does the fielding. There is no run. I know you would tell me that you got to produce food. You got to put something in the ground tomorrow. No,
not tomorrow at all.
Okay. The moon isn't good. I don't know.
Well, whether the moon is good or not, tomorrow is it's a very important day. Very important day to be away from.
Okay. I guess there are some things you don't want to reveal. Yeah, no, it's Noel though from the southern end getting ready to come into bowl to Smith. Dennis Smith is on 8, and he comes gets a delivery to rise a loud appeal, and I think the umpire John Mark just walk away to say the end of the over, guys, get on with it. And at the end of it, then Devon Smith is on 13. 8 it is to Dennis Smith. 47 for 5 after 11, and that's the latest score here at the National Stadium.
I think that this is very smart bowling by Noel, knowing that the batsman is injured, always getting him to plug away, getting him to drawing him, stretching him further out there. This one was a little bit closer, and luckily there was no edge. And but St. David's continue to pile the pressure on us. St. Patrick's needing a big partnership, needing Devon Smith to bat through and ensure that they get past the 165 runs. But it's a long way off still.
Yeah.
And we must say a pleasant good afternoon to all those of you who are making your way to the Thanksgiving service on the Trade Center.
Yes, that of course is a very important time in our history. Yes, very, very important, very important time in our history. Because small country with a rich history, Grenada. As here is Joseph now down the leg side and wide, signaled by the umpire. And certainly Joseph has struggled. The ball a few good deliveries, but has certainly struggled. And
I think maybe just looking for a little bit too much pace.
Probably looking forward as we look forward, Ashley, to St. George's versus St. Mark on Saturday.
Oh,
next.
this is going to be an interesting intriguer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ronell Williams, Young.
So maybe you could, you could tell us probably a few more people. I don't know if you might want to break the protocol and come and look at some cricket. Driven straight up the wicket on the offside by Smith, goes through for a quick single, and the fielder at mid-off can't really get hold of it, and Smith get a rather easy single in the end. Devon Smith to take him on to 14. It brings Dennis Smith on strike. He's on 8. 49 for 5, so nearing the 50. We're in the 12th over. Yes, you're saying, Ashley, I don't know. We should be looking out for on Sunday? Probably some of the performers we should be expecting to do well on Sunday, over the weekend on Saturday and Sunday.
Well, Sunday we can't tell for who for
Who would be
Sunday
in the
as yet,
final,
but
yeah.
we can tell you St. Mark or Ronell, and let us come back to that a little bit. Oh, that small pass.
Wow.
Just one more inch of vanish on that stump and it's
he,
gone.
Yeah, he was looking for that Yorker for, he did bowl quite a number of these deliveries, and as you said, probably getting a bit of reverse swing, because this one really tailed in again into the leg stump of Dennis Smith, and he just managed to get some bat on it, and he took it away down towards fine leg for 4.
Yeah, well, for St. Mark, people like Carvin Hodge, a left-handed volcano player from Dominica, very good batsman.
Bowler too.
Yeah, bowler too. I think Melias is with St. Mark too?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, so we're expecting to see
yeah.
this very exciting young West Indies under-19 captain.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, also the young Grenadian fast bowler in Ronell Williams. He has some. Oh, and Sunil Narayan. This is one not from Trinidad, this one from St. Mark. Yeah. So I think St. Mark's set up. St. George's, the team for St. George's, I can't remember some of the really makeup of it, but it's also a team that, that's a good delivery.
Joseph again just hanging in on the off stump, and Dennis Smith tight in defense on this occasion, and place it up on the onside, and there is no run. 53 for 5. The 50 has come up. I think the St. Patrick team would be very happy.
It's a very important landmark for them.
Yes, it's, yeah.
But St. George's getting into the semi-finals, it is a very good thing for them to be in the semi-finals. And
pulled away off the back, he will be caught. He is caught. Dennis Smith getting a delivery which was short down the leg side, really a nothing delivery, and just looking to he seemed to be a bit restricted. But maybe a delivery you really should not have played. If you had not had played that probably could have been called a wide. It was that wide down the leg side, and probably only succeeded in getting a glove onto it. And the keeper doing the rest.
Falling away, can't get the balance on that foot and just falling away. And they paid the price.
More trouble for St. Patrick.
Well,
53 for 6. Is it over?
Well, the hole is just dug a little further. And we just have to wait and see what will happen.
I looked out of the window.
Dennis Smith, people like Devon and Dennis George are very clean hitters of the ball, and once they get going, they will keep going.
Saw a fat lady before I came in to do commentary.
Well,
I don't know if she's very far from here.
I think she's still cooking.
Okay,
I think she's still cooking. I think she could stay by the kitchen still.
Caribbean people in general, on Sundays it's time to cook, and then after that the family entertainment time. So yeah, as really St. Patrick just capitulating here a bit. One really was hoping for a much stronger performance in terms of looking to chase. There's nothing really in the pitch, although we did see the bowlers from St. David, strange enough, of course they are quicker than the bowlers from St. Patrick. So we did see quite a bit of swing.
Yes, definitely, and not just swing, but getting slightly some reverse swing is also taking place. So I think that this is working well for them. But I still just want to go back and say that there is no way I can't have my best batsman, my most experienced batsman who should be opening bat coming in at what, number 4? No. In a semi-final game like this, it had happened last year, and it had happened. It is still happening again this year. They got 53 for 6. It's a long way off, 100 and plus runs.
Yes, we had only what? Some people may say we had 4 years to freedom.
And a half.
But this will be a much longer road to freedom for St. Patrick. I know.
It's a very long road. It's a very long road.
What we've seen, we saw one of the IPL game recently where Kings 11 Punjab, they were probably a game which they lost almost. So most people would have written them off. Yeah. In the end, they would have come back to win comfortably in the end.
There are some situations where it do happen, but at 53 for 6, 11 0.4 overs. Devon Smith still very cautious of what he's doing outside of there. Yes, the longer he stays there, it gives St. Patrick some hope, but the runs need to come.
But I'm sure, actually, in your time, you would have seen many of that moments when, when a game that seemed dead and buried would have certainly sprung back to life.
Well, I remember, I can always recall one of those. I was coming down this morning with a good friend who played at that time. We were defending champions at that time back in secondary school, SAS. We scored 71 at McDonald College. I mean, we really, Wesley Batay Thomas and myself, we really put it at them. We bowling for 29. So in St. Patrick's, there are some little things that happen up there sometimes. But this game is very, very important. It's a very crucial game. And I can't say that it's only day for any one of them, but St. David's really piling the pressure outside of there. They're really piling it.
It really has the hand in the throat of St. Patrick. As the new batsman, Deron Hippolyte, comes in, and he will be taking strike from Joseph Fu to this. Oh, gets a good delivery, shot delivery.
Welcome
Welcome
to the party.
And the carry and the bounce, I think, really, really good. It's a potent attack, Ashley.
Very, 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 very potent attack. Welcome to the party. What a way to welcome him to the party.
Yeah, Ashley seem to be preparing to leave my company.
Well, it's always a pleasure being, but Cyprian has to come on because St. David's I think it's St. David's man. Yes. Oh, playing for St. George's. Sometimes it's good to tease it.
Yeah. But here is another delivery by Joseph on about the off stump. And Hippolyte is in defense this time, not perturbed at all by the previous delivery. Just get into line and played it up on the onside to end over number 11. So after, number 12 in fact. So after 12, St. Patrick there 53 for 6. And I say welcome back, Cyprian, and not a very good situation at all for St. Patrick.
Thank you, Justin. Pretty good bowling from the St. David's bowlers, particularly the opening pair of Neelam Pascal and Ryan John. I thought they bowled really well. They bowled full, they attacked the stumps, and they were able to move the ball in. Well, in case of Ryan John, moving the ball both ways, and Neelam Pascal getting that ball to in-swing into the left-handers. So it was a really good start from them, and well, Imran Joseph picking up the wicket there, the key wicket of Dennis Smith. St. Patrick's at 53 for 6. Even with Devon Smith there, which a lot will lie on his shoulders now, they're still in some trouble.
Yes, so Smith will take strike from Noel. Noel from the southern end, and he will bowl into Devon Smith on 14. I think the man who is actually standing, maybe you could say, between St. Patrick and victory for St. David. How long can he drag it on? It's another story. And it's delivery outside the off stump, which he doesn't have to play, just allow it to go through. So Hippolyte is on not, faced 2 deliveries, and Smith just taking his time to settle. As Noel, who is right arm around the wicket to bowl to Smith, and then Devon gets one which is right up in the block hole almost, and plays it up on the onside to be fielded by the fielder at a wideish mid-wicket, and there is no runs. As here is Noel on his way again to bowl to Smith. Smith driving up towards extra cover, and fielded out at extra cover by the fieldsman again, and there is no run. So Smith remains on 14. He's been there for 34 deliveries so far, 53 for 6 in midway in the 13th over. As a delivery which is turned away on the onside by Smith, and will pick up another easy single. Just having to change gears coming to the end of the run as the throw came to his end. It was good thinking on the part of the fielder, just in the mid-wicket area, just behind square on the onside.
Yeah, throwing making him hustle.
Yeah.
Not have an easy single.
So it will be Smith, who has gone to 15. Hippolyte on not comes into strike, and somebody will just have to stay with Smith, just take the game deep as they can. As here is Noel on delivery, which is played back up towards him just on the offside, almost straight back towards him, and there is no run. So he remains on not 54 for 6. Coming to the end of over number 13. as a delivery, which is looking to drive and missing outside the off stump. Probably the spin just taking it away from the left-hander to bring up the end of the 13th over. At the end of it, 56 for 6. Devon Smith, who will take strike, is on 15. Darren Hippolyte is on not. And that is the latest situation here at a really bright, sunny, beautiful evening here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, despite St. Patrick's being 6 wickets down, Darren Hippolyte is quite capable with the bat there. Also to come is Dennis George, who also is very capable with the bat and a powerful hitter. So the St. Patrick's team, though in some trouble, they still will be backing themselves, especially with Devon Smith out there in the middle still. They would still be backing themselves. But I'm sure Ryan John and the St. David's bowling lineup would have different plans in mind.
Yeah, here is Imran Joseph on his way to pass his umpire holders, bowls to Devon Smith, short delivery and pulled away down behind square. There's a fielder out on the deep backward of square boundary who comes off the boundary and does the fielding, and Smith gets a single. I think St. David will be quite willing to give Devon the single and probably attack the lesser of the batsmen, lesser talented batsmen on the St. Patrick team. And when you look at the field, it looks very much like that. Say to Devon, look, we'll give you the single. Yeah.
Clearly that's the plan. Now with Hippolyte in strike, the fielders on the deep backward square boundary comes in, and even the long one comes into a mid-on position now.
Correct.
So they will be looking to apply the pressure to Hippolyte.
Right. As Blacks will be looking to do that. He's bowled well. He's had a few wides and no balls, but he has bowled fairly well. Basically, he has settled down pretty nicely. Yeah, mixed his pace up very nicely. And also, well, I guess this morning we were commenting a bit about the fact that we really didn't see any movement at all. Probably one of the things we were saying is that maybe McCoy probably could have just bowled it a yard fuller.
Yeah.
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 And the St. David bowlers did that, and they did get quite a bit of movement. Here is Joseph delivery down the leg side, will be called wide, and he goes through to be taken by the wicketkeeper. 56 for 6 in over number 14.
Throughout Joseph's spell, he has been loose at times. A few wide deliveries. In his first over, actually, he bowled a couple no balls as well. But when he hits the target, he certainly does well.
Indeed, he does. And as he moves in now to bowl to Noel, and Noel gets a delivery on target again, right up just towards the off stump, and you can see him rather jerkily trying to defend it. In the end, he defended it successfully and survived another delivery. He's on still yet to score. He has faced 5 deliveries so far. 56 for 6. Just coming up to the midway point of over number 14 as Joseph turns and begins to move in again to bowl to Noel. Noel gets on wide again and wayward down the leg side. Really, problem continues, just not resetting the radar right at all.
Yeah, and also having that was a no ball as well. So really having some trouble here is Joseph.
Yeah, but I think it wouldn't seem to be costing it that much. It's so expensive, the fact that they're in such a commanding position. But in a tight game, in a closer game, probably. So he really has to get his act right, because if St. David's gets into the final, I think he may not get away with all those extras and stuff and so on and so forth. It's a delivery which is this time much better line. A short, and the batsman Noel climbs onto his toes and just plays it out on the offside. And there is no run. He remains scoreless. Smith is on 16, 57 for 6. And we're nearing over number 14. Yes.
See, Ryan John doing some quite a bit of polishing to the ball, trying to get whatever movement that can be had.
Yeah, so here is Joseph again. Moves into bowl to Noel. Noel gets another wide one again down the leg side. Well, it's almost action replay of what he produced in his first over. So probably still a bit not quite loose again yet.
And he's walking back quite you can tell the disappointment. His captain coming over now to have a word with him. Not sure if he would probably consider coming around the wicket.
looking for divine assistance. But whatever is going wrong has to be with either his hand or his up in his head. So he needs to sort that out. So at the moment, he's just been talked to by his cap, Ryan John, and just trying to, settle him down. And
they certainly need a plan. I mean, can't continue like this. Needs to find a way to get it on target.
He's been in the game in a sense for the entire day. When he came out to bat, so very strange occurrences. Runs being refused, and as he moves it now to bowl to Noel, and this time a much better delivery. And this time to me, like this one tailed in. It's not the normal one which we saw tailing out, going away from the left-hander. This one just seemed to have drifted back into the left-hander. So it seemed to be getting it to go both ways, and probably as a result of that, he just can't control what the ball is doing out there in terms of the swing he's getting.
As a fast bowler, you need to have something to negate that and be able to take control.
58 for 6. Here is Joseph on his way again to bowl to Noel. Noel gets one wide again outside the off stump, and that will be again called wide. And just pulling his bootlace, probably suggesting that something isn't right with the boot. Maybe.
Yes, seems to have some trouble with his foot. You see him here.
Pull it.
Getting some. He's in some discomfort.
Yes, so
seems to be a toe.
So Devon Hippolytu is with Smith at the moment. These two, he has not yet gotten off the mark. But these two will want to press on and keep it on. So he seems to be just having some problem with this left boot of his, whether it's his shoe or his feet or his foot. I don't know. It could be probably at the toe, probably. Yeah. Whether it's the toes that probably just being squeezed against. Some of those boots sometimes, what we see fast bowlers doing, sometimes they has to open up a little,
cut a hole
so that the toe can go through, so that he could.
Doesn't seem like if he'll be able to continue. Actually, well, he's back up on his feet now. So let's see what will be done. No, he would not be able to continue. So it's going to be Melvin Gordon who is going to complete this over for Imran Joseph. One would hope that it's not something too serious that would keep him out of the attack for too long.
Well, it was clear that something was wrong. Something had to be wrong to be losing the radar so badly, not being able to, to almost bowl the ball on the pitch. So the over will be completed by Joseph. So
by Gordon.
Melvin Gordon, yeah. So Hippolyte will still be in strike. Hope he can keep his concentration. Sometimes as a batsman it's difficult to concentrate when you have that kind of situation when you don't know where the next one going to land.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
sometimes it's challenging to keep that focus.
Yeah. So there when Hippolyte will face up to the continuation of the over, the final two delivery, a delivery which is played back up on the offside, and there is no run. So we're coming to the end of the 14th over, 59 for 6. Hippolyte has not yet scored, 16 to Smith. As here again is Melvin Gordon. Will move into bowl to Hippolyte. And Hippolyte to this delivery is just the ball coming off the leading edge and almost carrying to the man. I think again a fall short of delivery, which he tried to turn on the onside. At the end of the over, at the end of 14, 59 for 6. Devon Smith is on 16. Darren Hippolyte is on naught. And after a few more thoughts from you, the next commentator would be Raphael Crooney.
Yeah, that last delivery there, Hippolyte rather lackadaisical with the shot. I'm getting a leading edge. Fortunate for him, it didn't go to hand, but really relaxed cricket, we could call it there. And well, Melvin Gordon just coming on to bowl the two deliveries to complete the over of Joseph. Could easily have what we call bought a wicket.
Yeah, and certainly St. David's, it's looking to make further inroads. St. Patrick's trying to get to 165 for victory. Geronimo, it is from that southern end. This by Smith. Smith is beaten outside the off stump. Ball just bonks and turn away from him as he looked to push it on the offside. The score remains 59 for 6. We're in the 15th over. And Noel, right arm around the wicket to Smith. Smith again is taking on the pad, looking to turn on the onside. Again, there's no chance of a run. And Noel is bowling to one slip backward point cover. Sweep on the boundary, long off. Mid wicket, backward square and a long on. Smith is choking this one to mid wicket. Ryan John or just straight to the fielder, no chance of a run. Devon Smith on 16, so far he has faced 39 deliveries, 2 fours. Again he covers up and pushes it back on the onside. And the score remains 59 for 6. Noel. Wrong the wicket. Smith is down and stroking this one down to long, and the fielder comes off the boundary. And that's one more to Smith that take his score to 17. Darren Hippolyte. He knotted off the mark. So far faced 10 deliveries. As another left-handed batsman, both batsmen left-handed. Noel to outside the off stump, no shot offered, taking outside the off stump. End of a fairly good over by Noel. The score remains at 60 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how Ryan John would use himself in a second spell. Himself and Nilan Pascal, the two successful openers for St. David's. Spin into the attack now, but given the fact that they would want to pick up the wicket of Devon Smith pretty soon, it would be interesting to see if he would bring himself back in or Nilan Pascal for a second spell, just to see if they can get that important wicket of Devon Smith.
Yeah, I agree with you. Very essential, the fact that now we have the 2 opening bowlers off. But at 6 wickets, one would expect that pretty soon we may see John coming back, maybe trying to take at least another wicket. But I still believe the game is far from over. 60 for 6. Smith is still there. This ball is played in mid-wicket position. He ambles a single. Takes his score on to 18. 61 for 6 as we are into the 16th over. Hippolyte. One slip backward point cover. And again, he's playing this one to mid-wicket. Good stop there as the ball was looking to head down to wide mid-on position. 61 for 6. St. Patrick's trying to get to 165. Hippolyte again is playing forward, pushing on the offside, and there's no chance of run. Darren Hippolyte, known really for his off spin, but has been a player that has done pretty well. He also would have played under 19 cricket for Grenada. And this one is stroked down to mid-on, and he's out caught straight to the mid-on fielder. Bad delivery, didn't really make use of it and hit it down to Regis, who was feeling at mid-on. And certainly St. Patrick's losing their 7th wicket and another important blow, 61 for 7. As I welcome former West Indies player, former Windwards player, a player who would have done tremendously well, not only for the Windwards, but certainly has done quite well for the West Indies. You know, I certainly want to welcome Junior Murray.
Welcome, Mr. Cohen. It's good to be here. It's good to be in a proper setup. You know, something that I'm not accustomed to in this country here, where we come and see some live cricket. You know, it's been out there for a while, so I'm glad to be here.
It certainly is refreshing to see that we have some cricket at National Stadium. Eh?
Yes, it's really, really refreshing. You know, to see that we are getting back in cricket, and I think that's something that should be happening a bit more often.
Yeah, certainly. You would have seen the first part of the game, or if not the whole game, but some part of the first inning. St. David's 164. Was it surprising to you? What do you think would have gone wrong? I mean, well, I wouldn't say gone wrong. 164 he runs on the board, but you knowing the players, certainly you would have expected something more.
Yeah, I think at least I came in a bit late, but for what I saw, I think that the application was not there for some of the guys. It's pleasing to see Ryan John, who tend to be a very aggressive batsman, applying himself, being in training for the last few weeks with the Volcanoes. I think it's something he's working on and getting a game situation to really showcase his skills. So I think it's something we need a lot in our cricket, where 50 overs is a lot of balls. So I think that we can apply ourselves, rotate the strike, and when you get the bad balls, we can really put it away.
Yeah, and I quickly want to ask you a question about Ryan John, because we would have known Ryan John, and your assessment in terms of him as a person, you'd answer that after this, as Charles plays this on the back, it's square, he's off the mark. That's Kieran Charles, 62 for 7. Smith comes in the strike. You would have known him for quite a while over the years. We'd have worked with him. And how your assessment of him at this particular point?
Well, at this point, I'm very pleased and very happy to see he getting a bit more mature, a bit more responsible after this ball.
And for this delivery, Smith is coming right on the pad, loud appeal. Not out. They seemingly look pretty close up here, and I think all the fielders went up. The umpire says not out as the ball, as we conclude another over, 62 for 7 after 16 overs. But certainly a
very
close one.
Score, a very, very close call there. I think Devon is very fortunate to be there still. Unless probably he got an inside edge or something, but I think that's a very close call.
Yeah.
On the Ryan situation, I think Ryan is, as I said before, he's really maturing pretty well. His game is improving a lot. His bowling come a very long way. I've seen him bowl a new ball today. He's swinging the ball a lot. His batting he's always an aggressive person, but we're trying to get him to be more calm and be more selective in his shot play. And I think the coach of the winner team is very, very, very much impressed. I think he'll be one of our main players in the future.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you in terms of his maturity and his discipline. I think when you look at him, even when he speaks differently.
He's really come a long way.
And certainly is an encouraging sign. As we look at Charles preparing to face Charles, as he prepared to face we see Ryan John just making sure that the fielders are in the right position, moving the mid-wicket a bit squarer. As this time he's coming forward and playing it back on the onside. That's Noel pulling there as the ball is played on the onside. No chance of run. Charles, and this one hitting the mid wicket again. Some aggression there. Not getting hold of this delivery as he went to mid wicket, and there's no chance of a run. The score remains 62 for 7. As Noel. This one is right up and he had to dig it out and just go down to backward square, and there's no chance of a run. The bowling of St. Patrick's in terms of the spinners that you would have seen today, as Noel comes to Charles, and Charles is swing again, looking to hit somewhere over long off again, not making contact really, as it go into his pad and just went back on the offside, and there's no chance of run. Showing a great deal of aggression as he's really looking to get on with it. Let's see what he does for this delivery. He's coming forward and plays it to cover. Again, there's no chance of a run. The spin of St. Patrick's.
I think it's work to be done. I think I saw the off spinner bowling. I think he was being put away pretty too easily.
Noel, and quicker delivery, and that was well played by Charles. That one came through, keeping a bit low. Push it on the offside, and that concludes the 17th over, 62 for 7.
On the now.
Charles into strike, and he's coming forward, beaten outside the off stump, but he's coming forward there, and Gordon it is, that ball passing outside the off stump, then there's no chance of a run. One of the asset, we come back to that, as Charles is again coming forward and playing to mid-wicket. Go for a quick single. The fielder had to move quickly to his left, so that's one more to Charles. Kieran Charles on 2. Smith is on 19 of 44 deliveries. So far had 2 fours. Really have been a fighting in him.
Very fighting innings. I think he had to dig deep.
Wicket falling all around him. He's coming forward, played 2 mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2 runs here, as the fielder had to come in quite a bit. And that's 2 easy runs to Smith. Takes his score on to 21, 66 for the loss of 7 wickets. Smith faces another delivery, and for this delivery he's driving well down to long off, and just a bit of a misfield there. Let's see, but just 1 run. 68, and Smith moves to 22. A pretty quiet period. St. Patrick's obviously we're looking to dig in to see if they can turn things around, and for this delivery he's coming forward, taking on the pad on the onside, and there's no chance of a run. That completed 17th over, 67 for the loss of 7 wicket. I was saying one of the assets, particularly in your case, is a workload that you would have put in terms of training. How critical is this for the development of our players?
Well, I think fitness is, as you know, is one of the biggest things in West Indies cricket right now. I think they're very serious about fitness, the way the guys prepare themselves, what the franchise is and everything. So for me, it becomes very easy because it's something I really love doing. It's something I still do, every day, at least every day of my life, So I think once being fit, I think it helps all aspects of your game. Me with being a wicket keeper, I had to be in the field for the whole day. So I think that was one of the main reasons why I've been so fit.
Noel to Smith, and Smith is looking to cut, makes no contact, taken by the keeper. Yeah, certainly in terms of the fitness, you would expect all aspects of your game to improve.
Yes, I think so.
A shorter ball, and Smith on the back foot, hit it down to backward point. The fielder comes off the boundary, and they're going to come back for 2 runs. Good run in there. And that's 2 more to Smith. That takes his score to 24.
Yeah, and back on the fitness, there's so much cricket being played these days, so I think one got to keep himself totally fit, because a lot of cricket right around the world these days, 20, 50 overs test cricket, so the guys got to keep himself in order. Yeah,
most certainly. As Devon Smith, next delivery just stroked back, actually in the air, and the bowler just missing that chance there.
Yeah, I think it's a crucial chance missed by Jerome Noel there. I hope that he will not have to pay for it in the end.
Yes, at 70 for 7, and Devon Smith still batting. Anything can happen.
Anything is possible. He can break loose. I hope that the batsman can assess the situation and bat around him and hope that they can pull this one off.
Kieran Charles comes into strike, and he's playing to a backward point. There's no chance of a run. You have been working with the Volcanoes and maybe some of our top players in terms of the commitment and the seriousness. Noel. Charles looking to swing. Lord Appeal, he's out to LBW. Again, I'll advise shot, as he was looking to swing this ball somewhere over mid-wicket. And Appeal went up, and John Mack was quickly to uphold the decision.
Shot, I think it was a straight ball. He could just push back down the ground, but these guys, have been out of cricket for a long time, at least, so I think they can give them the benefit of a doubt, but at least he can play the simple games, just rotate the strike, give Devon a strike, and let him do his thing.
Yeah, just going back to the point in terms of the commitment of our players. No, I know that before we didn't have this sort of setting, the advantage we have where we now have, the Volcanoes down here. A lot of training is necessary. therefore some of our top players have the advantage of being part of that in terms of the commitment, in terms of the discipline. Could you assess what you are seeing around?
I think for what I've seen so far, I've been fortunate to be involved with the elite program in the Ministry of Sports, whereby they see like a bunch of talented guys that can move to the next step. And I think they're very fortunate to have the volcanoes here now, whereby we train with the volcanoes every day. So the guys can develop a different aspect of the game. And I think our coach, Jamaican coach Andrew Richardson, is very impressed. The guys, they come, they put in their work, and they really enjoy it. And I can see that it's paying off in the end. Some of the guys are out there now playing. I can see Joe Noel is part of the program, and I can see his bowling has come a very long way. Disappointed with his bowling today, which I thought that he just gave away his wicket. But I think the guys are very fortunate. People like the person Maxwell, who's part of the program, and he was fortunate enough to went onto the Volcanoes. I know he's on the West Indies team, so it's a chance that they can grab with both hands. They're very lucky now, so I guess we'll better take a chance and grab it with both hands and put it in use.
Dennis George, he's going to face Noel. And St. Patrick's 70 for 8, trying to get to 165. George is just looking to just play this one out on the offside, and that completes another over from Noel. The score is 70 for 8. We had 19 overs bowled, and St. Patrick's really have an uphill task to get to that 165.
I think Dennis George is I think he can handle himself with the bat. So I think once he sticks around with Devon and they do the thing together properly, I think rotate the strikes, put away the bad balls. I think that they still have a chance. At least Dennis George is not no slug with the bat. I think he can handle himself with the bat pretty well.
Gordon, it is coming. This one is played by Smith to cover. There's no chance of a run. What would you like to see in terms of development of cricket? I know that you have been working quite a while, and there might be some areas you think we can improve on. This ball is played back along the wicket by Smith.
I think we need to play a bit more cricket. I think we need to play more cricket. I think the facilities, and I think we need to improve a lot in that area.
Gordon to Smith. This one is choked down to long off, and he ambles another single. Bring the score to 71 for 8. And that has been a sentiment even with Andrew in terms of the amount of cricket that has been played. And we do realize that is one of the weak areas. That certainly one would hope that we would see something more happening.
We need to get some of the business people to come on board.
And George is coming forward and playing on the offside, and there's no chance of a run. Any area you think that we can develop more, we can make things a lot better? I think this, Dennis George, is choking this one to cover. Good stop by the cover fielder. Again, there's no chance of a run. The score remains 71 for 8.
Yeah, I think playing more cricket, more competition, more incentive for the guys now, because I think cricket is something whereby guys need incentive to play.
Dennis George is back and stroking that one down to backward point. The fielder had to do some running, and they're coming back they were looking to come back for 2 there. And good judgment there by George himself, who would have stopped that second run. That completed 28 over, 72 for the loss of 8 wicket. St. Patrick's trying to get to 165 for victory.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think we need to get the business places on board. I think we need to put some money in the cricket. We need to get the guys some incentive, make them want to play the game. Because I think, as you can see right around the world now, cricket is being played. At least it's all about, some form of incentive, So I think once we do that and get the business people on board, I think probably cricket can move from strength to strength, because we got a lot of talent here. We got good cricketers around the place, so I think that, we can give them some encouragement to play the game.
I can't agree with you more. This one, George is looking to hit the backward point, make no contact, taken by the keeper. Noel. As he's up to wicket about it, Dennis George. Dennis is cutting well down to a square cover. and he picks up another run. Certainly, Junior, we would want to wish you well, continue to encourage you. I know you have been doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work.
With all the young players, and you had, as you always say, you had to do this thing with passion.
I love what I do.
And, you know, we would hope that you will continue to work, continue to get the support, just to move our cricket from where it is to the next level.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. At least I'm doing what I love. I have my own academy going on with the young kids, and one thing I can say, I can see some of the kids moving on, and some of them went on to play for Grenada under 15 and so on. So it's something good. It's something that I'm very passionate about, you know, and I give it my all, because I always say in my time there was no one to help me, so I'm being around now to give back someone to the game.
Definitely. This one is taking on the Partygrenada George, and this went out on the offside. Back to your academy, in terms of what sort of total you have in it, maybe male and female, you could give us that in this?
Yeah, I got about over 50 kids, you know, both male and mainly male, but I got a few female. I'm trying.
He's out caught and slipped there. Dennis George looking to cut, and that one coming off the edge, and was well taken by, I think it's Ryan John, feeling that slip there, and St. Patrick's really would have fallen now 74 for 9, and John Noel again pick it up another wicket, and certainly it seems as though we pretty close to the end of the road.
It looked like a very easy Sunday afternoon. Like the guys are in a rush, they probably got something to do. But I think in all St. David's bowled pretty well. You know, I think that they did a fantastic job with the ball, and you can see Ryan John running the shoes very well.
All right, certainly I just want to thank you and encourage you, the work that you have been doing. Let's continue to do it, and certainly we'll continue to work together to make sure cricket move from where it is.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me here. And before I leave, next week, it's going to be St. George's versus St. Mark's. I'm part of a St. George's setup, so you know, keep a stream. I'm going to keep looking forward to another good semi-final game. I hope that we can get in the finals against looking like St. David's. So I'm looking forward to this big matchup on next.
Yes,
next
certainly, and yes, we want to just let persons know that we go be back streaming big match on Saturday. St. George's play St. Mark's, and Junior is a coach of St. George's. So we expect another keen contest next Saturday. We have a number of Volcano players on show, players from the Windwards, and therefore
we have Kotai, we might have Denver, and you have your colleague in the booth.
I think we have Hodge, and yes, we have a commentsman.
I have my commentsman here, Cyprian Forsyth, who is my top batsman. So I'm looking forward to him to produce some goods. Otherwise, there are going to be some serious issues.
Yes, we encourage you to join us on Saturday. Just keep in mind that you're going to join us on Saturday. We have that next semi-final game, and then we have the big final the following day, which is next Sunday. Once again, thank Junior, and all the best as we go forward.
Thanks for having me here. All right, thank you.
At the end of another over, 21 overs, 74 for 9. As St. Davis continue to pile on the pressure, we're gonna have a double change here as she come to take over from here, and then we have Cyprian Forsyth who will be giving some comments. Cyprian.
Yeah, as the end of over number 21, St. Patrick's 74 for 9. Chasing 165, some 91 runs away. They have Devon Smith and Obed McCoy in the middle.
It's a long way off as he comes in and bowl to Smith, and this one is bouncing and turning away, and there is no runs. And the bails have been removed by the wicket keeper. St. Patrick's in really a deep hole. As I said, Devon not opening the batting, and here he is. This one outside the line of the off stump, and the batsman have nothing to do at all with it. But I really thought Devon should have been opening the batting. I saw that last year, and I mean, I will say it again that Devon, it doesn't make sense that you have your number one best batsman but coming and bat in a situation, in a team like that, coming and bat at number 4. He should be there to start the inning and give the confidence to the players as they go along.
Agreed.
As he comes in again, this time bowls to Devon Smith, who is rightly so behind it, playing it in front. The keeper comes from behind and picks up. Bails have been removed in the process, and there is no run. 79 74 for 9 in the 25th over. As Gordon, comes in.
Field change, second slip coming in.
Yes, a second slip, just squat into position. It comes in and ball. This one is going to be looking to turn it up the pads in front square, and there is no run. Melvin Gordon bowling well. 1 for 9 in 4 overs. Comes in, and this time comes out. Devon comes out. They drives. They're going to pick up a single, and so much more is needed. 75 for 9 at the end of the 21st over. Devon Smith is on 28 of 59 balls. Had struck only 2 fours thus far. And looking at the scorecard, only 2 batsmen were able to reach double figures. Dennis Smith and Devon Smith not out on 28. Extras thus far is 15, the second highest score. So it's not really good story for St. Patrick's.
Not good story at all for St. Patrick's. On the other hand, St. David's, they would be happy with their performance today. I must say that their bowlers, especially the opening pair, they really came out like if they really wanted this.
Here is bowling, Noel bowling to McCoy, and there is a no run. The young man 6 overs, 2 for 14, and that's Noel comes in again and bowl to McCoy, and McCoy it's just that's Smith this time playing in front of him, and there is no run. Seems like a test cricket match playing outside there.
Seems so.
Comes in again and bowl, but you can't draw in this one anyway. Swings, you ask for it, I'm going to give it to you, but there's only 1 run that could be accumulated from this delivery. It was a bad delivery from Noel. Devon Smith goes to 29, and they score on to 76 for 9. And no matter what magic that could be set, I could not have seen any way St. Patrick's would have been turning around in this game. With the start, they got it. As he comes in again and bowl this time, McCoy looking to drive, and this ball was really up there, and it was cramped for space in that drive, and there is no run. Here is Noel. Comes in and bowl. This time, the batsman is cutting, and there is no run. How are you seeing yourself and thinking of the game coming up on Saturday?
Well, I'm quite excited, looking forward to the matchup. St. Mark's has a pretty good team.
As this time he bowls. And
caught out.
Well, bowl, and that's the victory for St. David's. I couldn't have believed it. I thought the ball was just coming from the ground and into the fieldsman hand, but it was directly hit straight to him, and there it goes. St. David's had found themselves into the finals after looking at a low total of 165, and most people have been thinking that with Devon Smith and Dennis Smith and the whole bunch of batsmen, it would have been easy going. But as cricket is, St. David's, they have made their way into the finals, winning the first of the semi-final game here against St. Patrick. St. Patrick been all out for 76, chasing a total of 165 to get for victory.
Yes, excellent cricket from the St. David's bowling lineup. Nilon Pascal at the top with some 5 overs, 3 for 19, and Ryan John 4 overs, 2 for 11. They really set the tone with the new ball. They swung the ball both ways, and those early wickets really set things back for the St. Patrick's team, and it was difficult for them to recover given the start that they had.
Well, I thought Gerard Noel had really gave that support to the opening spell. 7 overs, he took 3 for 15 with 1 mid-innings. I thought it was an excellent support that he had given for the St. David's team.
Yes, he did. He bowled well. He kept it wicket to wicket, and he mixed his pace a lot as well, bowling some quicker deliveries in between, which kept the pressure on the batsmen, kept them thinking, and the 3 wickets that he got were 3 really good wickets, and in the end, Melvin Gordon even chipped in with the one wicket, just 10 runs off his 4.2 overs. So really a good all-round performance from the St. David's bowling department, a disciplined bowling performance, bowling on the St. Patrick's team for 76. So they would be quite happy, and I'm sure they would be excited to come next week Sunday, be it having to play against St. George's or St. Mark, and I really believe it would be St. George's they would be they would be playing against. But either way, they would be happy with their performance today. They will look to take the positives into the final next week.
Well, just to recap, St. Patrick's chasing a total of 165 for victory. Ended up ended up on 76 all out in 23 overs with Devon Smith. Not out on 29. He faced 62 balls. Hit 2 fours, a strike rate of 46.77. The other batsman reaching double figures. It was Dennis Smith, who got 12 of 15 deliveries. And the only other scores came from extras, which was 15. But the bowling department for St. David's look very much exciting, with Neil and Pascal 5 overs, 3 for 19. Ryan John 4 overs, 2 for 11. Imran Joseph, he had 2.4 overs. He had 1 for 19. The off spinner in Noel, he had 7 overs. He had 3 for 15, and he was well able to give that support to his captain and the rest of the team. Melvin Gordon, he had 4.2 overs. He had 1 for 10. And St. David, this picked the language that St. David would have wanted here in defending 164 runs. St. Patrick's out of the tournament. St. David's move on to the finals.
Yeah, so looking to the second semi-final on Saturday, St. George's against St. Mark. It will be another interesting encounter. Both teams have some really good players in their lineup. It would be a good matchup, and I can tell you that both teams are really geared for the battle and looking forward to it.
Well, we have seen what St. Patrick's had produced. We have seen what St. David's had produced. We're expecting, as we said, my good colleague here is getting ready for next Saturday. And your lineup look interesting also?
Yeah, it does. 2 weeks ago, the last preliminary game, we defeated St. David's here. So that if that is a sign of anything, take it for what you want.
I would really like to see St. David's, St. George's in the finals. Somebody going to revenge somebody.
No problem. It makes the matchup even more exciting.
St. Mark with Hodge and the rest of the players, I guess they will be looking to come with full force. I know bowlers as Ronald Williams, on the 19 we know on the 19 fast bowler, the Narayan, and St. Patrick St. Mark seem to be a team that is going to give a good show. But again, it's only words here. It's on the field. We have to decide that, and we're going to see that. So we're looking forward to an exciting game next weekend. And any further words, Cyprian?
No, just to encourage everyone, all our listeners and viewers, to join us on Saturday for the second semi-final. Going to be a good matchup, and of course, join us on Sunday as well for the final.
So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, it's a very nice thing to be here with us here at the National Stadium, or Raphael Crony, Hector, Cyprian, and myself. And we had Junior Murray and Richardson, the coaches who work with the Volcano. They're all here with us. We want to say a very hearty thank you for joining us. And again, as Cyprian said, please join us again next Saturday from 9:30. We're going to be here with ball by ball, and you're going to be viewing everything that you want to see with that big matchup. It's a big matchup. St. George's, They are coming up against St. Mark. This is a big game. You got to be there to watch it. From me, Ashley Cummins here at National Stadium, we want to say a pleasant good afternoon to you. Thank you for being with us.